welcome to the Rocket League Championship Series Season X. It's the Verizon 5G Ultra Cup. I'm Leaf, alongside me, Gibbs, James, and Subi, now joining us permanently. We got you. We acquired you, Subi.
Nope.
Oh no!
Leaf was too excited, Subi.
Yeah, he was too excited. His voice, tripped up. But man, this is a dream come true. I can't even hold my smile in. Like, this is, I've been dreaming of this for 4 years, man. It's an honor to be up here with you guys.
And so James Gibbs, just make sure that now you make fun of him as much as possible.
We have to keep him in mind. We have to keep him in mind.
I mean, I was
that
already,
shirt.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, Gibbs. I was already giving him crap for the shirt, but I can't believe you would even bring it up, because look what you're wearing, man. Looks like you're about ready to go to a luau or something.
Look, we're 1 day away from spring, and you're hating on me because I'm wearing a floral print shirt, and I'm a dad. I'm allowed to pull this off, okay?
Yeah, I guess. But when I saw it, I was looking for Waldo over there, and I couldn't find him. So
he's on the back. He's on the back.
Oh, it's harder. Okay.
Okay. Well, let's talk about what we're going to be seeing over this next 30 minutes. Of course, we're into the spring split. This will be the first time we get to see them, and thank goodness for Verizon for making the name of this tournament so much easier to say for this weekend with the 5G Ultra Cup instead of Regional 1, Day 3, whatever it is. But we have a lot of days for you guys of action going forward. We'll break down what that is. But I want to talk about North America and what we've seen recently, because it's been a few weeks since we've got to see these players hit the field here. Let's just take a look back at the most recent event. Of course, that was the North American Major for that winter split. Let's talk about what we saw there. We had NRG Rogue and an intense battle back and forth, Gibbs. This was a good way to end off that last split.
Yes, Energy, they came through the upper final, and they needed it because they needed 2 series to take down Rogue, and Rogue looked fantastic yet again, like pretty much out of nowhere. They're a top 2 team in NA now, and Energy, they had a little bit of a dry spell, not a lot of wins lately outside of the grid, but they finally get a regional win. Not even a regional win, a major win. Double the points for them. Garrett was so happy to finally get one under his belt, and they're ready for spring split.
Yeah, this was a fun one. I know, James, you were probably pretty happy with the results of this one and the way it went here as an NRG fan.
Oh, yeah, I was jumping up and down, and I loved Garrett's interview when he was just talking about how he treats it like a profession. He's here to play, and not just to play, but to treat it as a job. And getting results like this are so important. And they came close. I mean, NRG is always up there, even in the majors. But to get a major win this time, I think that was a huge boost for them. And I continue to look to NRG in these big moments to make plays like this and to make runs like this. They are just such a consistent team, and Garrett, one of the most consistent players of all time. So I was very happy to see NRG take the crown.
Well, let's dwell on the points right now to give you a bigger picture of what's going on. These teams are fighting for points over all these splits to get themselves into a world situation and position here, Subi. And now that we're seeing what it's like after 2 splits, what are we seeing from the region? Is it stability? Is it craziness? I feel like we still have those definitive teams that hold the top of this region.
One thing I've been saying this entire season is the depth of North America compared to Europe. When you look over at Europe, it's Team BDS up and down. They're running the show. But when you look over at NA, it's not as easy to pick a true number 1. You see how tight it is between the top 4. And Rogue made that climb late in this season. And I am so happy with their performance, because I kept saying, no, this Rogue team is not the real deal. No, this Rogue team is not going to win anything. And they came in and proved me wrong, and they're slowly climbing up this leaderboard. But the big question mark for me going into this one is, what's Space Station Gaming going to do? Because it looks like they're starting to fall off.
Absolutely. Like, I think Space Station's kind of plateauing a bit. They have a team house. We'll see if that helps them here. So far in day 0, it did not. But then you look down where, like, we say KC Pioneers, like a G2 Esports, a lot of these teams down there didn't have a great winter split, so the door is opening for a world championship spot. Sure, maybe Rogue, they've moved up and basically clinched their spot, but teams like G2, KC Pioneers, Alpine, Pittsburgh Knights, all of them kind of mediocre lately, so that last spot is wide open.
Yeah, but it is still, again, closer than as Subi said there. When you're looking at the European region with BDS like over 1,000 points ahead, that split is way smaller here in that North American region. But maybe that will change coming into this next split here, because we have a brand new format. You even said, Gibbs, there is a space station, they're struggling even in this new format here. So why don't you break down exactly what it is we're looking at for the spring split and format?
Yeah, so we have 20 teams battling it out. So when you have 20 teams, you can't really make a nice bracket. So we decided to go into group stage, where 5 teams in each group. There'll be 4 groups. We'll show 2 here. But basically, they will battle it out to see where they wind up later on throughout the tournament. So 5 teams in a group. 1 team is out of the tournament. But then we get to the top 2. They go into the upper of a knockout gauntlet. 3 and 4 go down to the lower of the knockout gauntlet. What that means is if you are a 1 or 2 seed, you have 2 lives to make it to the final day. You just have to win 1 series out of 2 to make it there. And that is what these 8 teams are battling for. They're guaranteed at least 9th place, which is good for a Regional 2 qualification. But now let's look at the lower knockout gauntlet, where it gets hairy down here for a lot of these teams. So if you lose in the upper, you fall down here. But the 3 and 4s, they battle like in that first match first, and then you go on and play whoever lost from those 1 and 2 seeds. So we saw, like in EU, where one group, the entire group didn't even make it into the final day. But let's talk about that final day. Day 3, 8 teams left, single elimination bracket. Very, very easy to understand. You have 1 life, everyone does. Best of 7s the entire day to determine our winner.
Easy to understand. That's why I heard is James' favorite kind of tournament, right?
I think simplicity is key. You keep the story simple and people can follow along. It gets way more hype. And, I'm a simple man. What can I say?
So let's just go to day 3, because day 1 and day 2 are a little confusing. I'm not going to lie. But, hey.
Yeah, well, that's what I was saying before, Gibbs, is you're like, you don't want anybody to be able to complain, so you just make a format that nobody can follow along, right?
Exactly. Smart.
That's the
if they don't know what's going on, how can you complain?
Yeah, exactly. Subi, but looking at this format now, I feel like this is a lot of opportunities for at least teams that generally are consistent to continue to prove that.
No, exactly. It's no more this, you get 1 or 2 lives and then you're out of the picture. That's the best part about this is you got group play. And, we had a day 0 yesterday where teams, maybe didn't have the best day, and they're not out of it yet. So that's the best thing about this is they're still going to have an opportunity today to try and to get into that upper knockout gauntlet. And, no teams are truly out except 1, but we won't spoil that for you just yet.
We can't spoil it because we don't really know who it is yet. They got to play. You mentioned yesterday was day 0. Teams were playing. We'll talk about those guys in a few moments, though. Before we do, I want to let you guys know exactly what's going on here. You guys heard it's the Verizon 5G Ultra Cup. That doesn't just bring a name. That brings a lot of new activities that you guys are going to be getting involved in. So I want to run over a couple of these things that you're going to be expecting this weekend. First up is the match MVP. We're going to have an MVP after every single match that you guys are going to be voting for. A Twitch poll will show up, so keep your eyes out for that. And while we're doing recaps of matches, you guys are getting involved, and we'll find out who you pick and then hopefully agree with you. So make good picks, guys, on who that MVP is. And akin to that, with voting, during the breaks, you guys will be voting on a speed shot challenge. We had a ton of people over the past week submitting their clips online. All you guys submitting your clips. We've seen a lot of them. There's some pretty cool ones out there, and we've picked the top 30 of those. Those 30 are going to be played just before breaks, after matches, and you guys will use hashtags in chat to vote. You'll see a graphic. Don't worry, not right now. You'll know exactly when to do that. And the top 10 that you guys vote for will move on to Sunday. We'll have a little grand finals halftime show before our grand finals, where you guys will then get to pick a winner of that speed shot challenge. And the winner will get a Samsung Fold. So pretty sick prize on the line. Yeah, that's right. We should have submitted our clips, Gibbs. And
we really should have. Yeah.
And also in that, we have another one, the Verizon 5G Ultra Cup MVP that you guys will be voting for as well. That'll be a player again on Sunday after the whole tournament. You guys will vote for who you think was the MVP of the whole thing. Another Samsung Fold for winner of that. But yeah, no, we definitely should have been submitting clips, Gibbs. Although compared to some of the ones that we've kind of had a preview at, we might not still have had a chance.
Yeah, there's some plays that we've seen so far that are just out of this world. But speaking of confusing formats, there's a lot going on today. So you're going to have to pay attention all day and get ready to vote all the time. We got a lot of stuff happening today.
No, that's really what it comes down to. Keep your eyes on the screen. Don't go anywhere. This channel better be up at all given times. Let's talk about what Subi was mentioning, though, that day 0. Let's recap this. We'll spend some time here and talk about all the events that happened yesterday. Some was on stream, some of it was off stream. So let's just give you the deets of what happened. Let's look at the groups so we can kind of break down what was going on here. Groups A and B, we'll throw those up on the screen first here. We had some of the matches. No one was eliminated here. They still have a chance to stay in, to get anywhere between 1 to 4th seed here, Gibbs, coming into day number 1.
Yes, but Energy 2-0, and James, I think you were cast in those games. So how did that go?
Yes, I was. So, and if the viewers are out there wondering, where did I miss this? You know, where's this going on? The Day 0 streams that happen on Thursday are on the individual orgs broadcast, the same ones that they use for the grid. If they've got one, they're probably doing a Day 0 broadcast. So I do the one for NRG, and I got to watch NRG play their 2 series, and man, NRG was looking incredible. They played Stromboli, they played the Knights. It was a little bit of a slow start against Stromboli, but when NRG gets going, it is tough to stop them. The one play that I would say you have to check out was they did a full field team passing play where there was like 5 or 6 passes, and then they put it top corner. It was a blast to watch. So NRG, I expect them to finish at that top of Group A. But the Pioneers, you know, which version of them are we going to get? Group A, going to have some tough competition.
Yeah, Kansas City Pioneers playing the Pittsburgh Knights later on today. That one's going to be a very important game to see who gets number 2 in that group, very likely. But then you look over in Group B, Team Envy, they dominate this group. I think they've only lost once to any of these teams throughout, like, the past 5 months. So Team Envy, they're supposed to win this group relatively easily. But after that, like, it's a bloodbath. All these teams will trade wins versus one another. We saw that on Day 0, Subi.
Yeah, and you know, the biggest question mark for me is Alpine losing to 72 PC. I would never pick that in a million years. This team looked so strong in the last regional and looked like, you know, the sky was the limit. They were starting to get better, and just what happened? Maybe they didn't take the opponent seriously. Not too sure, but I'm excited to see them play nonetheless, especially watching Jordan go up in the air. He's so fun to watch, such a high flyer.
Yeah, the only problem for Alpine, they still have to play Team Envy. They didn't get to play them yet, so that'll be a tough match to try and make a top 2 finish here.
Yeah, and the one last thing I wanted to say is E United actually has a pretty good shot at finishing last here, if you take a look at the matchups. So that's going to be a group to keep your eyes on.
I want to also mention here, if anybody's confused or seen Oxygen listed under Group A as well.
Right.
That's old Jamal Jabari roster there was picked up after Oxygen from EU was picked up by Solary. So Oxygen here, old Jamal Jabari. These guys looking pretty good. I had actually the Knights games. You know, James, we went up against you, the NRG matchup. That didn't go well for us. But the one against Oxygen was neck and neck. That was a reverse sweep for the Knights. So we know that bottom half of Group A is actually going to be a very, very tight showing there. You know, the possibility of, you know, what's KCP doing? I feel like, Gibbs, for me, the big question mark is KCP really back on top? I mean, that shows, sure, the 2-0 record right now. But again, they haven't played the entirety of this group yet. We know they were at the top at one point, but that's fizzled out as well.
So they beat the teams that they had to beat. Like, we beat the 2 teams that are weak in that group, and now they have to play NRG. They have to play Pittsburgh Knights. So no easy games left for them. So sure, 2-0 is great, and they could come in first because they're playing NRG. But again, they could lose 2 in a row and finish 3rd or 4th very easily.
The question just before we move on to the next group here for you, Subi, you know, we see those 2 teams, Stromboli and 72 PC at the bottom. You mentioned, you know, 72 PC is a team you expect other teams to beat. You know, do you expect these 2 teams to stay at the bottom by the end of these groups here? Or do you feel like a mix-up could really happen?
You know, with how hot and cold E United has been, it wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me if they did get last, but I'm not going to say it's going to happen. 72 PC just isn't as proven as E United is. And, you know, I love Seabass, love Jacob, but we've got to see what they can do with Spider. I'm very curious to see how they play together. But I'm looking forward to seeing Seabass take the field once again.
Well, let's move over to those groups C and D here and see what happened there. A lot of action already in groups A and B, but of course, those aren't all the teams here, James. You know, we had action going on with these guys as well. And this is where we started to see a bit of a mix-up here. SSG, that big one, Verizon 1 is starting to look real good, James, in that North American region.
Version 1.
Verizon 1.
Oh, man, it's
plug,
in your bones.
It's
I
the
love
best
it.
look to make, I suppose.
Best host ever. Free plugs. But Pride Stark is the only team after Day 0 that just mathematically can't make it in. So they are out. And Group C, the version 1 special, man, is really surpassing expectations. They had to play a tiebreaker match to even get into it. That series went 7. And now they're sitting up here at 2-0. Space Station, on the other hand, Subi, you talked about the slide. Well, I mean, we're seeing it already.
Yeah, right now they're just on the kiddie slide. They're not on the water slide just yet, but yeah, I don't like what I've been seeing from them. And I don't know if it's teams have figured them out or if they're kind of thinking teams have figured them out. So they're not going for all those bumps and demos, because when I lost to them, I've never played against them because I'm not that good. But when I've watched them recently, it just doesn't seem like the speed is there and the aggression is there. Yeah, they're still great shooters. Yeah, they're still great on defense, but the fast break plays that we're so used to seeing from them, where they kind of have a guy going forward looking for a goalie, we don't see those. So I want to watch it more closely this split and see, okay, what's going to happen when teams go up against them? Are they going to bring the aggression, or they kind of just playing normal Rocket League again?
It is very confusing. Space Station, they moved into a team house. They haven't done anything yet. They came tied for 5th in Winter Major. That's not good enough for a Space Station team that's supposed to be top 3, bare minimum. Now they're having troubles in Group C, but version 1 has been a team that has been climbing, so I get it a bit. Space Station, they need to clean it up right now. They want a top 2 because they don't want to have to play 2 series in a row through that knockout gauntlet. But moving over to Group D, the group everyone's going to be talking about, because Rogue is in this group, who looks like a top 2 team in NA, and they're showing it, want to get with a 2-0 record. But G2 and Rizzo, we're going to be talking about him like in a little bit, but G2, they're looking strong, a 2-0 record so far as well.
And G2 has remained strong. I mean, even with slight hiccups, they still perform at a very high level. But, you know, you're right. Rogue is that superstar team right now. They're in the spotlight. You know, they have been performing at levels that we just didn't expect them to get to so quickly. They've been climbing the leaderboards. And so this Group D, wait to see G2 and Rogue collide. That is going to be a very fun series.
Can't wait.
And just to confirm, the math is correct. Pride Stark there, Gibbs. I feel like they've already got themselves into a situation that's not optimal.
I mean, not optimal is saying it lightly. They're out. They're out of the tournament. They're 0-9 in games. They don't have a chance here. But you can still play and play spoiler, which is always fun. And obviously, you want the reps to Pride Stark. They'll be looking to do better in Regional 2, hopefully.
Well, you mentioned it before with G2 and Rizzo. We are going to talk about Rizzo right now. And it's, of course, with heavy heart that I say that Rizzo has announced that after the split, he will be retiring. We will see the end of his pro career, but he's going to continue into content creation, which is what I think we all wanted to hear, that he's still going to stick around the scene. He's had a long, strong career over this time. So it's great to see him sticking one more out. He said, for the boys, we're doing one more. So just in honor of the career, let's take a quick moment of silence for Rizzo. I can't do it.
There's only one player that could retire, and we could do that for. We were thinking about this in the pre-show. We were like, we got to do something for Rizzo, and that is the perfect way to have him go.
Oh my goodness.
I still remember the looks Rizzo was giving the camera back in season 2 LAN. If you remember take 3 back with Zane Jack and Install, you know, Rizzo, I love him. He is one of the players that you just can't help but love. So, you know, even though his Rocket League career might be coming to an end soon by his choice, he's still on a top team.
Oh yeah.
You can expect top tier content. No doubt.
He's been here since season 1. There's only 2 players that have played in every single event in all of RLCS. That's Garrett G and Rizzo. That's a pretty nice list to be a part of. He has been here through it all. He obviously was back on take 3. They were the number 4 seed. They go to Amsterdam. No one thinks that they're going to do anything. They finish top 4. Then it gets picked up by G2, and then we all know the big 3 era where they were one of those teams to just dominate for so long. And then they win E-League. And like the only thing that he doesn't have under his belt is a world championship title, but he made it to a grand finals, played Vitality, and obviously everyone's losing to them.
Not
more
many
than
people
likely,
from
so.
NA, honestly, have a title. Yeah. And one of the players from an NA team was European, so you can't fault that too much.
But I mean, also to attest to Rizzo, just how long he's been at the top. You know, when he came into the scene, it's not like he was at the bottom and had to climb his way up. No, he came in, he pushed himself into the scene and said, I'm here. And 10 seasons later, he said, I was here to stay. And, it's great that a player can come into the game and then go out on his own terms, still on the top, still a top 15 player in North America for sure. And just kind of saying, you know what, it was a good run and I want to focus on something else.
And not only that, he did all of this while also doing YouTube and Twitch and all that stuff. One of the biggest content creators out there while playing as a pro, while being at a team house away from his family for so long, where it's like, so we see like 8 months of play like in a row where you're at a team house grinding it out. Not many teams actually do that. And I could see that being as one of the cons maybe when we're talking about like the team house aspect, because you have to be away from your family for so long. And, he has earned his right to be like, you know what? I just want to chill. I just want to enjoy Rocket League again, hang out with my family and not have to worry about that.
And I think, we got to see the clips of his play and fantastic player, but one thing we didn't get to see is performances at LAN. And that's where Rizzo, in my opinion, has always shined, not only because of his great play, but his personality. He has always consistently been one of the best personalities in Rocket League and one of the nicest people in all of Rocket League. So, he's going to be surely missed at future live events, which I'm sure he's going to be there taking part in all the festivities, but not seeing him on stage is going to be a bummer.
I got an idea. Maybe we just bring him back as an analyst or something, just get him out there, give him a booth to stream. Okay. We'll have him do pro interviews on his own stream. It's trust me, it'll work out. But
what if we get like an Octane outfit or something and he can dance on stage because he has those moves too. He has that as well. So let's go.
Yeah. I don't want to imagine a world championship without Rizzo. It makes me sad.
Right.
Yeah, I love that Gibbs' idea of the future for Rizzo has moved him from a professional player to our dancer on stage. And why
not?
The
not?
RLCS mascot. Yeah.
That's absolutely brilliant. Again, I think it goes without saying that everyone in Rocket League Esports, the fans and everyone else, Rizzo, we're gonna miss you on the field, and that is for darn sure.
Now, there's one note here. He's still playing this whole split, very likely. So I'm not doing this for 12 free shows in a row, Rizzo, okay? I'm not going to praise you for 12 of them straight, all right? So that this is your one where we get the praise out. Then we're going to go back to some criticism, just a little bit for old times.
After that,
just
straight into ripping them. And you mentioned it to another note to mention here is that during the grid matches, G2 has also announced that they'll put in their sub-Dres in to get them all warmed up and used to the just playing against some of the top competition there. So again, one more for the boys, for Rizzo. So you still get to watch him, but again, now it's time to switch it and start talking smack about him once he starts playing. But let's get into our next topic here. Let's talk about predictions. There's so many things we can predict here. Let's just get your top two that are going to make it out of groups. Let's figure out which two teams we think are going to get that number 1 and 2 seed and go into that knockout gauntlet with that extra life and only having to win one to get into day number 3 here. Looking at groups A and B, let's just go down the line, guys. We'll make this real quick here. Which two teams do you think are making it through? There should be some obvious picks here. We'll start with Subi on the other end here, then go James, and then Gibbs.
All right, so obviously you got to pick NRG. That is a no-brainer. I wanted to go with Oxygen, but based off their record, absolutely not. I'm going to pick, I'm going to go with a weird one. I'm going to go NRG Pittsburgh Knights, and then I'm going to go Team Envy, and I'm going to go Alpine.
Okay. All right, James, how much do you differ from that?
You might have to wake me up from these horrible picks then. What? I don't see a world where the Pioneers don't make it out of Group A as well. I think NRG, KCP gonna have Group A on lock, and I actually agree with Subi here on Alpine. I think Alpine. This is a very strange group. Group B is a very strange group because it's Team Envy obviously, but then it pick someone. None of them impress a ton, but Alpine to me impresses the most. But Group B is one of those weird groups in my opinion.
Okay, yeah, I'll agree. I'll agree as well. I'm going to go Alpine at 2-2, and they'll make it out as a top 2 there. And of course, Team Envy, because they're going to go 4-0 and easily win that group. Then Energy as well, easily going to win that group. KCP, Pittsburgh Knights, I think that's almost a coin flip, but I'm going to go KCP. I think they'll win that match, and they will get the spot.
Okay, everyone thinks that it could be anyone in Group B there after Envy, but they all go Alpine.
Still pick Alpine.
Yeah, just all Alpine anyways. Let's go to Group C and D here and see, because again, this could be a different story, especially with how Group C is kind of shaking it up a little bit here with that SSG and V1 situation. Gibbs, I'll start with you and go the other way this time.
All right, so call me crazy. I'm going to say Space Station and the Peeps. I think Space Station beat the Peeps in the final match of the day and take it over V1, because V1's got to play Pride Stark. Then everyone else, easy wins, right? But now Pride Stark's like, hey, we're here to play spoiler. I think they make that a close series. I think version 1 still wins it, but they lose out on game differential, so I'll give it Space Station Peeps. And then Rogue and G2, I think, will definitely take it in the other group.
They're pretty straightforward. Okay, James?
Yeah, I'm actually going to give this one to V1. They already played Space Station and went to 5. They got the dub. So I'm going to stay Peeps V1, finishing top 1-2. And then do I even need to say for Group D? Obviously, Rogue and G2.
Rogue G2. And Subi, how about you?
I agree with James, unfortunately. It's going to be Peeps V1 and Rogue G2.
Come on, man.
I think those are fair picks. I think that's fine. But, of course, you want to know what's happening today. Let's take a look at the schedule. We got a lot of Rocket League in these groups. So much, again, we had to have some of these matches yesterday on day 0. But today we get into the groups. We finish them off here. We also have another stream, twitch.tv/UGC. Do you want to have that up, or hit the watch in squad mode underneath this one here to watch all the Rocket League you can. There's all your matches. Take a screenshot if you want to have that on hand, because we're going to move and talk about that first one here. KC Pioneers versus the Pittsburgh Knights. This is a matchup we were just talking about, potentially going either way. A few of the analysts here have thought that, okay, maybe maybe it's going to go to the Knights. Maybe it's going to go to KCP. The real question is KCP going to be able to step back up and really give people that performance that they've been showing that they can deliver on, James, over the past while, but they have flattened out a bit, and maybe the Knights step up here.
It's true. They have been a bit flat, but I think there's so much upside for this Pioneers team. It's hard not to think they're going to get the win here. But the Knights have shown some promise, especially, Ridoko. I love his speed. ZPS. These guys have continually performed at a high level, but never really consistently at the elite level where we've seen the Pioneers compete. Yeah,
I think the problem here is like, all right, we're talking about Kansas City Pioneers. They're kind of coming back down to earth, but Pittsburgh Knights are doing the exact same thing, just at a worse time, right? If they were like 9th, and now they're like maybe 10th,
a little lower on the
NA.
totem pole.
Yeah, exactly. So I think KCP, they win head-to-heads versus Pittsburgh Knights almost always. So I think they have their number. Pittsburgh Knights I am concerned about, because Winter Major did not go their way, and they've been not looking great. So I think they need this win, but I don't think they'll get it.
Well, what do you guys think? It's time for that Verizon fan vote. Get your votes in chat with the hashtag PK or hashtag KCP. We need to know what you guys think here. Who's moving? Who's winning this one? It's not a move-on situation. It's groups. And while you guys are doing that, let's get our pick on this match. Again, it seems like it could have been back and forth. So I'm going to start off with Subi on this one, and then we'll go down the line again here. Subi, who do you have winning this specific matchup?
Well, I've got to pick one team based off of who I predicted to get out of Group A. So it's got to be KCP. I realize history is against them, but I like this young team, and I like how fast they can play. And I don't like... Did I say KCP? I meant Pittsburgh.
No, you definitely
Knights.
picked the Knights.
Pittsburgh Knights. Yeah, I was waiting for it.
I meant the Knights. If I said KCP,
right.
I don't know. But I want the Pittsburgh Knights in this one.
Okay,
I'm with Subi here. I think I'm going with the Pioneers. So that's right. You flip flopped. That's right. My bad. But the Pioneers all the way on this one. I think the Pioneers are going to have a pretty good go of it. Wouldn't be surprised to see a 3-1 scoreline here.
It's spring. Beast mode is done hibernating. Winter Split didn't show up a lot. Beast mode is back. He's awake. They're going to look good once again. KCP.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation for me to pick here. KCP, I usually just have to go with Pittsburgh Knights. Yesterday in their groups for day 0 didn't look the hottest. They ebbed out one of the wins there, so I may have to edge it in favor of KCP here. But I think regardless, we should have a great match. I'm hoping it goes the distance here. In chat, let's see what you're thinking. You're thinking that it will edge out to KCP as well. Honestly, reasonable amount here for the Knights. Just, I guess, Subi, since you're picking them here, what do you think the Knights are really going to have to do on the field to overtake KCP?
Just hope that it's a day that KCP isn't showing up, to be honest. I'm just banking that it's the KCP that is a little inconsistent. That's the team that the Knights can beat. If KCP is playing at full strength, it's going to be a tough one. But I just don't like the inconsistency of the KCP.
Why did we bring Subi on again?
I don't know.
I'm just hoping. That's wonderful. Well, guys, this
I'm
match
still caught on the
ready.
recorder. I'm still there. I'm still in the recorder.
Get on Twitter at @RLCS, hashtag RLCS. Our first match of the Verizon 5G Ultra Cup, day number 1, is about to go down over in the Verizon Skybox.
Subi, I'm sorry we're giving you a hard time today, man. You just make it a little easy for us. But let's talk about this first matchup.
That's what I'm here for, and it's all good. But no, I understand that KC Pioneers on paper are a better team than the Pittsburgh Knights. But with that being said, KC Pioneers have not been the most consistent team, and the consistency needs to show up today if they're going to be able to take down Pittsburgh Knights.
And the Pioneers certainly not unbeatable. Like you said, some consistency problems. But one player on the Kansas City Pioneers that always seems to play pretty well is Beast Mode. I love watching Beast Mode. Very smart player. Knows when to take his space, take his time. And watch for him to make some impact plays. Sosa, the corner Beast Mode. The pass across, and Rapid is there. I think they thought Beast Mode was going for a shot here, and it was actually a pass right to Rapid, far post.
Just a picture-perfect pass across the box over to Rapid, and that's who they need to show up is Rapid. If he's firing on all cylinders, this team is lethal.
So true. Beast Mode already making his mark. And that's one thing you have to be so careful of as a defender. And sometimes you just got to go. You saw Rizzo and ZPS both on the line there. Regardless if you got boost or not, just try to rush that ball. Get somebody on it.
Yeah, somebody's got to go up and challenge that. You can't give any player at this level just a free open look. And that's a poor touch from Memory, and Sosa's going to capitalize. And good touch for Memory to get this cleared out.
And sometimes you take that gamble, right? You think, oh, he's going for the shot. I'm going to stay grounded and be able to block it. But then when they realized that Rapid was on the other end, in position,
no,
it's too late. And now another goal coming in. After the demo, you saw the rotations break down. Memory able to pull one in.
And just a punishment on the mistake there. You see Rizzo trying to stretch out to touch that ball, but you have to get a touch there. And if not, you see exactly what happens. A wide open net, and KC Pioneers looking really good here in game number 1.
And the demo's playing a factor early as well. Good defense from Memory. Fair dribble getting denied. Rizzo, low boost. Rapid will hit it off to the side. Sosa with tons of space. But you see him pop it high. Rapid was able to get to it there. Needed to keep that one closer. Rebound out. Beast Mode with the challenge. Not a great start for the Knights, but they could build something back here. Sosa, his flick went too high. There was a window, but he just failed to hit it.
Yeah, that was a really small window at that, and that's a poor touch there from Sosa. Memory going to launch that on target, and a great save by Rizzo. You saw the nice redirect from Rapid, put a lot of speed on it, but unable to get to the back of the net. And so far, I'm loving the aggression we're seeing from the KC Pioneers right now. This is one thing this team excels at, is going into the box, looking for defenders, and ZPS missing, and opportunities have been thrown by the wayside by the Pittsburgh Knights, and they're going to have to tighten things up if they're going to want to make this a close series.
And they still got time. We're just approaching the halfway point of the game. Memory slows things down, but gives it right back to Rizzo. Will interfere with the pass attempt over to Sosa. ZPS turning, lots of boost, goes right for net. Memory able to save it over to Rapid, who puts it into the middle. You can see the Knights setting up at the midfield, keeping this ball in. Finally, Beast Mode will break through. Memory.
And so far, James, it looks like the Knights, their touches are just getting away from them just a little too much. And with how aggressive the KC Pioneers are playing right now, they're positioning themselves perfectly, and Memory gets his shot turned away by Sosa. Great defense there from the Knights, but it's still got to last, and Sosa can't get there. And Memory puts in the third goal for the Pioneers.
Sosa, he was running on a boost pad coming off the wall. Memory staying in position there. It was an awkward save for Sosa on low boost. But Memory, talk about a play. You sit there, you're backwards, you just stop, still go for it. Sometimes that's the best call. Just take shots on net. Sometimes you even get the rebounds. The Pioneers, a very good start. The Knights struggling.
And you said it as well, James. It looks like every time they're coming down, pushing into offense, they're getting a goal out of it.
Yeah, I mean, they have been kept back on defense a few times from the Knights, and the Knights even having a few angles that they couldn't take advantage of. But you had also mentioned their first touches. We saw a few times. Ooh, another dangerous ball there. But even here, Rizzo let that get away from him. You have these situations where that light first touch would do wonders, but the Knights a bit too heavy-footed.
Yeah, you got to hit the ball with a purpose at all times in Rocket League. And most importantly on defense, when you're trying to clear that ball, if you just keep trying to bang it towards that midfield line, you're going to get punished. And that's a great pass, but Memory too quick on that one in beast mode. Trying to get that one towards target, but just putting pressure on this PK Knights team. And here they come marching downfield. Rizzo gets the touch, but a save by Rapid. And Rizzo cleans that up, steals that goal from Sosa.
Yeah, this, I don't know if that's cleaning it up, but I see what you're saying. He's kind of floating there. Fortunately for them, it didn't hit the part of his car where it would have bounced out. That was a close one. You hit him a little more on the wheels. That might not be going in. So the Knights will get on the board late. Another shot coming in. Rizzo redirect. Trying to get a backboard pass. ZPS was ready. Still time to work with for the Knights, but never mind. That's going to be the dagger. A light touch. You talk about wonderful first touches. Look at this one from Rapid.
Oh, nasty. You see him flip upside down to touch it with his wheels, so it slows the ball down and just lightly goes right towards the net, and it's finished off. Great play there by the KC Pioneers, and they are just marching through the Pittsburgh Knights right now.
Rizzo. A flip reset goal. Not the kind that you expect to hit, but still it counts.
Very interesting. And did he get the second touch there? It looked like he even
bumped him. It looked like he might have touched the wheels, but he also ran into beast mode.
Hey, either way, you got to feel good putting two up. Yeah, they're kind of junk time goals, but it still counts. And you can say, hey, while the goals maybe weren't the prettiest, we did get a ton of shots. Right now, they're sitting at 10 shots against KC Pioneers, but they've got to clean things up defensively. 14 shots allowed for the KC Pioneers, and no way to play defense if you're on Pittsburgh Knights.
So the Pittsburgh Knights, they fall in game one. The Pioneers now going to be up 1-0 in this series, and it was a good start from them. The Knights, you could tell just from the very beginning, letting that ball get away from them a few too many times. They had some setups. They didn't close things out. The Pioneers, on the other hand, so many shots, so much pressure, and really stellar plays from beast mode. We saw him open up the game with that pass across to Rapid that worked wonders. And then the Pioneers just looking comfortable all game long.
Yeah, and it was all on the shoulders of beast mode. You see that beautiful pass there across to Rapid, but getting a playmaker in game number one and just putting himself on offense. Yeah, he wasn't getting the shots to fall. He did end up with one goal, but just putting the ball perfectly at the top of the box where no defenders were. And, you know, I think it's just poor defense from the Pittsburgh Knights. If they can tighten things up and be a little more aggressive on defense, I think it's going to work wonders for them. But that being said, KC Pioneers right now just looking too fast.
Yeah, the Pioneers playing some consistent Rocket League right now. The Knights, on the other hand, going to have to do some figuring out. We did see some late stuff from them, getting a couple goals. You call them garbage time goals or something. I feel like that's a pretty accurate descriptor. It's one of those goals where it's not going to make a difference in the game, but it does help with that momentum going into the next one. And we are at the next one right here. The Knights, can they bring it at the start of this one? We'll find out. A bump. Sosa didn't make contact, staying in the play as well. He'll have to bail. Rizzo off the arc and down. Rebound chance for ZPS. A great start now for the Knights. Just 14 seconds in, ZPS dropping this one in.
This is exactly what the PK needed. A quick goal here in game number 2, and great shot placement there from ZPS, putting it exactly where he needed to. And I love that pass from Rodoko, just being aggressive, just coming off that back wall.
Sosa in the corner. Now on the wall, it's trying to touch that out to ZPS. ZPS light pass back. Rapid beats out Rodoko, goes for the 50, but Sosa, that was a huge win. If he loses that 50 to Rapid, that could have been a counterattack, and still it finds its way over to the wall. Beast mode, huge space. Oh, the ball got behind him a bit. Still not contested. We've seen a few times in this game where the Pioneers have had a lot of real estate to work with.
Yeah, and right there is all because of a triple commit on defense from the Knights. They've got to work on the communication. And, you know, right there, Sosa not going for that ball, just kind of leaving it up for Beast Mode. It was a poor hit by Beast Mode into the corner, but I want to see some earlier challenge out of the Knights on defense instead of allowing these, you know, uncontested balls. It's just not looking pretty for the Knights on defense right now.
Oh, but this could be a chance. Sosa dropping it in. Sosa, he was upfield already, but that 50 right there into another 50 was key to getting that one.
Yeah, and again, I'm not sure where the Pioneers are on defense. Just good transition offense from the Knights here. And Sosa capitalizing. It wasn't a pretty shot. It was just a nice slow roller towards net. And it's all you need is it to find the back. And this is going to be a good one for Sosa, but he misreads it off the back wall.
Rodoko, though, was bumping Beast Mode in the corner, which is a good thing because Beast Mode, if he was able to get to that ball, could have kick-started something.
Oh.
The Knights looking much better. Rapid. Going towards net. ZPS defends it well. Memory wanted to bump Sosa there, perhaps. Sosa out of boost. ZPS taking over. Air dribble goes for the 50 on the goal line. Rebound out in Beast Mode. Will clear it off to the corner. A lot more confidence coming out from the Knights as well. You even saw ZPS deciding to take that one-on-one, going for that 50. I like that call.
Man, KC Pioneers are just so fast right now. It seems like every single time there's a 50-50 ball that's in mid-air, they're just continually beating the Knights to it. And right here, Sosa up early, but misses that ball. And that's a few misreads from Sosa now. Not sure if the nerves are getting to him, but just got to kind of calm things down and make sure you make good contact with the ball. Again, misses on that one.
Even though Pioneers, they've got speed. Oh, that was a very important touch from Sosa. Sosa, if he doesn't get at least a bumper on that ball, there was a player for the Pioneers ready to clean that up. But the Pioneers losing some key 50-50s. You saw Sosa, and I believe it was Rodoko, winning that 50-50, or might have been ZPS, I'm not sure. But they won those back-to-back 50s that resulted in a goal for the Knights. So even though the Pioneers looking speedy, it matters. When you're on your own half, you really got to hit those 50s.
Right, exactly. And, you know, they don't really matter up at midfield most of the time unless you get beat the ball completely. As long as you make the slightest touch, that's all that matters. And Beast Mode, looking for Memory. Great pass, but kind of showed his hand a little too early, and Rodoko saw it coming from a mile away, was able to kind of thrust himself into that play and break up that pass.
Oh,
what a stop.
I can't believe that didn't go in. The demo comes out. That'll buy space, but we've seen some close calls now for the Knights on their own end. Sosa a couple times making big saves, even in the last game. And the Knights, they're struggling to get boosted. You see that reflecting in their gameplay. A lot of times they're late to the challenge. They're happy to let the 50s take place, even if they might be able to get to the ball first with better positioning or with more offensive positioning. But it's working for them right now. They're happy to let the Pioneers play into them and then work with what they can.
Yeah, the speed difference sometimes throws you off, and Memory just off. Going outside the post there, and here comes Beast Mode off the ceiling, decides to just go for the ball and slow roll it towards the net, and this is going to be a good one for Memory. But great read from Sosa to cover up that backside upper 90 and boom this ball all the way downfield and clear this one out. And this is going to be a last-second push here for KC Pioneers.
The Pioneers running out of daylight, and that's going to end it. The night has come, and it is Rizzo.
Great pop there from ZPS, that initial touch to kind of put it closer to the net. Defenders weren't expecting it, and then just pushing it all the way across the face of the net. Finished by Rizzo. Beautiful play here from the Pittsburgh Knights, and I love the turnaround from game 1 to game 2. They got outshot in game number 1 by a pretty substantial margin, and then kind of reeled it in here in game number 2, just allowing 10.
Sosa trying to get one last goal off the board, going for that air dribble play, and there we have it. Knights, a big win for them. Game 1 seemed like it might be a series heavily in favor of the Kansas City Pioneers, but this time was not the case. The Knights, a 3-0 win. The Pioneers held scoreless. There still was a decent amount of shots from the Pioneers, but the defense and the 50-50s from the Knights this game was what put them over the top.
Yeah, it was just going for the ball. Hey, it doesn't matter if you're going to get beat to it. Just go up to try and get a touch. And that was enough for them to break out of their defensive half. And a lot of their goals, or at least 2 of their 3 goals, were kind of fast break plays where KC Pioneers were scrambling back to defense, didn't have the time to communicate who's going for what, who's got back posts covered up, and just capitalize on those moments.
Yeah, and also we saw the challenges from the Knights when they were getting there. We saw that back-to-back 50-50 that ended up in the goal. Then you saw the pickpocket play. Even one of the goals, I think, Rapid just got a not the most ideal touch on the back wall that ended up leaking out into the middle. So the Pioneers, we are already seeing in this series a bit of the inconsistency that really they need to overcome if they're going to break back into the top. Like we've seen them before. This is a team, the Kansas City Pioneers, that have competed at the elite level. And we're really making you wonder if this was going to be a team that's going to be a mainstay in the top 6. But now they've got a Pittsburgh Knights team hot on their heels. Just shut them out 3-0. And we're tied up at 1 game apiece. Game 3. Starting out early, pressure from the Pioneers, and you see Beast Mode was trying to kick it into reverse, wanted to pass it back. The Knights happy to stay in net and wait for these shots to come in. Sosa.
Oh, nice. He's been inconsistent with his touches, but when he does hit that ball, his placement has been pretty so far in this game, and Beast Mode was looking for a bump there, but Sosa was able to get away from the wall far enough so he couldn't touch him, and that's a miss by Rizzo, and those are the plays that you can't have.
Oh, this was devastating. Memory going for a double tap here. Rizzo, I'm not sure what he was looking at. Maybe he was thinking Memory was going to hit that double tap, or maybe he was going to try to go for a bump on Memory. He was way offline there. That was a very bad move on his part.
Yeah.
And I'll have to take another look at that to just try to decipher what he was going for there.
Oh, beautiful shot there to get the defender up, and now 2 are up, but no follow-up for the Pittsburgh Knights. And that was an opportunity wasted, and Rizzo, good challenge there on Memory. But Beast Mode, we talked about it this entire series, it's speed. He's just always consistently the first man to that ball.
Pressure from the Knights building. DPS sealing pass. Sosa flipping now. It's a 2v1 situation. Rizzo up against Memory. There's a demo on the far side, and that's going to allow some space, but still a close call. And now the counterattack. Sosa over Rapid, and he doesn't get there in time.
Knights got away with one. Should be 2-0, and Rizzo flicking that high, but Memory waiting patiently up on that back wall. Good defense here from the KC Pioneers, and that was disaster letting them score in the first minute, giving them confidence here to just kind of say, hey, all right, we can beat this team. We did it game 1. We'll trade game for game with them and come out the victors.
DPS looking for Sosa. Rizzo is going to beat that player to the ball, but Beast Mode comes in and helps out. Sosa back to the middle, and it's a high bounce. That bounces back. You saw, I think it was Rizzo there on the prowl.
Yeah, if that didn't get such elevation underneath it, then yeah, that would have definitely been a goal, but hit just the perfect curvature of the wall to roll up instead of bouncing out and really helped KCP out there.
KCP taking that downfield. Beast Mode out of boost. Hunting for a corner, he's got it up against ZPS, and there's another demo. We've seen it a couple times on both ends where teams have some good counterattacking opportunities, but a demo puts the coolers on them.
Oh,
Beast Mode! How did that manage to go in?
Own goal strikes again, rears its ugly head. Great redirect here and double tap off the wall, but ZPS not expecting that tight angle and put himself a little too far into the box, so it goes off the back of his car into the back of the net, and now Pittsburgh Knights are chasing 2.
Yeah, I think Ridoko would have had that. It might even hit the post, maybe post and in, but Ridoko in position to get that save. So that is a tragedy there for the Knights. Memory took too much time. Play cut out by Ridoko, almost slipped it underneath. Rapid was challenging high. Shot was off.
A little miscommunication there, left that ball wide open, and this is going to be a good opportunity here for the Pioneers. Great catch by Rapid and a great push into the net. Good heads-up play from Rapid downfield.
And Memory, he knew Rapid was over there. Rapid, we've seen him do this multiple times this series. That first touch with so much finesse that it sets up the follow-up play. This time, he's just going to end it himself. Gets the 3rd goal for the Pioneers, and they are certainly in control of this one.
Yeah, and if you're the Knights right now, you just want to get one. Just one to feel good here. That's a good pass, but Rapid, good angle to take that one away. And so far, the Knights can't crack through the KC Pioneers defense in game number 3.
It's been back and forth, that's for sure. The last game, if you can remember that far back, was all in favor of the Knights. So this one like a teeter-totter back and forth. Beast Mode, he saw Memory downfield, but Beast Mode has been struggling for boost this whole game. Gonna pass this over to Rapid. Again, not enough power on it.
I'd really like to see the Knights slow things up in game number 4. Try and slow things up, at least on the offensive end, because right now they're trying to get those snapshots on net. And right now, KC Pioneers are just kind of positioning themselves on the goal line saying, okay, we know a shot's coming out, so try and go for an infield pass or try and slow it down to go for a one-on-one play. But right now, those snapshots are not working.
Yeah, maybe playing with a little more speed, but I hear you. Do more possession, more of a possession game. Take that dribble, go for the 50 where you know a teammate's on the side. You don't just have to take that shot and hope for a rebound. Something's going to have to change for the Knights. The Pioneers, they made some adjustments, come back, and they shut them out 3-0. So the Pioneers back in control of the series. The Knights going to have to go back to the drawing board.
And this is what the Pioneers needed. This is a team that, you know, I kind of talked about on the pre-show about being a little inconsistent. And game 2 and 3, completely different teams showed up. But if this is the team that can consistently show up here, this is going to be a team and a force to be reckoned with, honestly, because they're so fast. And when they're playing that fast and they're hitting their shots, they're just so hard to compete against because it's just time and time again, they're always the first one to the ball.
And time's running out as well for the Knights. The Knights find themselves on match point. The Pioneers, we've seen them have that light game, but now 2 very strong performances. And now it's coming down to this, the Pittsburgh Knights. This is your pick, Subi. What are you thinking? There's still time to change.
Hey, I like them when KC Pioneers aren't playing at their peak performance. And that's the team that I picked to win, was the Pittsburgh Knights when KC Pioneers aren't playing well. So I've just got to kind of, you know, cross my fingers that games 4 and 5 go in favor of Pittsburgh Knights. So I look right, you look wrong, and all is right in the universe, right?
If that's how you look at it, who am I to say?
I just want a game 5, if we're being honest. I'll be greedy and just ask for game 5s.
Game 5s. That is where you see the best Rocket League generally played. The ones where all the marbles are on the table.
Yeah, and I just love watching them because it's like watching a high-level chess match. Games 1 through 4 are kind of like positioning, just seeing who's going to get that, top mount, who's going to be positioned well, and that's a great save by Rodoko. But Game 5 is where players are going to be a little more positionally aware. You see teams spread out. They're not as aggressive because every mistake is that much more important.
Well, generally, you're just going to play that much more conservatively. Unless you got a team like Cloud9 in the old days that just go crazy.
Just full send
this is
it
a
all
good
the
chance
time.
here for Sosa. Sosa receiving the pass. This is the first touch that the Knights have been hunting for all series, and it finally pays off. Beautiful touch there from Sosa.
Great infield pass from ZPS, and you said it, James. The soft touch from Sosa to collect that in, keep it close to his chest, and then go far post away from all the defenders. And this is picture-perfect start here for the Pittsburgh Knights. They needed to go up early, and they did. And Rodoko, man coming in from behind, Rapid takes him off the field.
Demos have been a factor this series. And a lot of times we have seen that demo coming from behind on the breaks for other teams. This one off the ceiling and down on net. ZPS will clear it off to the side. Memory, we see another double commit from the Knights. Memory getting around the ball, has got Rapid in support. And ball cleared back to Beast Mode. Beast Mode gonna let it bounce up. Taking it across the field. Air dribbling. Sosa hitting it backwards. This is an awkward ball for Rodoko. Rodoko will get control of it. Did well to not only tip it up off the backboard, but land on the backboard and keep going with it.
Yeah, I don't think Rapid wanted to hit that one that far. I think he wanted to try and air dribble that a little better. I don't think he was going for a double tap because he did see Rodoko kind of retreating back to net, and that's a perfect opportunity to get an air dribble, try and go over that defender that's racing backwards.
Sosa chipping upfield. Rodoko wanted to get the 50. Ball sent right back. ZPS to the corner. Sosa, the tip up. Nice tip from Sosa. He's going to stay on the ball himself. Goes for the shot. Puts it right on target. Sosa, he has been operating with a scalpel.
Oh, just mind games. You see Beast Mode trying to do all the calculations. He said, okay, I see he's got a teammate. He's got to pass that, right? Oh, no, I left that post wide open. And Sosa hits left, then hits right, and gives the Pittsburgh Knights the 2-0 lead.
Sosa, both goals coming from his bumper. First one was able to get a nice touch on the ball, followed up by a shot, and that was another well-timed goal. Is what you saw, that he had a lot of space, decided to take it himself, wasn't really defended, was waiting for his angle. He saw it, and he struck it well. So this is a great game from Sosa, and the Knights needed this one.
Yeah, that's what they need to play with, is that situational awareness, and right there, just being aware of everyone was. And this is going to be another fast break for the Pittsburgh Knights, but good touch from Beast Mode to go opposite corner, kind of keep it away from the Pittsburgh Knights. But they've got to get to work here. You don't want to be chasing 2 goals under a minute to go.
ZPS. Downfield, Memory clears it right back. Rodoko, 50 against Memory in the corner. Beast Mode stopped by Sosa. Sosa, another quality play, this time on defense. Oh, and a huge miss from Rodoko. ZPS, It's a 50, net still vulnerable. The demo, it was on Memory, but it did slow Rodoko down.
Oh, great touch from Sosa, but a better demo from Beast Mode to just take ZPS out of the equation, turn that ball over. And just like I was saying, James, we're nearing that 1 minute mark. KC Pioneers need one right now to try and make things easy, and there it is. Beast Mode puts the first one on the board for the Pioneers.
And you talk about going all in on this one. Rapid, after that hit, was out, or Memory was out of boost after following that. Beast Mode, if he gets challenged, if he loses that, it would have been a rough situation for the Pioneers, but that is exactly what they needed to do. They needed to go all out. They did. They get the goal, and now they have about a minute left to work with to tie this up.
Yeah, it's an eternity. Oh, and ZPS barely getting there. Great shot placement by Memory. But now things are starting to tighten up on offense for KC Pioneers, and
the catch
getting scary for the Knights.
ZPS, that was a nice challenge there from Beast Mode. Challenging at that perfect height where it doesn't matter if somebody drops the ball or tries to get it under your car, you're still gonna make contact. Sosa. Looking for that extra goal to put this out of reach. Ceiling pass from Murdoko. Memory catching it, flicks upfield. Rapid skips it off his hood, goes for the dunk. He did make contact. Now out to the other corner. ZPS gets it by Beast Mode. That's gonna melt tons of time off the clock. Sent back in. Beast Mode wanted to get the redirection there, didn't happen. And the Knights will take the win here, forcing game 5.
Man, they looked so good in game number 4, and it's kind of like we were talking about, James. They just trade game for game, and now both teams going to be playing perfect Rocket League here in game number 5, because if they don't, we've seen the punishment from both teams, and we've seen the capabilities of both teams. Now everything, hey, you got to go all in at this point.
Yes, you do. And if you're the Knights, you're feeling really comfortable. Sosa, he comes in here, he's replacing Kinsey, and you look for the Knights to start making progress on that upward climb. That's why they make roster moves. That's why you make roster moves. You're trying to get to that next level. And Sosa, he was key in this win. You saw both goals. The goal where he was able to capture it, have a beautiful first touch, put it in, and then even that second goal, expert shooting. So Sosa coming in, replacing Kinsey, making his mark already. But this is where you earn your paycheck. Game 5, all coming down to this. Will the Pioneers fend off this upset, or will the Knights take down the Pioneers?
Oh man, I cannot wait. There is no better way to start the day than the first series going all the way to game number 5, and a close one between both teams. And I'm going to name a player on each team that I think is going to be the difference maker and has to perform here if their team's going to succeed. And it's got to be Beast Mode for me on the Pioneers, and it's got to be Sosa on the Pittsburgh Knights.
And I tend to agree with you as well. Beast Mode has been relatively quiet this series. Sosa, that last game, making his mark. But these game 5s, we talked about the conservative play, that extra focus that you see. And Memory, top corner, gets up quickly. The defender, I don't even think he thought Memory was taking the shot right on net.
Oh, Rizzo went all the way back for boost, went into that corner. And at that point, I think it's better to just go up on that back wall and cover up the top side of the net. Because at that point, you give that player just a free shot.
Yeah, kudos to Memory, though, for scoping out the situation. He realized how out of position he was, because you'll see it's not uncommon to go for double taps in that situation. Oh, and that shot saved from Memory. Now a dribble. Rapid converted that into an air dribble. Now rebound out to Memory. Light shot. Beast Mode will keep possession. Rapid. Back to the middle. Beast Mode turns. High hit. Sosa will bounce it off the ceiling. It's right back into center, and that is not what you want to do. Dangerous ball. The Knights still reeling, trying to get their wheels under them. Rapid. The dish goes for it, and cha-ching! Rapid gonna cash that check.
And the defender, he thought he had a chance. Beast Mode came in and said, free the way Rapid is coming. And just like that, the Pioneers up by 2.
Tough start for the Pioneers, and it all came down to that misclear. You bounce it off the ceiling, put it back into the center, and you make things difficult for your defense. But Rapid, it's got a scoring sense, you know. He recognized his chance, and now Memory piling it on. We're barely a minute and a half into this one, and the Pioneers making a statement.
Oh, that pass by Rapid to hit it with the backside of his car. So all forward momentum is canceled out, and it's just dropped down on a dime to Memory. Great team plays so far here in game number 5 from the KC Pioneers.
Memory proving to be that player to watch. Beast Mode, though, getting a piece of the pie. The goals coming once, or back to back to back to back. The Pioneers not letting off the gas.
3 goals in the matter of 20 seconds for the KC Pioneers. Everything going their way and everything falling apart for the Pittsburgh Knights. And I was going to comment on it before the second goal that the KC Pioneers scored, that the Pittsburgh Knights just look very hesitant here in game number 5. Like, they're too scared to make mistakes. And because of that, they're just kind of not going out for those challenges that are popping out that we've seen time and time again now for the KC Pioneers. And another one for Memory. Why not make it a hat trick?
Memory gets a hat trick. And this is another situation where he's got great vision on the play and plays the dunk. Sosa, no matter what he does there, his car language indicates he's going to try to hit this low and off to the side. Memory cuts off every single angle. That 50, there was only one place that ball had a chance to go, and it was in the net.
Memory and Rapid just popping off together, but a good infield pass here from Rodoko over to ZPS, but this is going to be a long climb up to try and make this a competitive game.
And that was a very good team passing play all the way to ZPS, who finally knocked it in, but you saw the pass off the wall. Lovely pass from Rodoko back to the middle. The Knights are going to need more of that. They're going to have to score again quickly. This, I can't even recall the last time I saw, or if I've ever seen a 5-goal comeback.
Hey, I'm here to make history happen, James. Let's do it.
It would be personal history for me. ZPS almost bumped beast mode out of the play. Rodoko has the boost stolen from his front of his face. ZPS a demo on Memory, trying to slow down this attack from the Pioneers. Memory up off the ceiling, down to Rapid. Rapid shot off the backboard. Sosa booms it downfield. Beast mode goes to collect, but it's a bad bounce for him. Now off the backboard, Rapid will clear it.
And that's one where that pass, it's a tough read, but you've got to have someone going for it. You're down 4 goals, 2 minutes to go, and you just got to hope that, okay, they're not going to touch that ball, and 2 players did miss, so had someone been up, possibility for a shot was there, but you've got to go all in at this point.
Kansas City Pioneers. They are in full control. The Knights going to need a miracle, and maybe this is the start of it. ZPS, he scopes out that clear attempt, and that was right into the net.
And good read. Just a plain good read there from ZPS. Down by 3, minute and a half to go. Still possible, just not highly plausible.
ZPS will turn and take this. Trying to catch a challenge from Beast Mode. It's into open space. Sosa will finally come in and take over. Delayed challenge. ZPS and that skip off the side. And now Rapid will clear it downfield. He's got no boost, however. Rodoko trying to get a quick 1-2-3 play going. Sosa right back towards net.
And it's starting to look like this is going to be KC Pioneers taking down the Pittsburgh Knights. But with all that said and done, I do like the roster move that the Knights went through, replacing Kinsey with Sosa. You know, Sosa did have a lot of misses and weren't fully in sync with each other. But that being said, when they were hitting, man, were they hitting. And this could be a team that is going to be very fun to watch moving forward.
And taking it to 5 games against the Pioneers. The Pioneers, however, if you look at this series, man, they have got some high highs, but they also had low lows getting shut out. This one getting forced to game 5. We see demos galore right now in the final moments of this one. The Pioneers, though, they still get the win. Even though they had this one come to 5 games, they still get the win. And this one was a strange one as well, Subi. We saw those 4 goals, the first minute and a half. Some late ones coming from the Knights, but you still feel like it's too late.
Yeah, 4 goals in a minute and a half, and 3 of those within a minute of each other. Just, there are 30 seconds almost. Yeah, 30 seconds. Just completely crumbling in game number 5. But the Pittsburgh Knights impressed me here, but the KC Pioneers going to be moving forward.
And I called the 3-1. It ended up going 5. I think the Knights gonna be, this is a tough series for them because they come in, they force game 5. It looks promising, but then that game 5, that's about the worst start that you can hope for. And the worst start you can imagine as a team at this level, especially in a game 5 when emotions are running high. To give up that many right away, it makes you feel like the game is out of reach right as it gets started.
Yeah, and it's almost like they were just so demoralized by that first goal that they immediately counted themselves out. And I'm sure that wasn't the case, but that's just kind of how it looked as a viewer. After that first goal, they just stopped going for the ball defensively. They wanted to just build a fort in their own goal, and it did not work. They had no challenges at midfield. It just left those midfield passes wide open, and those rebounds were just wide and free to be punished. So it was a good performance by the Pittsburgh Knights, but a better performance by the Pioneers.
And, this weekend, a bit special. Normally we'd go to break, but we have a special treat for you. We have the Verizon Speed Shot Challenge, and we accepted 30 clips from viewers out there watching, taking their best gameplay, and they sent it in to us, and now we're going to be voting on which clip makes it through to the final 10, which we'll look at on Sunday. This is the first play coming from Additional Gas 45. Rocket League, Subi, it's all about improv, isn't it?
Absolutely. You got to do whatever you can. He's coming out the top of the net and gets the touch to put it back on target. Great play there from Additional Gas 45.
And you talk about doing work in the trenches. Not only are you going for bumps, but you're also hitting a crazy wraparound shot like that. Let's take a look at number 2. This one comes at you from Zayfei911. Going for the double tap, and he hits it. This one using the underside of his car. And Subi, any double tap is a good double tap in my book.
Especially when I can't hit him like that. So beautifully well done there. And then the number 3 coming in, the real fender. Good touch here. And then comes off the side wall and gets the crucial touch there to keep it away from the defender.
The real fender using the wall to his advantage here. That first touch, you talk about a light first touch. That's how you do it. Even giving himself space to get that second one. So there's the 3 clips. You can vote on which one you want to make it to Sunday. Get your votes in over the break. And you can do that as well, Subi, in chat. Very easy to do. Make your voice heard. So there you have it. The Verizon Speed Shot Challenge. We'll have many clips coming at you all over this weekend. In the final 10, we'll take a look at on Sunday. So get your votes. We're going to go to a quick break. But when we come back, more RLCSX.
Verizon knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35, the network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
Walking on the moon. Walking on the moon. One moment to escape. Walking on the moon. Walking on the moon. All our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some levels that I've never been. I've never been. I've never been.
Hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series Season X. You're watching the Verizon 5G Ultra Cup. I'm Leaf. Alongside me is Gibbs and Shogun. And we're going to talk about the next match, or the last match, in just a second. First off, you guys have been voting all during that break, and I want to announce the winner of that first round there. There's more clips to come, but this person is moving on to the top 10. It's Additional Gas 45, that first clip there, that inside out. Yeah, Gibbs got that little dipsy do just to pop it back in. I know I've done that before, but never on purpose.
So that's a goal that I've never scored before. That's how I rate these goals. Heck, it's like, will I ever score this goal in 20 years? No. And that was one of those goals. So definitely will deserve a win there.
So Shogun, from what I get from this, is he's going to be voting for all of them.
There was a double tap. I might have hit. Maybe.
All right. There's some more voting that needs to be done here. And it's for the MVP of the match here. You guys need to get to that Twitch poll that's happening right here on twitch.tv/Rocket League and go and pick who you think was the MVP from that last match from KCP. They should all be listed there. Get your votes in. While you guys are doing that, we're going to talk about that last match there and see if Shogun's back with us now. Okay,
good.
He's here. All right. Let's talk about this, because I said it would go the distance, and it did.
I did not think it would actually go the distance. I thought KCP was going to come out and do really well. But Pittsburgh Knights, they battled back. It went to 5. Then Kansas City Pioneers were like, all right, now we're going to blow you out. And they look great in Game 5. That's a great sign for them to move forward. Beast mode, 1 goal per game. Also led the team in assists, so maybe he gets the MVP. We'll have to see. But these guys look pretty good. It was competitive, though. That's a good sign for Pittsburgh Knights, because they've looked a little weird lately, and we talked about that on day 0. They didn't look great. Here, they looked much better, Leaf. So what do you think?
Yeah, well, I mean, for me, the Knights, the problem with the Knights here is that sometimes they forget what they're doing. They're really good at defense, and then they forget to do offense. Then they do offense, and they forget to do defense. It's kind of pick one or the other for them. So finding that balance is key for them right now, and I think they're on that path. They're in that last split, so they're just sending it right now to try to figure that out. But I want to find out. I don't know if that poll's done. I think it's done. I got a spoiler here. I'm looking at the chat right now. We got our winner. It's Rapid. Takes this one. How do you feel about that? You're laughing, Shogun, or you're like, okay, no, that is right.
No, I was laughing because you've gone and got yourself spoilers.
I know. I was looking over here. I see
so
the big green thing
impatient
pop
over
up.
here, Leaf. Come on, dude. Now, that's completely deserved. Rapid was phenomenal in that series. And when you've got a series that is as close as that, you need somebody to be able to step up. That's exactly what Rapid did. Very well deserving of the MVP.
I'd say Twitch chat's 0 for 1. Beast mode all the way. But that's fine. Rapid did great too, but I'm going beast mode.
Gibbs just going against the grain as per usual. Let's take a look at the groups and see where that puts them now. As we take a look at Group A, B here, we're going to move it on to D in a second, but want to recap what's going on over here in A, Gibbs, as KCP gets the dub.
Oh, yes. Battle for first place coming up. Energy versus Kansas City Pioneers. Both teams at 3-0. They are guaranteed top 2, both these teams. That is fantastic news for them. Now they're playing for first place. Whoever wins that series will get it. We'll show that a little bit later on throughout today. Then we haven't seen Group B yet. They haven't played. But if we move over to Group C and D, we've seen some action in Group D. And there's been a big upset. The Rogue Boys, the number 2 team in NA that I called them, they got swept by Xset. A 3-0 sweep. So Whoa. Rogue has fallen down. They're at 2-1. And now there's a completely wide open door for a top 2 finish where Rogue plays G2 now. If G2 wins that, Rogue Xset, it's like, or Ghost could potentially walk away with that number 2 spot still. So there's a lot on the line happening in Group D, and we're going to see it right now.
Shogun, hold me. What's going on?
G2, this is where G2 gets started, isn't it? They're going to start lifting up the hopes of everybody, aren't they? And it's going to be a wild ride. I can tell you that.
That's for sure. Well, let's talk about this next match here. G2 versus Rogue, a big one again, especially after Rogue's loss to Xset there. G2, of course, with that recent announcement, are probably just going to start swinging for people's faces to take him down. Why not send it now? And Rogue is going to try to stop him. Rogue Gibbs is, a team stepping up huge in North America recently, though.
So Rogue looks great. We already know that sweep of Xset, that obviously is worrying. But I want to talk about G2 and Rizzo, because I was going to come into this pre-show and I was going to talk about Rizzo and kind of talk about why I don't think he is the problem on that team. There was obviously some rumors where they might pick up AJ for Rizzo, they might not. Then people were starting to blame him because he's playing off the ball a lot, playing where he moves like 35%, where he's on the other side of the field, just going for demos and going for boost control, but never playing on the ball. But that's not really his fault, because that is the game plan of G2. I think it's the whole team. They have to dial it back a bit. So far, we have looked at the stats. He's only at 30% now doing that. So it's a lot less. It seems like there's more of a rotational style, maybe because they're a little bit more laid back and they're just going to be like, yo, let's play a little bit normal of a style. So then when we fill in the grid, when we have our sub come in, it's not as awkward for him to play some Rocket League that's more normal. Because a lot of teams play a normal style of like slow rotations, like not too crazy, but not G2, where they move up the field, go for demos, and go for boost steals all the time. But they've changed it. They dialed it back just a little bit. So now the offense can help out on defense.
Well, it's time now for the Verizon fan vote, guys. You guys are busy today. Get your votes in chat. Hashtag G2 or hashtag RGE. Who you think's going to win this one? I feel like there's a chance it's going to be lopsided, especially with the recent news now. So let's get our predictions out here while everyone in chat battles it out here. Shogun, I'm going to let you go first on this one. Rogue G2, this is a hard one to pick, I feel, but you're going to have to do it.
So, yeah, I feel like this one's, not quite a 50-50, but I feel like you can make arguments either way. So it comes down to, what do I want? Do I want the chaos of G2 starting to really pull things together, get everyone's hopes up, and then maybe as we head into the end of the season, we have a perfect sort of situation for them? Or do I just want Chaos Division? Do I want it right here, right now? Do I want Rogue to take the win and just force all of the scenarios to become really difficult for Gibbs? I'm going to go with the short term. I'm not a patient person. Rogue take this.
Okay, Rogue takes this one. How about you, Gibbs?
So if they do win, they get top 2, Rogue. That's all they need. If they win 3-1, they get first. I think Rogue do it. I think they're going to get a 3-1 win here. I think they're a lot better than what they showed earlier, but maybe it's just an off day, so who knows? But I'm going Rogue.
I am going to go against the grain of G2. I think G2, they're coming in to have fun and get some dubs, and I think that's going to happen here. I know Rogue is looking good, but based off of nothing against Xset here, but if they're going to take an L against Xset here, I feel like it's one of those days that Rogue may be having a little bit of an offset here. So I think G2 can come in, take a swing, and take a dub on this one. Chat, again, close. We knew it would be close. I actually thought it'd be a little bit more than that for G2 on this one, but Shogun, you're right. Not quite a 50-50, but could go either way. Make your arguments
I was
online.
definitely going that way.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I got you. Make your arguments for either team online at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS. It's time to head over to the Verizon Skybox, though. For our next match, it's Rogue versus G2.
It's going to be hard casting without having a tear come to my eye, thinking that this might be Rizzo's final split as a pro. So, now we've got to do our job, Subi. They're going up against Rogue. Rogue, a team that you expect to be the favorite in this. The desk even having it be their favorite. They fell to Xset, though. Does that change anything for you?
It kind of does for me, to be honest. And, you know, Rogue was this dominant team all winter, and then to fall to a team like Xset, who, you know, isn't as good as G2, I think Rogue is going to have their work cut out for them, especially against the G2 squad that, you know, I would say the pressure's kind of off. They know that this is the last run. This is the final foray, and there it is, Chicago. What a save by First Killer. But I think this is going to be a dangerous G2 to play against when they're just coming out to have fun.
Yeah, no doubt. Sometimes you see teams play their best game in that situation. It's a little similar to that honeymoon phase where you know that there's no expectations on you. You're just out there and just seeing what you can do. Rogue find themselves playing defense right now. Chicago, he's a demolition man. 2 back-to-back. That's a scorcher on net. Rizzo with a boomer for the first goal of the series.
Rizzo keeps it alive. Rizzo with the corner read, and the demo opens things up, and that ball just trickles its way into net. And what a way to open up the series for G2.
25 miles an hour. Had to use a radar gun on that. So fast.
At least he could get through a school zone on that one.
Not wrong. Good start for G2. Chicago, when he's demoing, G2 is one of the most frustrating teams to play against. Now demo on the other end. First Killer dishes it back to Taroko. This was a selfless play and a textbook give and go.
Yeah, just a 1-2-1. Great pass from Taroko, but an even better one back to Taroko from First Killer. Great read there from Rogue, and I love to see that. And so we're all tied up 1-1. Rogue doing a great job there to get that one back from G2. And now things are kind of even up, and I expect to see the pace kind of slow and normalize here from both teams as Rizzo gets it over one defender, but First Killer up on that back wall. Great clear all the way downfield.
And this is close start. I think we expected this to be the case. Leaf going with G2. The only one. Twitch chat heavily in favor of G2, but you know, this does feel like a coin flip.
Especially with the sweep from Xset over Road.
And that's not the best touch from Taroko. Rizzo with the 50, cleared off the goal line by First Killer. Taroko will dribble it out, going for a flick. The 50 kicked it high. J-Naps reads that well off the arc, but gets Rizzo gets demoed shortly after. J-Naps, another clear has to come through. Chicago going for the double tap, broken up by Turnturo.
And what a defensive-sided match we've got here, James. Not a lot of shots from either team. We only have 4 shots in this entire match, and we're already at halftime. 3 in favor of G2 and 1 on the side of Rogue. And Rizzo finds the open net. And First Killer just looked at it and realized, I've got no angle to do anything.
Yeah, Chicago winning that challenge there. He not only beats his defender, but also puts the ball in a spot where Rizzo can take a shot. Chicago having a great game so far. Rizzo, both goals coming from him as well. So G2, if you're a fan, this is what you hope to see.
Oh man, how great would it be if they win this major and just end it on the highest note possible for Rizzo?
What are you a G2 fan?
I'm a Rocket League fan, and I'm a storyline fan. And you know, a player like Rizzo that has just been always so good for the esport, I just want to see go out as good as possible. Yeah, he never got to win a world championship, but you know, he's always been at the top. And you know, I can't say anything bad about the guy.
He did have a scoring chance there.
Oh, now you're going to nitpick?
I'm nitpicking a little bit.
That's fair.
Could have been 3-1 right now, but G2 is keeping tons of pressure on. Chicago, 50, rebound out in front of net. Rizzo, will he leave it? No, he'll take it. J-Naps also going for it as well. Slight confusion. Demo on Rizzo. Rizzo's probably gotten demoed 4 or 5 times this game.
Yeah, it's just wrong place, wrong time, to be honest, because Rogue looking for it, and that one,
my goodness,
somehow stays out, just hits the post in the worst way possible, and G2 able to get it out of their half.
And what a pinch as well to follow things up. That was dangerously close to being a goal. Rogue perhaps feeling robbed. Chicago misses on that touch. Turnturo going for net, but JNaps will boom it out. Chicago wasn't able to slip that by. Now first killer, airborne, gets rid of it early. Taroko didn't have enough speed to get there. And a team bump on the wall from Rogue. This is gonna make things awkward for him on the back. You see first killer having to sprint back for it.
And here we go. Not the guy you want off the side wall. First killer can't find the double tap. Good defense there from Chicago. And 15 seconds to go. Rogue need one, but G2 marching down the field. Chicago gets the flick, turned away by Taroko. And here we go, James. Everything on the line right now for Rogue, but they're needing to go the full length of the field, and it's not gonna happen. JNaps with the dagger.
Yeah, JNaps gonna put a close on this one. You saw Turnturo going upfield. He was expecting Taroko to hit it up, but that was a lob that JNaps jumped right on top of. So G2, they have a strong performance in game one. They'll get the win, and man, it was an oil bath out there, Subi. So many demos in this one. Rizzo getting demoed a ton of times, but it started out with Chicago getting a bunch of demos, and that actually opened up the chances for G2 early on.
Yeah, and G2 coming out in form here in game number one. Looked very speedy, very fast, and I think this is a dangerous team when the pressure's off and they're just going out to have fun, because that's just kind of the personality of these guys. When there's no pressure, play so well, and when they're having fun, kiss yourself goodnight. But Rogue couldn't get the job done there, and one of those shots almost went in just off of the post, and you got to think if that one goes in, we're going to be sitting in overtime right now, and could be a different story, but sometimes that's just the way the Rocket League cookie crumbles.
And you talk about a delicious cookie, Rizzo. You know, he's a snack in this game. 2 goals to his name. The goals, honestly, though, that one 25-mile-an-hour goal, and I'm stretching it there, but that 25-mile-an-hour goal was, again, the result of a demo. G2, the demo game on point, and I just can't stress it enough. When G2 is connecting on these demos, especially when Chicago's getting those demos on that last player back, G2, they're a handful. And they proved it this game. Rogue falling in game one. They did have some good moments, though. You think about that give and go. That was a very solid play from Rogue, and you see the threat that they pose.
Yeah, and those demos that they were going for weren't high-risk demos either. They were kind of just, all right, I'm already here. I'm already going to be rotating out. Let's see if I can make contact with a defender. And sure enough, they did. And those are the demos that work out the best for your team. And Rogue, Taroko, found himself in the perfect position to challenge this ball.
And with Rogue being swept by XSET, if they lose another one here, maybe you start sounding that alarm.
Man, I hope not.
Good
Just
beat.
when I got on the Rogue train, you know, this is a team that I really think has what it takes to succeed at the highest levels. Obviously, they've won regionals rather, and we've seen that they can compete with the very best and be consistent at it. But it's okay to have one poor game. But yeah, James, we've got to keep all eyes on this matchup, because if they get swept by G2, I agree. Start sounding that panic alarm.
JNaps weaving around defenders. Taroko wanted to get that demo, but JNaps too savvy for that. On the counterattack, Chicago with the challenge. Turnturo right towards net, easily saved. Chicago, lovely flick. Rizzo, nice touch back to Chicago, goes for the backward pass, but JNaps will get demoed. To sprint to the other end, double tap ball. It's hit by Turnturo.
Beautiful give and go there from first killer, and great comms from Turnturo to call first killer off. But that angle to get it underneath the crossbar and make it a bounce shot makes it so hard to defend.
Turnturo taking over. You saw how quickly he was up. First killer was also airborne. And that is one place where Rogue is so deadly, is up there in that aerial game. They are not afraid to follow each other up, you know, very close.
Yeah, some high flyers for sure. And the confidence that they have in their aerial abilities is what makes them so deadly. They know what they can do, and they know what they can hit, and that speed is the difference maker.
And their willingness to jump up right behind their teammate if they know they're going to get there first. Turo in that situation got so much power on that hit to the backboard that set up the strong bounce so he could even hit that double tap. So Rogue, they're leading. We're approaching the halfway point. Rogue looking to be recovered. G2 been fighting back from their own half most of this one.
And speaking of high flying, just on that clear, Turo was on the opposite side, up on the ceiling, just in case the ball went his way, he was going to have a look at it. I mean, these guys go from some crazy stuff.
Chicago, he was looking for the pass from JNaps. Rizzo was ready to go for the demo in net, but there's no defenders back there. JNaps up to Chicago. Chicago trying to slow play it, maybe hoping for that 50-50. See a double commit from G2, low shot, Rizzo pinches it out, and the follow-up shot was high. Still dangerous, first killer, light touch, and now Chicago will clear it down. Turo getting the boost from the corner, cutting that one close.
Risky move, but it paid off, and Taroko able to get that one, thankfully, as it was a double commit on the side of Rogue, and G2 starting to inch closer and closer to that Rogue net, but their touches just aren't quite there, and there's a good one, but a little too wide. And Rizzo missing on that one.
Turo racing Chicago. Slams that far corner, and now Chicago will dump that down. JNaps getting the corner boost steal. Turn Turo over to first killer. Rizzo cutting out the pass. Taroko back to the corner. JNaps booming it. Chicago redirect going for the backboard pass, but Turo will cut it out. JNaps out of boost. Drop pass for Rizzo. Yeah. Rizzo tried to catch it, but first killer was so fast, ended up breaking up the play.
Yeah, that's a tough one, and a great demo there by Rizzo. His first killer was trying to dump that ball far side for Turo, but Rizzo got rid of him, and JNaps, great 50-50 on the back wall, but still can't get that ball towards the box.
Rizzo with the 50. Rogue experiencing some pressure now late from G2. JNaps, that was a dud of a hit. Went down to Turo, up to Taroko. Rizzo trying to pop it up for JNaps, but it was too close. Chicago trying to kickstart this last counterattack for G2. Oh, that could have been it. Rizzo with full boost. It bounced down, keeps it airborne. Ball to the corner, that's gonna bounce down. It's kept alive. Rizzo will keep this in play. Going for the pass down. No, he leaves it for Chicago. It's a nice bounce. And that double commit, that'll end it. Rogue, hang on. It was a long 0-second ball.
Wow.
But Rogue still were able to do it.
I can't believe that Rogue kept that ball up in their own half. That was not the wisest choice there. Just let that ball hit the ground, boys, and see yourself into game number 3. But still come out victorious and really kept G2 at bay. G2 could get nothing going on the offensive end. I mean, they did get the shots, but they just couldn't get in the back of the net.
Yeah, the speed at which they're going for it. They're just getting up in the air early. You see first killer, Taroko, all of them doing it. And even on offense, that willingness to jump early and just commit, that is making the difference for them. But still a very close game. We saw that one play where I can't remember if it was Taroko or Turo getting that boost in the corner. Then they had to boost all the way back far post to make a save. So this one was close. Now we're tied up in the series at 1 apiece. This one will put somebody on match point. And G2 Rogue both hanging in there. They're looking well matched at this point, Subi.
Yeah, and if you're on Rogue and you can get your confidence levels to rise even further, I think it's going to be a quick series from this point forward, because Rogue was looking so fast in that game number 2, and G2 just couldn't go pace for pace with it.
First killer. The best touch there. He wanted to pop it high.
There you go.
And that's a nice bounce down. Chicago had it pinball off Taroko and first killer. Nice touch from Chicago. Rizzo, the bounce shot. Turo getting back to the wall, is low on boost though. He won't be able to jump up for the next one. Gets demoed as well. First killer, high flick. Rizzo, tap to Chicago, comes off the wall. It's gonna be high. The double tap was there. Chicago just didn't have the line.
Both players missing that one. A little sloppy play in the first 45 seconds. And Chicago missing on that one as well. Gotta recollect their emotions here. Everything kind of riding on this game 3, in my opinion. I think it is so important to get game 3 under your belt if you're trying to win the series, and a great clear from first killer all the way downfield. And we were talking about it, James, but G2, even if they do lose this series, but they win one more game, so they get 2 total wins, they'll clinch number 1 in the group. So they need to really focus on game number 3.
Yeah, just might as well clinch that number 1 right here, right now. Game 3.
Might as well.
First killer. Double tap pass out to the middle. Chicago jumps on it. Taroko back to the backboard. First killer into the middle. Taroko not going to be able to go for that. He's low on boost. Chicago jumping from the other side of the field. First killer beat him by a good margin. A good touch right turn. Turo. He was looking to catch that and dribble it underneath. He almost pulled it off. Far pass. JNap's going to have a shot here. First touch goes for the flick instead. There's no one to clean up on that rebound. JNap's, maybe you just take the shot right away. You saw he wanted to try to set up a better one with that first touch, but it's tough to get that first touch in a way that lets you really rip one.
Yeah, great pass from Chicago, but a little too far forward and close to the goal line. Put it right in the defender's lap. And I'm loving the patience that I'm seeing from Chicago in this game. He's just waiting for his moment to strike and waiting for his opportunity. And just misses the demo on Taroko there.
Chicago. The corner has JNap's come help him out, and Chicago will pick up the mid boost. This could be a chance. Chicago, you saw him have to turn. First killer trying to lead the counter. Taroko gets some help there, but JNap's in position to hit it right back into the Rogue half. Rogue doing everything they can to break down this Rogue defense up at the midfield.
This is open net. Rizzo just has to put it on target, and he does with perfection. G2 go up by 1.
And G2 having most of the pressure, but this is classic Rizzo. Demo right into a goal. G2 now.
Columns too.
Yeah, that's so important when you can tell your teammate, sometimes when the ball is up there like that, they can't see what's in front of them. But if you say, I got the demo, hit me upfield, they're going to do it. JNap's was able to get that pass perfectly over to Rizzo. Low scoring game though, and series. This is a dangerous one. It's just in. A 50 bouncing up off the ceiling and in. You don't see that too often.
Oh my. Yeah, try and do that again. I dare you. But hey, Rogue will take it. Tie the game up. And an unfortunate situation for G2. You're playing great and just a poor 50-50. Doesn't go your way. And Turo puts one close, but just misses that upper 90.
Another one off the ceiling and down. First killer trying to flip to it. Rizzo, light touch. First killer on 0 boost. Lobbed it up. JNap's gets it around Turo. 50 from first, who's still on 0, gets another quality 50-50 ball. That one shooting deep into G2's corner.
That was a great pass from Turo. Gets the soft touch, but goes backwards with it. And Taroko rushing back to get back on this back wall and gets a nice clear downfield.
No confusion there for G2 on the clear. That left the net open. And they get away with one there now. 2v1. Rizzo Going for backboard, easily cleared from first killer. It's a shot all the way on net, but JNaps, he's been waiting in the back quite a bit for G2. Rizzo to the middle. Got less than 30 seconds to go. Rizzo pinch. Gyro out to the middle of the field, is going to catch it, go for a dribble. JNaps cuts out the play again. Chicago going for a 50. No, he goes right for net, and it's saved from Taroko. Another save from JNaps, who has been rock solid in that third man position.
He had the angle for that double. Here we go. Good decision there from Rizzo to just slam it into the ground. And game 3, arguably one of the most important of the series when it's all knotted up, goes to overtime.
Rizzo is going to have to get the read. He does. You hate those reads, the ones you have to go straight up for. Rizzo able to get the touch. JNaps on the backboard. Control. Down to the ground. Turintro gets a demo. JNaps did it right back. No one's there. JNaps sprinting back. And he's running on fumes right now. The corner boost stolen right in front of his face yet again. Just going to have to hit it and bail. First killer. Great read off the backboard. Makes it look easy. Chicago upfield.
Good chance here from Chicago. Great push downfield. Love that from G2. But Rogue, and I swear, they just continue to make my jaw drop at how fast they can get up to these balls.
And not only that, but the speed first killer is able to maintain even at 0 boost, and the 50s that he's able to win. We've seen him multiple times this series where he's got nothing in the tank, but still wins a 50-50 that launches all the way downfield. Now Turo didn't get the best hit there. Counterattack is on. Chicago low 50. Has Rizzo in the middle, but the demo is going to slow things down. Rizzo, ball bounced off his car, switched fields. Now Turinturo, the shot off the crossbar, down and out. Rogue coming in within inches of winning this one in overtime.
Oh, G2 getting away with one, and Turinturo puts it back post. And G2 trying to stay in this offensive half. They've looked good, but they just can't maintain pressure there, as Rogue doing a great job of getting these clears to go into some transition offense. And just as a reminder, once again, if G2 do take this game, they clinch #1 in their group.
Gyro. And you know Rogue's going to know that as well. They can already feel the series on the line, the group on the line, at least for that #1 spot. Chicago letting first killer challenge into him. JNaps, first touch control in the air, going for a 50, but that last touch got away from him too far. First killer able to boom it downfield. Now off the ceiling, Rizzo loses the challenge. The double tap from first killer, and Rogue will win this one in overtime.
And look at his boost management in the air. The tap, 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 and just puts himself in perfect position to put it on target. Great double tap there by first killer.
Even low on boost, first killer will be perfect with it and be able to find that shot. First killer, huge game, 824 points, 2 goals, 3 saves on 5 shots.
And great job there by Rogue to get it done in overtime, get that job finished, and G2 just looked pretty stagnant there in overtime. Didn't look like they had a lot of offense, didn't look like they could maintain that offense, and it just looked like it was all Rogue in just a matter of time before that goal went in the back of the net.
Rizzo, it seemed like that one goal might be enough to get G2 the win, and then that unfortunate bounce for G2. Fortunate if we're certainly going Rogue's way.
Yeah, and I'm going to be watching JNaps in this game because Chicago was playing nice and patient, Rizzo doing his job. But I want to see what JNaps pulls out here with the series on the line. We've heard that knapsack terminology for so long, and we know that he is capable of greatness, and right now is time for that greatness to shine, rather.
Certainly, there's no time like the present, especially with the group on the line. You just got to get one more win. You don't even have to win the series, just one more game. We'll see if G2 can do it. First killer to the 50 on the goal line. JNabs keeps it out. And now on the other end, it's a race. Chicago, the wave dash. And he won't connect, but G2 going to be happy that there was no goal.
JNabs holding down that back line for G2. Gets it done defensively. Can he get it done offensively? They've got to keep first killer at bay.
Chicago. Gonna have that ball leak out to JNabs. First killer. First killer. So much talk about him being the best player in North America and the best player in the world after those recent performances, even in the winter major. First killer not failing to, not failing to deliver either in this series.
Best player in the world?
Oh yeah, you haven't been hearing these conversations?
I guess I haven't had
There's
my ear directly on the ground. I've had it pretty low to the ground, but that's a bold statement there. He is one of the best for sure, but when Monkey Moon's marching around, I don't think there's much you can argue. But
First killer.
Subjective, right?
What is it, you know?
Oh!
And Chicago gonna leak this one in.
And I think the demo made first killer just hold on his brakes, and he could have just went right underneath that. But either way, I'm not sure if he catches up to that ball. And G2 up by 1 here. First minute and a half gone by. So far, they're doing a great job.
G2, they got the lead early on in the last game. They weren't able to hold on. Can they do it this time? JNabs. Center ball. First killer hopping in there, making sure no shot comes. But Chicago and JNabs leading the attack. Chicago got that mid boost. Rizzo, a nice chip up for JNabs. JNabs, the shot comes out, but it was wide. That chip, though, you could see the writing on the wall for Rogue. If JNabs puts that on target, good chance of that one going in. Rizzo with a demo on Churro in the goal as well. G2 starting to look a bit more ferocious.
Oh, bumping net.
Oh, another
It's gonna go in.
JNabs scores this somehow. The goals in this series have been special. I'll say that.
Well, this one beats out Rizzo's 25 mile per hour.
13.
And JNabs gets it at 13. And you see him laughing, having fun. G2, no pressure, no stress. Just getting the goals to go in somehow, some way.
Rizzo gonna chase this over to the corner. Will get the corner boost, leaving the job to Chicago. Churro with the demo. We saw demos at the start of the series in the first game. Now they're starting to rear their head again. Oh, first killer. Misreading now back-to-back demos.
Yeah, they're just trading blows right now. Rizzo tried to bump Turinturo off that back line as well, which put him out of position. And this is going to be dangerous. Rogue with a 3-on-2, and now a 3v2 again. But somehow G2 able to maintain and get this ball back into the blue half.
Chicago trying to poke that one up in the air. JNabs had low boost. See Taroko making a detour to get that mid boost. First killer, double tap pass off the backboard. Churro is there, and Rogue are back within 1.
That pass was beautiful from Taroko, and first killer just chipping it up on that back wall. No one was there, so he's able to get that double tap pass. Turo, all he had to do, get it underneath Rizzo. He's in an awkward spot. And Rogue fighting their way back into this game number 4.
Taroko, boomer of a ball, tough for Rizzo to handle. It went straight up off the ceiling. Fortunately for him, Chicago there to help out. JNabs also there at midfield. G2 is going to have a tough time, I think, keeping Rogue at bay. Another shot coming in. We're approaching that final minute. An insurance goal would be invaluable for G2. We know how explosive Rogue's offense can be. Backboard bounce, Chicago to the side. Rizzo demoing Turo, giving Chicago space to work with. He opts to dribble, flicks it by one, but Turo will boom it down. Rizzo off the ceiling is going to go for a second hit. Back pass to JNaps. Oh, sir, a little scary, but Rizzo able to get that back to JNaps with no problem.
I like that decision there from Rizzo. Go with the back pass. I don't think it was as dangerous as it looked. I think he was definitely calling that out. You saw JNaps starting to creep forward before it even happened. So they planned that one out. I am a big fan of utilizing those back passes. They can be so dangerous, especially when a team thinks that they've got you on the back ropes and then out of nowhere, you bomb the ball downfield.
G2, this win will clinch the group for them. They have to deny the 0-second opportunity. They do it, and G2 will take the win. We're going to be going to Game 5, but G2 securing that #1 spot in their group.
Getting the job done, and JNaps sitting on top, just like I had asked. And it all started with the defense in the first, what was that, 10, 15 seconds, James, where JNaps got that incredible save on the goal line, and what was it? Minute later, they got a goal from it. So good defense transitions into good offense in G2, forcing game number 5.
Yeah, you really can't forget about that play. The fact that that first goal didn't go in was absolutely mind-boggling. And then the 13-mile-an-hour goal, this one, right? You know, it was a long replay. Lots of bouncing there. But Rogue battled back. They were threatening. And that's something about Rogue that you just have to always be aware of is their comeback potential. These guys, such a high-powered offense. No matter how big that lead is, it seems like Rogue is a team that can fight their way back into it. That one just a 1-goal game. And now we find ourselves in the final game of the series, Game 5 here on Champions Field. G2 already securing that #1 spot in their group, but Rogue is going to be fighting for that pride and to keep their #2 spot. So here we go.
Back-to-back series going to Game 5. You couldn't ask for a better way this series, or this day rather, to start out.
Rizzo shadowing the ball down to Taroko. Chicago.
Oh, there it
that
is.
Shot, it's in. Rizzo, 0 boost. This is that game sense. A quick turn from the win from Chicago. Rizzo just boots it downfield.
I mean, you saw him starting to turn to rotate back, but realized, hey, boost or not, it doesn't matter. I can get to the ball before the defender, and just pokes it right over the top of him. Good heads-up play there from Rizzo, and G2 find themselves on top here in game number 5.
Quick start for G2. You wonder if Rogue's rough day will continue. Already lost one to X-Set, now on the verge of losing another one to G2. Flick up high. Chicago down to the corner, double tap pass. First killer, first one there. First killer, when he's that player on defense that needs to beat someone to the ball on a backboard bounce like that, and he is very rarely beat.
Yeah, he's pretty consistent with those touches. Very consistent player just all around. And prior to this match starting, I was going to ask you a question, and, you know, the goal's already been scored, so it's, oh, no way. No way. They keep the ball out. Chicago and JNips just team up, keep that ball from going in, and hold on to this lead. But I was going to ask, James, do you think that in between game 4 and 5, do you think Rogue should have used a tactical timeout just based off of getting swept on X-Set earlier and realizing how important this series is?
I don't think so, especially with these young players. They're going to be eager to just get back into the game and get out on the field. And I think that's the best call as well for a team like Rogue.
Just kind of keep things moving and don't kill the momentum.
Yeah, just get out there on the field. And when you're a young team like they are, a lot of times you just want to get out there and prove yourself.
Oh,
That was a chance to get the equalizer, and yeah, you wonder what was going on there, Subi.
It just flat out missed. That's all you can really chalk it up to.
Rizzo on 0 boost. Ball out to JNabs, he lobs it. Forcing Rogue to use up that boost, get up there and get the touch, but a nice win from Turnturo, but Rizzo will win the 50. Chicago with the demo on first killer as well. Slowing down the offensive attack. Chicago going for a 50. Ball out to JNabs. He's far back. JNabs, that third man, playing in that third man position for G2. It's been rock solid as well. Rizzo, the shot off the crossbar, bounces out. JNabs follows it up. A rebound goal for JNabs, and G2 extend their lead.
Keep your eye on Rizzo. Watch him box out the defender. First killer can't turn in, leaves it wide open for JNabs. And great pass from Rizzo, but an even better box out on the defender to leave things wide open.
G2. Twitch chat was right, you know. Twitch chat coming out predicting G2. Right now, they have the 2-goal lead, but Rogue gets a double demo here at the hands of Turnturo. They're going to need one very soon. Turnturo lobs over to first killer, and they get it. First killer going to shoot this one in. There was a bump in net. There was a demo just before that. Great pressure from Rogue.
Yeah, and if you're Rizzo, you're just crossing your fingers there that first killer hits it directly at your nose, because he's got the whole net that he can just paint with the ball. And he did hit it at Rizzo, but it went off his backside into the back of the net. And Rogue only down within 1 and plenty of time to work with here in game number 5. And that's a demo on the back line. It's going to be open, and Chicago has to race back. Good defense there from G2.
Oh, that's dangerous as well. On the goal line, G2 has had so many close calls on the goal line. Rizzo. Now ball over to the other end. First killer. The control. You see him trying to get creative. JNab's going to chase Turnturo down. Has to bail on the chase. Out of boost. Turnturo gets challenged by Chicago. Nice flick. Rizzo's backwards. Gets the touch over to the corner. Happy to melt time off, but now Turnturo pushing this ball downfield. First killer stopped by Chicago. Taroko up in the air. Chicago can't go for it. He's out of boost. Looks like multiple G2 members having to play patient Rocket League due to boost struggles. Chicago, ground pinch. The play broken up. Boost steal from Chicago. Lets Rizzo come in and get the clear. Turo up. JNab's cutting out the play. Boost dominance by G2 in these final moments. Chicago going for the demo on Turnturo. Punching first killer around, but now one more chance. Double commit from G2, but it's good enough. G2 in game 5 will get the win over Rogue.
Man, and they just held on for dear life at the end there. Just kept cutting out those passing lanes, and you saw Rogue. They wanted to launch that ball downfield to try and start their offense from that man cheating forward, but G2 saw it coming from a mile away, and G2 remain undefeated in their group.
G2, Gibbs was talking about it in the green room. He's like, well, with Rizzo's retirement announcement, they're obviously going to win this tournament. So right. He might not be far off. G2 remaining perfect. And this series, it was a bit sloppy at times, even from both ends. We saw some very strange goals that you don't really see in a G2 Rogue matchup too often, or in any top team matchup too often. But G2, their defense holding on, and they're able to shut out Rogue. So now Rogue is going to have some questions asked about them. They fall to X set, and now they fall again to G2 after their incredible tournament performances. We're going to have to see if they can remain consistent, Subi.
You know, and I think it's just pretty simple that it boils down to accuracy. There was a few opportunities that they had, and they just went a little too high or a little too wide, and that's how it fell in this match. You got to hit your shots if you're going to succeed against top-level teams.
And it's fun to watch people hit shots. And that's going to bring us right into the Verizon 5G Speed Shot Challenge. We had 30 players submit their clips that we accepted, and they're going to be going head-to-head for the best clip out there. And we've got our first one that we're going to take a look at here, Subi. Number 1 coming at us. This is from Unhealthy Crab Meat. Hard shot from midfield right underneath the crossbar.
That's a pretty poke from midfield. Gets right underneath the ball to just yoink it from midfield.
And then number 2, we'll see if it can beat that shot. This one from YTZI13. The nice read off the backboard. We take another look at this one, Subi.
That is not easy to do. Gets the first touch and then a double tap off the backboard with the defender in net.
Yeah, that self-pass, something else. But here we have number 3, and this one uses all 3 players from the blue team getting their jumps back up off the ceiling. The triple team pinch from downtown. This was unbelievable.
They look like the Blue Angels going up, coming down together, all in unison, and somehow 203 kilometers per hour. That's a fast goal.
Yeah, so I think I know which clip might be the one that wins, but I'm not the one doing the voting. Twitch chat is.
Well, you can
Twitch
be.
Chat, yeah, I guess I can be. But Twitch chat, get your votes out there in chat. Let us know which clip that you liked most, and we'll select that one to move on. So hopefully we get another look at that one clip. That number 3 clip was something else.
This has been great. I love watching these clips. But yeah, that Blue Angels clip, that's what I'm calling it from now on. That was fun to watch.
It was, but we have more Rocket League that we're going to have to get through, Subi. So we'll go to a quick break, and when we come back, more RLCSX.
Verizon knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35, the network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
Hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series Season X. You're watching the Verizon 5G Ultra Cup. I'm Leaf alongside me, Gibbs and Jorby. And we got to talk about one of those plays that you guys just saw that you were voting on during the break there, because we have our winner here. It's Mimi, I believe it was, for that crazy, all three of the people involved in that.
Okay. Now here's the problem. There's three people that made that shot. We already know who's going to win this whole thing. I think we know at this point. We have a lot more cool shots coming, but I have a feeling this shot might have a chance. Who wins the actual fun? There's three people that hit the shot. I don't know.
Well,
they're going to fight over it.
They told you, Gibbs. They told you right in the name. It's Mimi.
That's true. All right.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
The other
He's
two
the first
didn't
one
submit
who
the clip.
sent it in.
Maybe if they submitted the clip, they'd get it. But, Mimi,
So maybe
you submitted
maybe
the clip,
they
you
did,
get
it's
the
just-
win.
Mimi got it in first. So anyways,
yeah.
we got some more voting for you guys. Of course, we need your help in deciding who the match MVP was for that last match from the three players of the winners there. So please
know who
get
it
your
is.
votes in. There's a Twitch poll, of course. There's a Twitch poll going on right now. Get your votes in for the winner of that match MVP. Let's talk about that match. While you guys do that, though, we're going to talk about this G2 Rogue matchup. Jorby, of course, this was one we were all excited to watch all day.
Yeah, absolutely. And, G2, it started pretty good for G2. They matched Rogue the whole way, where we've seen Rogue kind of lap teams around the pitch in the last few regionals. Like, this was definitely a lot more of a struggle for them. And First Killer, he hadn't looked, he wasn't taking over the pitch all by himself. They had to respect G2 on a lot of plays. And overall, it was definitely a match deserving of 5 games.
It was very close. I think this is what we need from G2. Don't overthink things. I feel like they always want to play their play style no matter what. They're kind of laid back, just going for a normal rotation. It's working out for them. They got the win. They win the entire group. They're the #1 seed out of that group now. Like, this is great for them going forward for this regional. And then who knows? Who knows? Maybe they go to Worlds, win the whole thing with Rizzo half retired. Who knows?
Well, let's check on that 5G Ultra Cup MVP of the match, and it is, as Gibbs said, it's Rizzo.
Of course.
Of course it's Rizzo.
Yeah.
He's got this one in the bag for a while now. He's playing us all. I see what you're doing here. Rizzo takes that one, of course. I mean, again, well deserved as well too. So there you go to Rizzo for that one. We got more of those coming in the future. For now, let's talk about what's coming up. Let's take a look at the next groups we're going to be looking at here, and of course, A and B. We're going to bounce back there, Gibbs, as we take a look at one final match that's sitting there.
Here we go. Battle of the 2, 3, and 0. It's pretty simple. You win, you're first place. You lose, you're still top 2, which is great, but you're not first place. So that's what it comes down to. Energy versus KCP. Energy they're on fire. They obviously won Winter Major. KCP is one of those teams in the run-in for a World Championship spot, but they need points. They need them desperately. It'd be nice to take an Energy now. So, you get bragging rights and get that #1 seed going into tomorrow.
That is true. Let's talk about this one. Jorby, NRG versus KCP. Of course, NRG, the big boys right now in North America. This is the team to beat, coming off a win off that last regional, but KCP tied with them in the group right now. This is all for seeding. This is super important for both these teams. KCP, I'm wondering, do you think, Jorby, that they're back to full swing?
I mean, that's hard to say. I think that with the group that they're in, KCP taking the 3 matches that they did is not too big of a surprise. I think looking at Kansas City Pioneers match earlier, I would say they're feeling pretty good today. And if they're going to be in any shape to play against NRG, this is probably the form that they want. Is it like prior form, KCP make top 4 in a regional? I don't know yet. I have to see how they play against NRG, because this team is so difficult to get by, especially lately, the way NRG have been clicking. I gotta be able to see KCP once they hit the pitch against NRG. Right now, it's hard to say.
That's true. And now it's time for the Verizon fan vote, guys. Again, we're keeping you busy all day long. Get those hashtags in the chat, KCP or NRG, to vote for the team you think is going to win this one and grab that nice little 1 seed. While you're doing that, let's get our votes out here. Now, I'll go last because I was the only one right on the last one, I think.
Okay.
So, Gibbs, I'll let you go first.
I was right. Okay.
Were you?
No, not on the last one. I was right on the Pioneers one. But whatever. I'll say I'm right. No one's going to look bad. Anyway, do you want to know the good news or the bad news first for KCP here?
Bad news.
Bad news, yeah.
Okay, bad news is they've played Energy 8 times. They've lost all 8 times. The good news, they've only played them once in the grid and no times in RLCS X. So maybe there'll be a change now. I'm not going to bet on it, though. I'm going Energy easily here, 3-0.
Yeah. That's fair enough.
I'm also going NRG pretty easily here. And unless Beast Mode has a match that I'm not seeing, then NRG got this.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to step up with NRG on this one as well. Against most odds, I pick NRG. So of course against KCP, not that I don't believe that they'll put up a good fight. I just think NRG should edge this one out, especially how they've been looking recently. So does Chad. That's one of our record highs, 94%.
Wow.
94% in favor of NRG. That is just beastly. Well, they're going to like to hear that one. Not KCP, though. If you're a KCP fan, please get on Twitter and let them know. Give them their energy. They need it. At RL Esports, hashtag RLCS. But now we got a quick sit down with Squishy before we head over to the Verizon Skybox for our next match.
Winning the first major was an amazing feeling. It's something that the whole team was working for the whole season. So after falling short in the fall major, winning was amazing. All the hours you put in, all the stress, all the stressful series that you just played finally paid off, especially like those series against Rogue. They were so tough on us. So it's an amazing feeling, like for all your hard work to finally pay off.
Squishy, and he manages to win this and gets an own goal out of Turo. Hey, they'll take it.
Playing a grand final is definitely intense. It's like a higher level of pressure than any other series. You can just feel that it's a grand final. You know that it's the last two teams in the tournament, and you know how important every single goal and every single game is.
Squishy versus Turo goal. NRG near field pass. He picks up the up. And NRG perfect in overtimes in these series.
I don't think it was necessarily hard for me to fit into the NRG roster just because on C9 there was a lot of times where I had to play different roles. I was even playing first man, second man, third man, and having players like Justin and Garrett to support me and back me up makes it even easier. It's a good thing about our team is we're all really close friends. We all have a really similar mindset in how we want to play the game, and we all know that we can get so much better, and we always strive to improve that. So I feel like we're not even close to as good as we can get, which is a really good thing considering we're finishing top 2 and even winning some of these events. So it's a bright future for NRG, and I think we're not stopping anytime soon.
Definitely having a massive defensive impact. NRG makes a perfect read on where the play is headed.
The next goals for NRG after winning the major is trying to win as many regionals as we can leading up to the World Championship. We can take the big win home and get ourselves the RLCS X Season 10 World Champion title in-game. That's my goal. I really want that in-game title. It's going to look so nice. That's always what I've tried to collect, but it's going to be amazing to win that if we do win it with the boys, because I've been friends with Gary and Justin for so long, man. It's a goal of all of ours to win together, so hopefully we can do it.
On the backboard for Gary to drop it down and through. They get revenge for the regional event number 3 and become RLCS.
Well, it sounds like Squishy and the rest of NRG know the challenge ahead of them, and they are more than ready to try and take it on. But for now, Johnny, they've got to deal with KCP, as Gibbs mentioned, a team that they haven't lost to at this point. And it's also a bit of a win here for the Seeders, because this is a straight-up shootout for the #1 spot in this group.
Yeah, it's a really big deal here. I mean, dodging G2, who seem to be on a pretty hot streak at the moment. So not only, a good win just to set yourself on the right kind of trajectory going into the next stage of the competition, but also to give yourself a far easier first round match in the top half of the knockout gauntlet tomorrow.
Well, we're going to see Justin a minute go for net! Everybody clip! That has to be in the thousands! Justin is unreal!
That's just ridiculous. Beast Mode knew Justin was there, he positioned accordingly, and he still couldn't get the save. That was a really good shot from Justin. And the pass as well from Squishy just showed so much faith in him. He knew that Justin was going to be able to get on the end of that, but really well done. The passing plays from NRG, but what a save from Memory. Could have easily been 2 there, but Memory says no.
KCP came into this, 3 wins in a row for themselves, feeling all happy, feeling confident, and Justin does that.
Yeah, trying 9 game wins in a row. That's what NRG are currently on. They've dropped 1 game this group. It was the first one. They haven't looked back since.
Well, you see Garrett try and set up Squishy. It's always going to be a tough angle to try and set anything up from. Memory passes off to Rapid. Wants to go the entire way, but that should be very, very easy. Well, you're talking about game wins. It has been very lopsided. I believe that we have only seen 1 tiebreaker between these. A lot of these, on the other hand, have been sweeps for NRG when these 2 teams come up against each other. Squishy looking for the backboard. Can follow. It's a nightmare situation right now for KCP. It's just so quick. NRG darting around the field. Could have just popped out. But Squishy ready and available to cover the net.
Yeah, not a bad shot on net there from Squishy. Tough one to really time as he went for some kind of a floor pinch after getting a reset on the ball. But without a lot of momentum, the pinch is always so difficult to time perfectly. Liking what I'm seeing from NRG so far, though. They've got the hard hits. They've got the usual speed that they always bring to every RLCS X match. But we're also seeing moments where they're bringing the ball down, they're controlling it, and they're making it difficult for KCP to even get possession. Here's one play, though. KCP and Garrett just lets it go. He had two options there, own goal or let it roll by and hope for the best. You went for the only one that made sense.
That might be one of the most horrible positions to be in Rocket League because you just have to leave it. Everything in your body is telling you, hit the ball, get rid of this. If you touch that, that's it. You have to just hope that nobody's in position for the opposing team, and Garrett managed to hold his nerve very well. Now Beast Mode looks for Garrett, and again, Garrett makes the right decision.
Yeah, that's huge. Garrett avoiding the bump and also making the save and getting a clear ball as well. I mean, he just did everything that NRG needed to do right there. He was completely alone in defense, but it didn't matter. He's able to do it all by himself.
And Garrett pops in. He deserves a goal for what he's been doing so far. That's going to be 2-0. NRG, wow. They've not slowed down. That major win has made them even more scary.
What a read by Garrett. He's up for the ball before the ball even hit the ceiling and bounced down, and he continues air rolling perfectly to generate as much power on the ball as possible. Even though there were two goalkeepers, neither of them were able to make a save. And KCP proven to be the best of the bunch in the middle of this group, but not as good as NRG. Oh, that's a chance still. Memory rolls on by Justin, and I think Justin may have underestimated the power on this one. Did he have a chance to? Oh no, he turned to the right, so there was not even an option. There was no moment where Justin could have deflected this one wide. Just turned to the right at the worst moment, just as the 50 was about to go down.
Yeah, and Squishy just got trapped up against the wall. There was no real way of him winning that. He's trying to at least keep the car behind the ball, but still, one goal left for NRG to work with. And they'll expect not to be caught like that again. As it is cleared, Squishy holding the midfield. Doesn't get too much forward power, but does drop it down to Justin. Memory has to stretch. Will do so very well. I am liking the demos as well that we are getting from both teams, trying to just get rid of the last player in the rotation, open up some easy passing lanes. Justin doing what he does best, though. Trying to create those passing lanes all by himself. Always have to respect him when he takes the air. Teams usually lucky if they only have to send one player. Pass over to Justin off the post. And that is huge for KCP.
Yeah, it should have been a goal, really. I think the pass was absolutely perfect. Justin usually scores from those kind of positions. And, KCP are delighted to see it hit the post, but they could easily be still losing this by 2, maybe even 3. I think NRG have had a hand in not only that miss, but their own goal that they conceded here. And, should this game somehow go to OT, NRG will be devastated because they've played so well here. Double commit leads into another NRG attacking play. Squishy doesn't make contact, but the entire defense expected him to, so NRG are going to continue with the possession anyway. Just less than a minute to go. NRG just have to be careful. They've made a couple of mistakes, but they're still winning, and it's been a comfortable game for them overall.
Yeah, they just got to remind themselves of the current scoreline, know that exactly what they're doing right now is perfect. Haven't been giving up too much. As you mentioned, the only goal they conceded really was, I'm not going to say fluky, but it's not a situation NRG will find themselves in all too often, as long as they play the situations well. This one, however, required a block from the goalkeeper, and now NRG look to break away. Garrett will just be able to leave it, and Squishy. Well, the old school goals, hit it from your own side of the field.
Yeah, KCP are all advanced and, rightfully so, trying to get a late equalizer here. Chances have been few and far between in this game, so it makes sense that they would all be this aggressive in the closing seconds of the game. Getting it on the counter-attack does happen on occasion. It's, just something that comes with the risk. And Garrett was trying to secure that goal more than steal it. I think from his POV, it looked like it was savable, so not a goal steal there by any means. NRG do end up taking game number 1, but it wasn't as easy as it should have been. The fact that this was a 1-goal game for so long does surprise me, because NRG's offense looked incredibly scary, and the only goal for KCP did come from an NRG mistake. So really, it's just all NRG right now. They're the ones who are choosing what's going to happen in this series.
Yeah, NRG were in full control over game number 1, and could have easily been 4 or 5 goals to their names. Just didn't end up going that way. The good news for them, though, is that they are in full control, as previously mentioned. As for KCP, they've got some ideas at the moment. I think they need to be a little bit more efficient, though, with where they're trying to clear to, because there's a lot of these shots that are just going straight for the middle. I don't tend to mind those, but you've got to hit them well. You've got to force the person in the midfield to really have to stretch and offset where they would prefer to try and hit that ball. Instead, when you get these light hits into midfield, it's just retake the ball, we'll go right back on attack. You're not really doing anything to affect us.
Yeah, this is now a chance for NRG to just show their dominance again, but at the same time, there were a few moments at the end of this game that KCP will maybe be trying to capitalize on if they happen again. I think I saw a double commit from NRG in the offensive third. There was, of course, the risky outside of the ball dribble from Squishy, where Justin's also pressing up his third man. So it wasn't a perfect performance defensively for NRG. They have, tilted 1 or 2 times in the distant past of an RLCS Season X when these things happen. But as long as NRG can just make sure that they play such a clean start of the game as they did in Game 1, this should be just fine for them. I think a sweep is very likely if they keep up this level of play.
Squishy taking his time. Rapid electing not to try and attack him too quickly. Instead, stays downfield. Can't get it off the flip reset. It's going to require a block, and Justin does provide exactly that. Now the pass to Memory has to avoid a diving in challenge from Garrett. And just hand it away. Rapid so determined to keep pressure on. He didn't quite know where that ball was going to. Another pinch that slightly catches NRG out. Pass to Garrett. Good challenge from Memory. He's been very active so far on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah.
And he's been very, very needed.
Yeah, Memory's saves kept KCP in Game 1 for a long time. It could have been 2, could have been 3 goal advantage for NRG had it not been for Memory's heroics. And he's been showing up huge all season long in that role, as well as many others. For me, the most consistent player on this roster. And they need him now more than ever, because NRG are the best team in the region. There isn't really a question about that, especially with Rogue losing twice today. The main competition, some would say. But Rogue do tend to struggle in the earlier stages of these competitions.
Memory tries to clear again, buy his team a bit of time, but he's still all by himself. Finally, reinforcements do arrive.
Oh,
it feels like it's almost there. We keep seeing this offense continuously trying to find the bump on the goalkeeper. It's the 3rd time they've gone for it, and they still haven't quite managed to wipe them out.
Yeah, Garrett was just out of range there. Good pre-jump save by Justin, and solid distance on the clear as well. Justin, several times this series already, has bought his team an awful lot of time with his defensive touches. I think all of NRG have taken their turns doing this. They're playing a very good full rotational style. Now here comes Squishy, snipes the bottom left corner, and NRG are 1-0 up again.
This is what you love to see from Squishy. Immediately in there. If you're going to stay back, you've got to be ready for these chances. So many teams we see just don't have the ability to pull the trigger and send the 3rd man for that sort of shot. Squishy, no issues with that. All the confidence to get ready to go. And NRG right back in the lead. And still looking just as dominant as they were earlier. Rapid looks to try and change that quickly, and Justin just twists his car into a pretzel to find some angle to get rid of it.
Yeah, I do like a Justin pretzel, one of my favorite kinds. What defense from NRG. There haven't been any moments up until now in this game where they've looked vulnerable. And, we saw a few of those late in Game 1, but this has been much cleaner for NRG. They've really given KCP very little to work with. Maybe the 1 or 2 demo plays that KCP have attempted, and these lingering moments where they stay in the final third and make passing options available. But NRG have had an answer to everything, and again, Justin's there, and he's able to buy the perfect amount of time for Squishy to come help him. Rapid now to the back wall. Of course, NRG have got someone there as well. Difficult to find a way through for KCP.
Rapid's going to try it. He does end up colliding into Justin's car. That will slow him down. KCP with their first prolonged offense, and that's not a good clear off the post. And Justin has got away with one.
Yeah, that was the moment right there. KCP, in the last game, They were having to just hope for NRG to make mistakes and fumble saves at the very end of the game. It didn't happen. That was really their chance. That could have been a goal. It was an open top right-hand corner of the net. Unfortunately, the post is all they got. Now with a minute remaining, KCP posturing aggressively again. Rapids the first to the ball, and my goodness, he got there fast. And he does do, as his name would suggest, when his team needs him to.
Just a thing of beauty from Rapids. And this has improved here from KCP. I feel like NRG did a great job maintaining pace and momentum, but KCP have not been deterred as they are going to find themselves in a bit of trouble. In comes Squishy, doubles up.
And it was a heroic save from Beast Mode to try and keep his team in this one. But unfortunately, Rapid and Memory have both taken far too long to rotate back. They both went for boost. Nobody came back to help Beast Mode out. And Squishy's first on the scene again puts in a goal for NRG. That's his second of the game. Clinical finishing from him. And you compare that to KCP's effort earlier on, which wasn't quite good enough. So it's NRG ahead again, deservedly so.
Just the constant sucker punches that have been happening to KCP. They got caught with one in the opening 10 seconds of the series. They spent so long trying to get themselves back into this game. And then immediately from the kickoff, it's all gone downhill yet again. 25 seconds left here in game number 2. And work for KCP to do, but just see Justin backing off, letting the play come to him. NRG, very patient in this series so far. Will they reap the rewards with another goal? They need to, as Garrett back to the corner. KCP have got to get a challenge in very quickly. They need control of the ball. Good pop over the side, but Squishy immediately shuts down that option. So all eyes go to Beast Mode. Wasn't the best touch from him. Instead, Justin will look to guide it to the floor. NRG 2-0 up.
Yeah, there's quality from NRG again. Maybe a little bit of a mistake for the goal they conceded again. So they have had chances to keep clean sheets in both these games. But a win is a win, and NRG have gotten both of them so far. Great reset as well for NRG. They lost their lead, went into a tie game situation, and they had the better kickoff lined up. It was a fairly even kickoff, but NRG were the ones who played the ball. KCP went for boost with their player who played the kickoff itself and their player who was cheating up behind him. It's not really something you want to do. You want to have at least one of those players running back to goal as quickly as possible to support your goalkeeper, who, did make a heroic save. Beast Mode did all you could ask from him in this position. He got the save on the initial shot, but unfortunately the rotations from his teammates were not fast enough. Rapid in particular, he could have turned around and gone straight back to net, and we might have an overtime in this game.
So one thing I want to talk to you right now about NRG, which has just been so impressive this series, is just how relaxed they seem to be during defensive situations. It feels like KCP is expecting them to be so quick, and instead, not really happening. They just sit there waiting for them. You spoke an awful lot, Johnny, during the beginning parts of the season about NRG's crisis management. When things go wrong, more things go wrong.
Yeah.
How have you seen them develop that? As we see Justin, they've beat their record.
Wow.
Game one, it was 10 seconds. This one was 5.
Yeah, that is unbelievable by Justin. What a read, and I gotta give full credit as well to Squishy for that pass, because he's the player who played the kickoff. He's the one who's not got much boost in that position, but he managed to just fling that up onto the back wall in the perfect position.
It
is a recurring problem. It looks like NRG have got great plans on the kickoffs. They're following up on each other's plays very quickly here, and KCP, after every single reset, they're having to just defend against a very tough shot. It's not ideal for them. To answer your previous question, though, you just got to give full credit to NRG's development. I mean, they used to tilt after one thing would go wrong, whether it be a 50-50 or a double commit or something like this. The whole series would just completely change its direction. But these days, that doesn't happen. It's not happened for a long time for NRG. They are much more consistent, and they're much better at dealing with unideal scenarios, which are inevitably develop in 3v3.
So far, I don't think there's too many situations they've been put in so far this series that they would consider a crisis. Just relying on one another. Really trusting that the challenge will come through and that the defender will make the correct decision. Squishy scored 2 in the last game. Looks to try and provide something here, but won't be able to. And gets double devil! NRG! Well, won't certainly be accused of being a boring team. They are showing a variety of different ways of picking your team apart.
Garrett just took everything from KCP there. Back corner boost and then double demo as well. This is just a new look for NRG. The aggression in the final third, taking many different forms. Garrett is on a rampage. He's just got another demo. And notice that all of these demos are ambush challenges. He's coming from behind. He's actually going for another one here. He was looking for memory again.
Well, I don't know what the demo record is. I don't think we're going to see it here, but Garrett showing that he is not to be trifled with. He's got another one, beast mode. I would start running if I was you.
I'm loving it. I think for a long time, NRG were slightly predictable because they would just always play the ball in the final third. They were trying to play a very clean, outplay-focused style, but they're mixing it up a lot today. They've had the ground plays, they've had the ball control every now and then just to try and bait KCP forward. We're seeing the demo plays and the boost steals coming in now. It's very hard to predict exactly what NRG are going to do at any given moment in this game. And again, it's just a great development for them, not just mentally, but in terms of their game plan. They look like a more complete team than ever.
Well, you talk about game plan there, and something I'm really, really liking for what I'm seeing, because it feels like, despite the fact that they are doing really well, they've made another great adjustment to their game plan as this hops straight into the middle of the field. You know, they've seen so often here that KCP have not been able to get NRG to get all three players involved in the rotation. You know, we've seen a lot of times NRG with their, back player just sitting around, they're waiting for whatever's going to come forward, usually not needed. So we can just rely on the 2v2 as Beast Mode gets a challenge, and it does drop to Rapid. That's what they needed. And KCP are in this again.
Oh, that's huge from Beast Mode. Look at how he manages to just control that 50-50. Squishy was diving in, trying to get a volatile challenge, just anything that would bounce off to the sides or away from the goal in general, but Beast Mode has neutralized it, and he's even managed to deflect it towards Rapid, who is supporting him on the right-hand side. Brilliant from Beast Mode. Last game, he made a heroic effort and didn't have the support. This time he makes one, and he's got back up.
Even better for them, they can get the goal back, and they can play it afterwards instead of immediately losing their newfound advantage from the kickoff. As Justin, well, this might not last too much longer if you let Justin have this sort of space. What a save!
Yeah, we had a pre-jump save at the near post, and Justin slowed down the shot to avoid it, and in doing so, gave the second defender time to make the save. So great team play there in defense from KCP. The faster blocking attempt to the near post gave the second goalkeeper more time to see what they need to do.
He's going to drop out to Beast Mode. He's got a bit of time, but he's not got any boost to work with. Justin, reset. Garrett still looking for demos. Garrett was on the same team, I believe, of the only triple demo. Actually, no, it was Fireburner that did the same. Yeah. The only triple demo I've ever seen is Justin right through the middle, and he's managed to snipe the gap.
Yeah, I wonder what happened to third man here. Oh dear, memory has just completely forgotten where he's going. He ended up autopiloting towards the play in the corner here, leaving the net wide open, leaving the path to the net completely unprotected as well. That's a bit of a letdown for KCP. They've held on. It really has just been all about that, holding on to the scoreline for as long as they can. NRG threatening goal after goal, shot after shot. KCP did so well to equalize under so much pressure, but now a very cheap goal and NRG lead with very little time remaining. It's a wonder goal from Garrett G. And, KCP might be able to look at the last one they conceded and say, we could have done something about that. This one, yep, there's nothing you're doing about that one, guys. That's just going in, whether you like it or not.
Okay, the Justin goal or the Garrett goal we just saw. Which one?
Oh, I think it's got to be the Garrett goal. That's unreal. I mean, the Justin goal, KCP at least saw what was happening before it happened. The Garrett one, they didn't even have a clue. They had no idea he was about to shoot that. It was beyond imagination.
Garrett adding to his repertoire of just incredible improvisation goals. Everyone will always know that one from Season 5 off the ceiling. You can have that one as another phenomenal one that he scored. And it'll go down as a phenomenal performance as well from NRG. They have got this done in a sweep. KCP will be playing G2 tomorrow. NRG have taken the entire group and they've gone 4-0.
Yeah, this is a tough group as well. NRG winning 12 games in a row to close out this group. They lost their opening game. They lost their opening game to Stromboli, who are the underdog team, the team who have finished last place in the group. They lost their opening game to Alraz, Shadow, and Kinsei. And since then, they've swept. Well, they won the next 3 games. They beat Oxygen Esports, which is the new roster for Jamal Jabari, a super dangerous team who NRG have struggled against in the past. And now they've also beaten PK and KCP, who are teams who have punched up a lot in RLCS Season X. So perfect from NRG in the group stage. They are the team to beat right now.
Absolutely, and they will be one of the teams that if you weren't already looking out for, absolutely, we will expect to see a team like this in the grand finals. But before we move on, we need to take a look at our Verizon 5G Speed Shot Challenge. We've got 3 more plays for you all to see which one we are going to be sending through to Sunday's final. You're going to have a chance in the chat, #1, #2, or #3. Get a vote on which one we are sending on. Here's our first one, though, from War Machine. Proving efficiency is always worthwhile. Maybe taking a couple of cues from Garrett as well. Get themselves the demo, get themselves the double tap, and get themselves onto our list.
Yeah, to pull this off with only 46 boosts in the takeoff is very, very impressive. You got to pay attention to that number in the bottom right corner. Yeah, already a high standard being set in the opening shot, but will this one beat it? We saw a pretty wicked pinch earlier on in the show, but this one a bit more lateral. And look at this setup from Mighty Egg there, just actually flipping the ball straight back in field to his teammate.
Now, if you want pinch shots, here's one more for you. Stuck in a little bit of a tough situation, but how about we sort it out nice and simply? Blast the ball to the other side of the field.
Never had one of those. I really want one. This is a shot that has evaded me. I mean, the team pinches, the floor pinches, you get more chances to do that, but this really is special. Not often you get even the opportunity to pull off something like this. Defense to offense in the blink of an eye.
So if it's not hashtags, by the way, just put the number of the play that you think deserves to move on through to Sunday's finals. I'm looking forward to seeing which one you all at home have decided to put on. And yeah, that is us done here. When we come back from break, we're going to have our 4th match of the day as version 1 take on the Peeps.
Verizon knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35, the network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
And hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. You're watching the Verizon 5G Ultra Cup. That sounds so fun to say. It's so cool. Way cooler than me. I'm Leaf. Alongside me is Gibbs and Turtle. Turtle, you're going to have to bring up the coolness here on the desk because we're not doing it too well over here.
What?
But,
I don't know
My
if that's
shirt?
possible.
Not cool? What?
You know what, Gibbs? You
Come
look
on.
good. You look good. You
Thank
look
you.
good.
okay.
I appreciate it.
All right, Dad. Let's talk about something really cool, though. Our winner from that last round of voting for the speed shot rounds there. Our winner is Chill, CS Chill 17.
Yes!
Oh,
There you go, that pinch. This is a Gibbs kind of shot. From the
Epic
net.
save shot, baby. That's what I lived for when I played professionally. Epic save into a shot, you get the goal. Beautiful.
That's wonderful. And more voting along the way. We need our match MVP, guys. So start getting your votes in the poll that you see in that Twitch poll. Start voting. Get it in because you only have the time of us recapping that last match to get your vote in. It's a very quick time. Get your MVP for that last match. Let's talk about this one. NRG KCP. Turtle, we had a quick one here. NRG
man.
gave us a nice quick one.
yeah, check this one out. This is how you know the series is going to be exciting. The first goal was Justin's laser from
10
the
seconds.
corner. 10 seconds in.
Yeah.
That's how you know we got a good series on our hands. Squishy, I thought, in my opinion, though, was he felt like the foundation for everything NRG had to throw forward. He was getting a lot of solid plays. The passes to Justin to set up a lot of those crazy shots that we did see were incredible. And I thought
then
overall
look
he
at
was
this
the
goal.
consistency. Oh,
Look at that goal by
what
Garrett
is
G.
that?
The read off that wall. Two top plays at the just all over that series. Garrett G and Justin, incredible.
And
So solid energy right now. Energy to the top of NA for a reason. And KCP just had to run into him, really.
I was
All
going to
there
say
is.
that Garrett G was kind of quiet. And then at the end of the
Yeah.
series,
Yeah,
he
he's
hits
like,
that.
nah.
So you can't say anything about all three of them. They
Yeah.
just all popped off.
But only one of them could get MVP. And of course, it is Justin. Justin started that run. Chat, you know what? I'm really proud of you guys today. You guys are making good picks across
killing
the
it.
speed shots, the MVPs. You guys are doing a great job today. So keep it up. Let's see if that continues on once we vote for our next match in a few moments, though. But first, we got to take a look at these groups just to remind you guys what things are looking like, what the lay of the land is. We'll take a look back at that Group A here to see how it rounds off as NRG Gibbs grabs that #1 seed.
The easy 4-0, 12-1 game record. KCP walks away with that 3-1 record. They had a fantastic group with a lot of their peers like Pittsburgh Knights that definitely like right around their level. Pittsburgh Knights, 2-2. Just this whole group just goes one by one down the list. So we have our 4 teams moving on. Oxygen sneaks in there. And then Group B has not played yet today. They played a little bit. They played one match. The Sonics, they beat Alpine as well. So now they're 2-1 up, which is a very important game. But Envy, they still lead that group at 3-0. As we move over to Group C and D, though, we got to talk about Group D. We didn't talk about them at the end of the last match with G2 and Rogue. So there was a 3-way tie with a lot of tiebreakers. We wanted to make sure it was perfect before we told you who finished where. So 2, 3, and 4, Rogue gets #2 because the way the tiebreakers work. So first it goes to head-to-head between those 3 teams. Well, they all went 3-0 versus one another. So even game differential, you throw that out the window. Then it goes to common opponents. You go to the #1 team. How did they fare when they played them? Rogue, they lost 3-2 to G2. That was the best. Goes to the next set. They tied there. So then it goes to goal differential between tied teams. So Ghost, Xset, and Rogue went to goal differential to determine 3 and 4. Ghost had a better goal differential than Xset by 2 goals to get the #3 spot. So 2 goals, not even games. It came down to goals. So when you're scoring that 0-second goal, be worried because it might matter when it comes down to do you finish 3rd or 4th in this group.
Can we can we get like a bunch of math symbols like flying across the screen right now? Turtle, I'm glad we have a Gibbs here.
This is why we pay Gibbs the big bucks to figure this all out. For
$1 million salary, you know?
Do the math. And I mean, at the end of the day, I'll start thinking about matches where, you know, NRG absolutely obliterates a team. That could come down to be the difference. A 5-1 game just sets you apart from everybody else. It's that close with all these series.
That is true, but now we have to start looking forward at our next match here because there's still a couple groups to get through here. Peeps versus V1. This is an awesome group total right now because of how these guys were performing yesterday in day 0. I mean, you look at V1 even taking down SSG. Like, you know, these are great results for V1, but the Peeps were doing phenomenal yesterday as well.
Yeah, the Peeps absolutely looking clean with 2 3-0s, and that one matchup against SSG for version 1, I think, is what we're gonna look at the most when we're talking about who is feeling the best coming into this matchup. We've got version 1. The stats always looking a little bit similar. I'd say these guys have the same play styles whenever they're on the field. They're both a little bit more passive, try to slow the ball down more, which is why I think we have an even better series on our hands.
And version 1 has been clean in house. They've taken out Space Station multiple times recently, but the one team they can't beat is the Peeps. For some reason, they can't get by them, but they can beat teams above the Peeps. They just can't take them down. Every time they've played in the past 3 months, they have lost to the Peeps. So version 1 desperately wants this one.
Well, it's time for the Verizon fan vote. You got to let us know, is version 1 going to finally take one here against the Peeps, or they still have their number? Use the hashtag XplodV1 or Peep in the chat right now. And we'll get those results in just a few moments, right after we get our results from our predictions here. Let's kick those up now. V1, Peeps. Now, this is a tough one. You're going to start this one off. You know, Peeps, we saw yesterday, they're in a good record right now, but they played the bottom 2 teams in their group, right? So it's hard going forward for them. How do you think they're going to fare in this next match?
It doesn't really convince me. I think that win over Space Station for version 1 eventually will bleed into this series. I think it's going to give them confidence. I think V1 take it.
Turtle.
V1 takes this one. Okay.
Come on.
You pulled the trap card. Don't sleep on the Peeps. I'm going the Peeps. They always take down version 1. I tried to pick version 1 last time they played, and it didn't work out at all. Got to go Peeps here. You don't sleep on them.
Here's the thing, though. You sleep on them when everyone picks them. And since Turtle already picked V1, though, I think we're safe for me to pick the Peeps as well. Okay. I think I'm trying to run the lay of the landscape, all the luck and everything involved.
We need math symbols now.
This is too much math in one segment. I can't handle this.
How do we play the game here? And right now, I think, again, Peeps, you got to look at those numbers, Turtle. I mean, if you look at those numbers, I think you have a great ground to stand on when it comes to picking V1 here.
The SSG win, though. The SSG win. Okay, believe.
That's what I'm saying. I think you're perfectly reasonable in making your pick there. And chat is not going to be on your side, though. 65% now in favor of the Peeps here. So we're let's get to the match and find out here. Get on Twitter at RLCS Esports, hashtag RLCS. It's time to get to the Verizon Skybox, though, for our next match.
Thank you very much, Leaf. I know a bit of a change-up wave, but I've been given some information, and I figured that I would share it with you as well as with the same time as everyone at home. So tell you what, let's go ahead. Production, can you play something for us? That'd be great. Thank you very much.
Yo! Yo! Let's go! Okay, chat, I gotta be honest with you guys. I had no idea that this was the announcement. I'm sitting here in the game lobby, right? The Peeps loaded into this practice lobby achieves as the Peeps. And they changed it right now. When the video happened, I went, wait, and I looked back over and all their names are FaZe. Let's go! FaZe Clan's in Rocket League!
We made it at long last. It's been an announcement that's been pending since like August of 2019. It's been thrown around on the subreddit dozens of times, it feels like, and finally we know who picked up the Peeps. It's FaZe.
I gotta sit here and scratch out the Peeps on my notes and write in FaZe. I'm dead serious, Chad. That was incredible. Let's get into it. FaZe versus version 1. FaZe in the orange, blue is gonna be version 1 here. Currently fighting in the top of Group C here. One of these teams gonna be defeated after this. Both teams sitting undefeated, but AJ gonna put in the first goal.
And version 1 really kind of get tied up here in the corner. Calm thinking Torment was going to have a cleaner exit, and when that ball kind of got jammed on the wall, he just decided to try and play it safe, but that meant he got in Gimmick's way as he was rotating in the net, so no one could actually go and defend the shot.
I'm still like, I feel like you just gave me a birthday present. It's not even my birthday. This is the coolest thing. I'm having so much fun right now. As FaZe take a lead in their debut game in the RLCS. Illusion to the outside, Torment plays it high. Now Gyro trying to take control of the midfield, lofts it. Torment to close on it. Illusion trying to put pressure on him, and he'll now take control of the ball, but no, loses it to Torment. To the outside, AJ to fall back, FaZe playing passive.
Real awkward approach there from version 1 in the midfield. Thankfully, they got the possession back, but how about they score? Never mind. Wow. I thought they were going to give up possession because they had this weird little hiccup, but Torment able to find Calm out in the side, and Gimmick gives it right back to him. That's a nice little catch and go.
Beautiful use of the outfield, keeping all of their players over on the same side, and able to pass the ball around to tie up this game early in game number 1. 2 goals already on the board. Jar to the outside, Illusion to trap, and carries being hounded by Gimmick from behind, but manages to loft it for AJ. Calm's up to block it, and he'll do it. Off to the corner it goes. Now Gimmick put under the back of Calm. A nice setup for Torment. He'll take control of the ball. Fits the flip reset towards the goal. Illusion gets the block. And Gyro gets the save. Calm to try and keep this one. Turns around and no way. Already past one. Looks for the bumps. AJ will block and clear to the side. Look to transition, but Gimmick shuts him down. Version 1 suffocating FaZe.
Yeah, this is a great look for version 1 right now. Like Gibbs said, they've struggled mightily against the Peeps, but if they keep up this particular level of pressure, I don't know if FaZe will be able to hold them off for too long.
AJ sends it high. Calm out to pick up the ball, looking for the dribble again, up against Illusion. But Illusion will get there first, puts it to the corner. Gyro wants to close on it, but Torment's too fast, and Gyro just has to play repositional ball. AJ gets it across midfield, but Calm with lots of space. Version 1 very much control the outfield pass again. Gimmick shoots, and AJ dives across the net for the save. We'll stay tied.
Close calling again, another push. Illusion finally going to break things up. That should give them a little bit of space to actually work with here. So let's see if that nice clear from Illusion is going to give FaZe time to grab some boost and really set up a stiff defense here in the midfield line. And even still, they kind of just give it right up to Calm.
Here Gyro, though, will take control as Calm lost it in front of the box. Pinches off, and Illusion just barely can't get there in time. Gimmick's gonna try and hound AJ. He's off the ceiling with it, passes across the field to Gyro, but Gyro has to fall off of it. He didn't have that initial trajectory right, and Illusion misses off the backboard. AJ covers it up in front of the goal. The pressure was there. Version 1 was looking for that shot.
Space here for Gyro, and look at him pump it off the wall. Torment, that's a nice deflection, and more importantly, able to stay close and find the second clear. Man, that guy, despite, really developing into a solid all-around player, still a beast on defense, and he makes the stop on the lower left-hand side.
Oh, the pass plays. FaZe getting creative here, but they run into the mega wall of defense that is Torment. Gimmick flipping to the midfield, manages to pop that over the inbound offense. AJ trying, Torment, past one, Gimmick's in front of the box looking for the pass. And here's Calm. Onto the backboard, and he to follow it down. 3 players block. Illusion's got to make the stop. Doesn't reach it, though, and version 1 will take the lead.
Gimmick, real nice job here, not giving up on the play. Stole the boost in the corner and just kind of camped out to see what would happen. Gave himself a little bit of space to work with. That's the important thing right there. If you're going to make the decision to stick close to the net, you need to give yourself room to react to some crazy happenings, and gives himself the extra room to work with and turns in the go-ahead.
Gyro now. It's FaZe trailing. Tie things back up as Illusion through the sky. He's got 2 defenders up with him. Calm off the backboard will make things difficult, and AJ will pick it up on the bounce. Calm hounding them there, and look at this wall play. I'm doing a great job setting it up, making things easy for Gimmick, but what a win from Illusion. Gyro doesn't even have to touch it, and it's a tie game with 101 left to go.
And I was really thinking that Gimmick was actually going to be able to squeeze this one through in the midfield, but look at Illusion. I mean, you got to go hard at some point. He chose 1 minute and 1 second on the clock, got the big dunk, and thankfully straight into the net. Nobody on version 1 expecting to have to play defense at that time.
Gyro will go through one. Gimmick can get out of his own half here in the final minute. Torment to the outside. Illusion through one. Calm just playing patient, taking the ball away from FaZe. 2 players commit in the midfield, and Gimmick manages to get it through one. Can they trap AJ here? Gimmick gets off the wall. Illusion had time to get back. He'll get a block. And Calm's half rotations, this aggressive play, he has been so in control, and it's given version 1 so many opportunities. As now Gimmick through the air, getting creative, going for the ballet moves, then looks for Illusion on the ground. They get it over 1, but they're going to need Calm, and he doesn't have the boost to reach it. He'll fall back. Gets the ball out to Calm, and man, Calm's brilliant touches here. You get the ball to Torment in that situation, rather. He's been so clean with 9 seconds left. Overtime lurking on the horizon. Gyro up to AJ, covered up by Calm. Gimmick with one last opportunity. Illusion's already in the air. Torment's going to have to make a save on the back line. Sends it to his corner. Gimmick set up in goal. The clock has expired. They've got to keep it in the air. Torment to Calm, but they won't connect. It'll touch the ground. Overtime in game 1.
You're absolutely right. Calm definitely does have the command in the midfield, and he is making it incredibly difficult on FaZe to get out of their own half. But at the same time, that defense from FaZe is doing a great job dodging a lot of demos to try and give themselves second opportunities on some of these approaches from version 1. The defense doing quite well in FaZe despite being under so much pressure.
Illusion loft in the midfield. Gyro right behind him, playing the shadow. Loses control to Gimmick. It's into the corner. AJ with a miss on the wall. Gimmick will try to get the pass out, but Illusion quickly covers up AJ's whiff. He finds an excellent touch to the enemy corner. Now Gyro challenging Torment on the wall. Expects the high play. Torment goes low. AJ covers it up on the bottom side, but Calm's there. And here comes that control from version 1 again. Illusion's going to take a few touches to get this one out of his half, but he does get it over the top of Gimmick. Gimmick gets a demolition on a Gyro to free up some space, but if Illusion's able to get this one in on the other side, it won't matter. Lucky for them, version 1's defense stands strong.
And this time they might have something set up in the midfield, but again, there's the control from Calm, forces them to come to him. AJ up early, able to tip it into the corner. Gimmick trying to buy a little extra space with a bump on Gyro. Torment needs to get this one in the middle for Calm. He cut too close, and he gets bumped off it by Illusion, and FaZe are going to stay alive.
The pool whiff is what I'm going to call it. He forced him, just bumped him off the shot. Calm otherwise has that goal for free, and the game's over. Now coming through the sky again. He sets it up now, looks for goalies. Balls for boost. And the pass to Torment, but Illusion, much better positioning, much closer positioning to the ball. He'll have control. And now setting up Gyro, looking for AJ on the infield pass. Gimmick gets it through. Torment's got an open net to shoot at, but Illusion makes things difficult from behind, and we keep playing.
Man, AJ did such a nice job reading where that touch went off that backboard. He was met almost instantly, and if he had been late by even a quarter of a second, he was getting dunked into his own net. FaZe fight, but I don't know, man. This version 1 offense refuses to let go. They've got a pretty good piece of them.
Oh, Torment miss! Oh, but Gimmick's there. Too much pressure gives version 1 game number 1.
And it's actually the weird approach from Torment that throws everyone off. They kind of think Torment's going to score it, so they're playing the defense, and AJ doesn't have the time to react to where the shot is going to come from, so at long last, version 1 get what feels like has been owed to them, considering the push they had in that series overall, but quite a game from everyone. FaZe, you played great defense, but game 2 and onward, you're gonna have to find some way to get out of your half. You don't want to go through that again.
Yeah, no, this is a rough debut series. When version 1 is hopping, oh man, you look out. Torment is playing clean on defense, and when Torment, Gimmick, and Calm are all having as good of an offensive day as they are right now, Calm's on the bottom of the scoreboard with a goal, an assist, and 7 shots. That's just how strong Torment and Gimmick are playing right now.
Oh, and you can see it right there in that pass play. You said Torment, Gimmick, and Calm, the perfect 3-man timing on the clip. That was great. That was great. See if version 1 can keep it up.
Absolutely. We'll see if they can keep it going here, and we'll see how FaZe bounce back here. Maybe a little bit of adrenaline rush of the surprise. I'm not gonna lie, at the beginning of that series, I was like, I'm having trouble casting right now. I'm still just like thinking about what happened right now. This is so much fun. What a cool way to enter a scene here. Does this also mean that Leaf and Gibbs are just wrong because they predicted the Peeps to win and the Peeps don't exist anymore?
Technically, anytime we get to say Leaf and Gibbs are wrong, I'll take it.
Yes. Good, Pox. All right, let's get into game number 2 and see can FaZe bounce back after narrowly dropping game 1 in overtime. Just calm to the sky. Gyro to cover him up, gets it to the back line. Torment and Gimmick both move to the corner. Torment will peel off the ball, go to goal, and now he'll attack from the third man. Gyro to the outside. Illusion lofts in the midfield, but no one's there to pick it up. Just makes things difficult for Com, who, despite being the bottom of the scoreboard, I feel like was the highlight player for me in game number 1.
Oh,
some demolitions, key demolitions opening up the goals here. But Lucian and AJ block well and get the ball back to midfield.
And I think what I'm really looking for at FaZe, like we said, the defense obviously needs to find the clear. And if you're looking for players who control the ball very well, it's going to be Gyro and AJ mostly in command of that. Illusion's going to have to play a strong defensive midfield line if they want to keep version 1 from stepping on the gas like they did in the first game.
Gimmick. The play to the outside. Com to the top corner. It's just wide, and the follow-up, though, is good. Com does get it off the crossbar and in for goal number 1.
I mean, you can be in a decent position to see this shot coming at you, but when Com literally just pops it that hard off the top corner of your net, Illusion doesn't have a choice but to see what happens next. And he may have had the second chance at it, but it went off his teammate before he could do anything about it.
Gimmick past 1 to chase this down. Illusion through 2. Oh, demolitions galore. Momentary 2v2 here, and Illusion spawns a kind of a fortunate corner. He'll get a transition out of it, picks up the boost, and gets a dunk. Looking to set up his teammates, but Com covers him up on the top. Gyro was hoping for the pass. Now has to just move in, but some free space. Torment makes the save in the corner, and Gimmick, what a trap. AJ's right there putting pressure on him, and Gimmick gets it across midfield.
Oh, look at Gimmick being aggressive, trying to freeze Illusion on that transition, buying extra time for Torment to rotate back here and find the nice strong clear. Are they going to get caught off guard? Gyro just able to tip it into the corner. Com second shot, wide of the net. Illusion finds a second opportunity to get the ball to safety. And FaZe once again boxed into the corner.
Version 1 is still playing strong. This offensive control and their ability to move at midfield to stay on offense is really shutting down anything but a perfect clear from FaZe. Finally, a little bit of space in the midfield gives them a moment in the blue, but Torment wins a challenge in the corner. Now AJ burning lots of boost just to get this ball across midfield, past Com, and then pinches it between Gimmick. It goes into the corner. Torment has to play an awkward bounce, and Gyro's trying to challenge him. But Torment to come on the transition. The double committed goal will get the save, but they're going to have to find another one. Here comes Gimmick, past 1. Torment's looking for the stop, but Illusion out of goal makes the stop. Gets it away. Follow from Com is wide. Illusion will catch and carry. Back past 1, now past 2. 1 player left in the back line. Gyro's taking his time on the shot, gives it the changeup, and Com makes the save.
Unlucky for Gyro. Definitely the best transition opportunity they've had, and you can see him give that little hitch in the step as he approached the net. It's because he didn't really have the boost to go at it with as much force as he would have liked, so he took the extra time to make sure he hit it square. That gave him time to get back in position. Unfortunate for FaZe, and now he's going to have to make a save, very likely. AJ going to help him out.
The frontline defense avoiding a inevitable goal from Torment. Illusion trying to give it to AJ. And Gyro hounding Torment on the backboard. Com will move in, take control. Illusion challenging him in the midfield. It goes neutral. Drop it on the midfield line. Again, neutral on the second 50-50. AJ will have space with the ball. When Com counters to Torment. Back down in the direction of Com, but Com fell back for boost. And now a double commit in the corner, though. Torment, despite having nothing in the tank, he'll get demolished, and Gyro will beat another player.
Oh, I love
Com, he gets beat.
Oh, I love it.
On the goal line. Well done as FaZe tie the game.
Oh man, FaZe, way to work out of a jam in your own half. Gyro with the perfect control on all of the challenges and then securing the opportunity shot with the bump. Talk about a dribble and physics manipulation. That was great.
The improviser's game, and Gyro's pretty good at jazz. Here he comes again for round 2 in this corner. Gets it over the top of Com, but no one's there in front of the box to shoot. And Com take control on the other side of the field. Pops past AJ. He's got Gimmick moving up the field with him. Gimmick puts it towards the box. Com redirects it past 2, but Torment even wasn't ready for that touch and had to quickly adjust just to get the ball in the corner. Wins another challenge, though. The rest of his team back for boost. Illusion will take over space, and here come FaZe. AJ onto the backboard. Illusion wants to, but he's out of boost. Gyro's over the top of them all and drops it in for the lead.
Wow, what a lead for FaZe. Been boxed in so long, and finally there's just space in the air.
Yep.
Like, Com and Gimmick are both just sitting on their own side with no boost. Like, we can't do anything, and they get punished for it.
Finding an uncontested backboard against a team that Torment's on. Clip that one, save it. And you're not going to get that one for free very often, but off the kickoff, they make it 2.
Gyro. This is squaring one up for sure. Neutral challenge, pretty straight off the side, but it favors Gyro. It's bouncing his way, and Torment knows he's going to have to make some type of save, but he pretty much hit it dead at him, and when you're coming into the net that fast, you can't stop yourself in time to save it.
Yeah, killing that velocity, very difficult here, and even for a defender as good as Torment. It's not going to happen. 48 seconds left, up by Tudor, trying to close that lead down by 1. Gimmick puts it to the far post, and Illusion manages to backflip in time. They'll keep their lead. Com now trying to pressure Illusion off this ball. Gimmick over the top of Gyro. It'll be up to AJ on the back line to move in. Just Gimmick through 1. 30 seconds left, only down by 2. Torment, though, is going to have to keep it. No, he can't actually get back and trap it. They were trying to position aggressively, and another goal slips in.
Yeah, Torment knew that it's not a bad play to try and catch this on the dribble. He just caught it a little too on the center line of his car. You got to catch that on the left side. Really make sure you're bringing it out and not just with you. Slight mis-execution from Torment lets him go 4, and that's pretty much the end of game 2.
Absolutely, yeah. This game was possibly within reach at a 2-goal deficit, but now with 3. FaZe going to tie up the series here, and even on that final goal, I think it's more Torment expecting and believing in Gimmick to win the challenge because he has to. If they don't win those challenges, they're losing the game, so let's position for success here. Oh no, it's towards the goal. Another one will go in at the buzzer beater here. FaZe rally back in game 2 to tie up the series.
You want to know something funny about this one? Illusion has 2 goals and 0 shots, but Gyro has 7 shots and 3 goals.
Not very often. It's honestly kind of hard to get 1 goal with no shots. 2 with no shots. That's a replay.
The infinite shooting percentage there from Illusion.
Yes.
That's a good one.
And he got an assist out of it as well. FaZe absolutely rally here, finding a few holes in the version 1 defense. That to me, the key difference here was just them able to punish a few positional errors there from version 1. Otherwise, series was pretty much the same as game number 1, very even.
Yeah, that first half of this game really felt like version 1 picked up where they left off, but it really did even out pretty much instantly with some of these goals. I mean, it all started here with this great Gyro dribble, and after that point, it was kind of just, okay, then they got the kickoff goal, and then this happened where they caught him with no boost, and it was just some of those situations that you can't really do too much about. I mean, the half chances came to FaZe, and FaZe pretty much nailed them.
Well, version 1, all a roster of veterans here who are experienced with bouncing back from strange losses and shaking that off. I wouldn't even say that I think that the momentum is particularly on FaZe's side at this point yet. They've just neutralized things, and then they made the statement. Congratulations on getting their first win here as a new org in the RLCS.
Squared up here in game 3 for sure. And,
well shot. Gimmick gets back before anyone else can crash the box here. Torment saves it off the crossbar. Now AJ versus Torment goes neutral to midfield, and Gyro will try to pass, but Illusion falling back for boost, so Com.
What are you doing, Com?
I'm gonna catch one there, and Gyro's got a completely open net to shoot at.
So it looks to me like Com is kind of wants to get this one off the wall, but I think he saw Gyro out of the corner of his eye, and instead of trying to get aggressive and challenge, he adjusted and tried to save a shot. And Gyro was just like, I mean, if you're going to float away from the ball, that's fine. He took the extra time and made him pay.
And they'll take a lead in game 3. A whiff from AJ, though, will open up an opportunity here. Illusion on the backboard will get it away, but love the confidence from Gimmick coming in and looking for the shot. As they crowd the box, here come all 3 members of FaZe. Gyro and Illusion dual threat onto Torment onto the backboard, and Gimmick will get up in time before the follow-up could come through. Now AJ passes to Gyro onto the backboard. He's got enough boost to reach it. Looks for a crazy double tap. Drops it on the goal line, and Illusion will slam it home for goal 2.
Now, this looks like it should be a slam dunk of a goal for FaZe, but this is actually incredibly hard. Gyro, that's the only spot in the net where that one's going to stick there. There's definitely enough time for version 1 to make it back with how slow his approach was towards the backboard. Gyro pinpointing one and making sure to give his team a second look at it.
Yeah, just getting it between the posts halfway like he did was a win in of itself. And Illusion understanding his teammate was going to need help, crashing the box. Well done. As they now take a sizable lead here. 2 goalies up for it, though. Gimmick should have a decently open net to shoot at. There's off the backboard, and AJ covers up before Torment can reach it. Now Calm taking his time, giving lots of space, lets this ball all the way to his corner. To learn the time back.
Oh, nice.
Gets a demolition onto one, and the bumps on the others. Torment will bulldoze it through to bring it to a 1-goal game.
The modification of the classic 1v1 play. You go and demo the guy for the challenge, and Gyro, thinking that his teammate was going to have a hit, was playing a different approach to the ball. Torment's right under it, though, cuts him to his right, and then just wins the momentum battle on the goal line to get him back within 1. That was beautifully executed by version 1.
Oh, and here comes Calm on another one. Illusion will get a block, but Torment onto a backboard. Nobody's home. Gimmick, I believe, was already in the box, so he'll be rotating back around, and half rotates here in the midfield to try and maintain control. But Gyro has other ideas. Calm through 1 now, through 2, out of his goal, and then Gimmick on the outfield. AJ gets the block. Illusion with a trap, so Torment has to come back at him, and he flicks it away from him. And look at FaZe advance back onto offense. Great transitions from FaZe here in Game 3.
Kind of the one thing you want to see from FaZe, though. You don't want to just see those flicks with no intention behind him. Illusion kind of giving the ball up. Calm is trying to force Gyro to freeze on the goal line, but they might actually catch him on transition since they dodged the demos. Illusion going under 1, can't get around Calm, though. And again, another solid trap, this time from version 1, and Gyro going to break up the transition in his own way.
Approaching halftime, FaZe holding on to a 1-goal lead and looking to gain match point in their debut series in the RLCS. Calm in the corner. Gyro challenging him past 1 and now onto the side. He's going to lose control, won't get the double tap, and Gimmick out of his box carries it away. Gyro with a bump on 1, though. AJ and Gyro putting pressure on in the midfield. Here comes Illusion with some space, sends it to the goal, and Torment gets the save.
Gotta love Calm's ability to react to Gyro putting the surprise flick on net there. Great defense from him, and Torment just gonna punt here with 2 minutes, and I wouldn't be surprised to see ping pong here for a little.
Gimmick with a miss. Gyro will take his time catching this and flicks another. Torment with a response on the flick. Gives it to Gimmick. Calm demolished. It's gonna be Torment and Gimmick here, and it looks like Gimmick getting another demolition on his way out as well. This is gonna be up to Calm. Will be the 3rd man spawning on the back line. Gyro to AJ. Calm wins the challenge. Illusion now over the top of 1, but Torment should have this ball for free. He's got Calm on the flank. He'll just flick it in the midfield, though, and Gyro happy to read that. Gets it through another. 1:30 left to go. And FaZe is able to stall version 1 multiple times here in the midfield. It's actually been a surprising amount of time since version 1 has been in the FaZe box.
And both teams really taking their opportunities. I like all the traps you're seeing from people. If all the players have space to work with, they're all trying to take it. Look, Torment gives Gimmick a chance, and it's just off the post. Illusion is able to stick one to his nose. Gimmick and Gyro gonna clash there, and everyone gonna spread back out as the ball falls back into the version 1 half.
Oh, the pass play back in his field. Oh, Illusion will break it up, but both Torment and Calm were on the far side to receive Gimmick's pass. Thought the dual threat would be enough, but no, FaZe reads it. Now AJ shooting from the corner. Gimmick puts it on his own backboard. Calm will rotate, pick up his own boost, and positionally zone AJ off the ball. Illusion, though, closes in towards the goal. It's Torment versus Illusion, and Torment will win it out to the side. 30 seconds left. Version 1 starting to feel the pressure. Here's Gyro versus Calm. It's out to Gimmick. He'll reach for it, extends the play in the midfield, and then tries to fall on this one, but AJ to the outside. And FaZe able to just play positional ball for the win at this point. Illusion over the top of 2 in the corner. It's up to Torment as Gimmick looks for bumps on the goalies, and he gets a few, but it was so close. AJ blocks again. Calm to tie the game. Shoots this, Gyro blocks. Illusion takes it away from Torment. What a goal line stand. FaZe bring us to 0 seconds. Gimmick versus Gyro and AJ. AJ's up, puts it into the ground. They're on match point.
Oh my goodness. I mean, how do you keep that one out even?
the ball was
You said they're
like
cracking
90.
up. You see Gyro, he was like, I don't even know how I saved that, man.
That was like 90% in the goal, and I honestly, I was on auto cam. I couldn't see where it was because of the demolition, the smoke screen in the way.
Yeah, it was right there. And that's why I thought it wasn't going to matter. And you had the player from version 1 coming in right behind the ball, just trying to jam it in, and it just went away. Like, what? How'd they manage that?
What a goal line stand. You know Torment's going to respect it as a fellow stalwart defender there. FaZe Clan coming up 2-1 in game 3 and now on match point. Looking to be the
AJ.
only undefeated team in Group B. That is such a stop. Such a beautiful stand. Wonderful replay. Go break that one down tomorrow on the desk. But yes, we're going into game 4. FaZe looking to improve to 3-0 in their group.
And find another victory over version 1, which personally I would be, I wouldn't be shocked at. But in this particular series, I would be surprised to see it go 3-1. I really do think version 1 are playing some excellent Rocket League. I mean, just what are you going to do when AJ is making hairline saves, and every now and again you get a couple of great challenges from Illusion and Gyro, and they're hitting their shots.
It has been. The scoreline in game 2 didn't reflect it, but otherwise it's been 1-goal games, and it's felt very, very close. Version 1 with good opportunities, and then there was a moment in the middle of game 3 you pointed out, like this is going to turn into ping pong, and it really did, as both teams hunkered down on the dribble department. But here they'll keep with it. Illusion up against Com. Challenge goes in FaZe's way, but Torment out of the corner. The ball back to midfield. AJ trying to go for the air carry, but gets bumped to Narnia. And Com now to the corner with Gimmick there to pressure. Gets it through 1. Looks to get it through 2, but AJ has other ideas, and they'll tag team this one into the air. Gyro now to connect with AJ in the cherry pick, but Com blocks in the midfield. Nice interception. First minute coming and going here.
And I was making a point about the teams, really trying to take their time with the dribbles, and I wasn't a fan of some of the flicks, as Torment able to pull another shot off of the goal line with Gimmick's help. Going to clear the blue half here. Shot from Com and met by Torment, but it's all set up by the challenge timing of the opposition. So it's not like the offense is just mindlessly throwing the ball away per se, like I was initially thinking. It really seems like it's a product of great challenge timing from the opposition and forcing them to make a move, and rather than make the challenge, they try and force the ball further on. That's why it's really not leading to too many passes and more just breakaways like that.
I liked the formation there between Illusion and AJ, but AJ's not quite able to reach the ball. Demolition and goal could open up an opportunity for FaZe, as AJ over the top of 1, Com off the corner, gets a block, and then manages to stay behind the ball, so Illusion doesn't have a free shot. And now falling back down, version 1 transitioning onto offense. Here's Gimmick shooting far post behind AJ, catches them with their wheels down, and that's version 1 up.
Surprise, surprise, AJ. You don't see this one coming. Dodges the demo, rotates back in the net, and Gimmick, he just saves that flip, excuse me, for so long. Would have been so easy to pump that middle of the net or top right corner, but lets it get all the way to the back headlight there and goes back post. Great shot.
I believe it was AJ rotating to the middle of the goal. One of the situations where giving them a shot behind you is deadly, and Gimmick recognizes the situation, makes the most of it, takes the lead in game 4. It's Com to Torment, looking for goal number 2. Torment plays it to the corner, and AJ flicks 1. He'll try to gain control of this again, and he does. Gimmick now has to stall him out. AJ looks for Com and goal, and Gimmick just trying to hold onto the ball, give his teammates time to get away from the demos. There's Com to midfield. AJ off of 1. And Gimmick back down. Illusion. Com now to the edge. And back over. Com will win another challenge. He's going to try and look for Illusion now. Just let the ball bounce, let his teammates move in. And he keeps Illusion. Illusion got bamboozled here, and everybody stalls. A massive traffic jam right there in the FaZe box. But Gimmick has other ideas, puts the hot rod to use. Gets the ball moving again.
Yeah, Torment, while he was stuck in that corner, was really trying to see if he could get FaZe to panic after that Illusion miss with a little pitch as he approached that ball, but thankfully there was enough people there and far enough away to find the reaction, and really a stalemate here for the past couple of minutes.
Ooh. AJ with an important win. Here comes FaZe.
So looking for the first goal of game 4. Gimmicks with a bad touch. Here's Illusion to close on it. Sends it high above the goal, and Torment on the backboard would get it. Torment with that positioning probably had the whole net covered anyways. But here comes version 1 looking to extend their lead.
Lucian trying to take his time, even with Gimmick pressuring him, and it's actually going to work out quite nicely. I'm so used to so many games of Rocket League being fought with the strong clear, you know, up on the walls. This whole series has been fighted out on the ground floor. It's been insane.
It's been a fun change of pace of just watching just the series of 1v1s as AJ wins into double coverage to tie the game.
The series of 1v1s? No, man, this is a series of 1v3. 1, 2, and look, okay, 1.5. Gyro got in Torment's face, but still, AJ able to get all the way with that ball around the corner in front of the net and turn it in and tie it up.
What? As a commentator looking at that situation, be like, there's no way that's going in. I don't need to worry about that. And then it does. FaZe making a statement here in game 4, but still only tying things. Here comes version 1. Gimmick shooting at the net. Illusion has it to the corner. AJ wants to look at this. Get over the top of Torment and plays it all the way to the version 1 corner. Gimmick has to redirect the ball. Played away from AJ as Illusion puts in the midfield. Here's Gyro up for it on the infield pass back down to Illusion, but covered by the defense. He wasn't able to place it between the posts.
I feel like you've seen that play from NRG a couple of times. How many times you see Garrett G post it right outside a net and get a sneaky redirect?
I wouldn't put it past him. With 15 seconds left, we had overtime in game number 1. We might have it again here in game number 4. FaZe at this point 1 goal away from the win and staying undefeated in their group. They put the pressure on here at the end of regulation. The clock will expire and Com will actually choose to keep it alive, but Gyro will slam to the ground. Overtime in game 4.
I think this one is a coin flip here in overtime. I don't think anyone has any significant edge one way or the other.
Illusion and Com. Oh, here comes Com, though, looking for the goal. AJ, not only does he get the save, but he gets a pass out to Gyro in the corner, and Gyro will now just look for the dribble the other way. Over the top of Torment to the corner. Gimmick gets the clear to the side. Illusion now versus Com. Com will win, and Gimmick and Torment set up behind him. The defense of version 1 gets itself sorted out right away, but AJ across the box. Torment makes a save. Here comes Illusion to the post. Oh, just a bit inaccurate. Torment now on the transition up against AJ. He's going to have 3 players bearing down on him. He gets the first touch, and huge demolitions from FaZe as they rotate in. Back the other way. Gyro trying to put the brakes on Gimmick. Gimmick lofts it. AJ's up for it. Oh, and it's wide of the net again.
Trying to throw a little misdirection at version 1 with 2 people jumping from opposite ends of the pitch. Version 1 stays calm, cool, collected, and AJ with a chance, but he hits it to the left. Illusion just got the demo.
Illusion?
Oh, no.
Illusion. Woo. Here comes AJ. Does he go for the back pass? No, just tries to block Gimmick, and he's not going to do it. Here comes Gyro from the backfield, though, on the loose ball. Com down the midfield line. Illusion to the outside, AJ. Puts it back down the middle. Here's Gimmick and Com right on top of each other. Offensive double commit on the midfield transition play. A rare double commit. There's Illusion. We're going to stop Com. Gimmick nearly did all the damage by himself, but Torment and Gimmick now piled up on top of each other. Illusion, if he can just gain control of this ball. Oh no, they struggle too long with just gaining control, and Com's able to take it away from him. Get a demolition on to 1. Gyro up for this one. Gimmick will beat him. Torment's there to try and set us a game 5. It's off the crossbar. Everybody loose, but no one's there for the follow-up, but we'll keep playing.
Oh, Illusion so glad that nobody on version 1 was in position. He was a lame duck falling off that crossbar, and he had the extra time to hobble over and make the clear. Overtime will continue.
This bounces down. We're approaching 2 minutes. FaZe score, the series ends. Com getting the demolition on the passee. Torment off of his backboard. Gimmick and Com both trying to advance cautiously out of the backfield, but not wanting to overcommit and fall prey to an easy goal. AJ down to the sky. He's got Gimmick there in his way. It gets bumped off. The ball's loose. Gyro onto the backboard. He's not going to have the boost, though, to chase this, and Com will clear to the corner.
And I was feeling at the start of overtime, not many significant advantages, but as it's gone on, FaZe really starting to squeeze version 1, and pass to AJ, going to get turned aside by Com.
Oh, that was all 3 defenders. Can AJ possibly get control out of the side of the corner? Now Illusion through 1. Torment past another. Gyro to the backboard. Gimmicks there. Oh, this drops down to Gyro's hood, though. He shoots up for 90, and Cobb covers it up, saves it away. Multiple players here with Savior medals in game number 4. Everyone on version 1 getting at least 3 saves.
Version 1, you had the great transition, but again, nobody in position. Torment just trying to pinch one into the goal.
Gyro dumps it to the midfield. Torment's not in position to take this. AJ's got this ball for free. Onto the backboard. Can he find a crazy double tap? Wasn't able to drop it between the posts, and Gimmick and Calm now working together. Back to midfield. Gyro across the field, but Torment will have it right now. It's Gimmick actually with a crazy pinch to send it into the orange corner.
I think it's a required approach from version 1 at this point. They need some time to really get everyone on the same page at the same time.
Version 1 trying to take advantage of FaZe needing multiple touches always to gain control of this ball. But so far, neither team really able to gain that strong edge right now. Here's Gimmick now looking for the setup to come. Beautiful pass, puts it between the posts, but AJ falls off the backboard, makes the save. Here comes Com for round 2. The setup to Gimmick, and he puts it through. We'll go to game 5.
Way to not give up on it, version 1. I mean, when you get that first pass into the middle and you're thinking, oh, it's offline, he's not going to be able to make the adjustment to beat the defender, and that's what happens, but they still instantly turn it right back around with a dribble up the corner and pass it right back across the net. Oh, you've earned that one, version 1.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful play. And again, it's Com. Com was up for a shot, lands, recovers on the wall, and then turns on the enemy backboard to regain control of the ball and pass it to Gimmick, who passed it to him initially. Wonderful, wonderful setup there. And for FaZe, for me, there's 2 things that you can point to and say, this is why they lost game 4. The first one was just a bit of inaccuracy on the net. A few times where as long as they put it below the crossbar, they win the game, and they didn't. The other thing was moments of opportunity version 1 gave them where they just took too long to get their bumper fully behind the ball and moving into the enemy half. If they can transition a little bit cleaner and shoot more accurately, sounds silly when you dumb it down that much, but they'll win the game.
But no, I think you're absolutely right, because there were two shots, I think, both of them from Illusion, where he pumped it right off the crossbar. Granted, one of them was pretty tough and not a guaranteed, but the other one you felt like it probably could have went left or right into a corner and been just fine. The other one, when Illusion got that demo and gave AJ pretty much a free double tap opportunity, and AJ just pumped it into the corner. He didn't hit the ball properly. So FaZe Clan definitely know they probably could have walked away with the series in hand there, but no time to worry about that. You've got a final 5 minutes to play on Champions Field.
They'll go to game 5. Only appropriate in FaZe's first appearance here that we get a full 5-game series out of them. Gyro onto the wall. With AJ in tow. Torment wins a challenge, sets up Gimmick. Now looking for Torment. A wonderful pass play, but just wide of the net. The defense will handle it well. FaZe get it back to midfield. Illusion expecting a better touch out of Com. He'll go and get a demolition and a boost. It's going to be all up to Gimmick here, and he gets the save. Well done. He was the only player who could influence that ball. Now here comes Illusion, though. More pressure from FaZe.
He just didn't have the boost really to get around the outside of that ball from Illusion's perspective, but decent enough start for FaZe. And AJ with a chance to put one away. Again. Who else would it be? That guy's been doing work in the midfield, and especially in the past couple of games on the goal line.
Com has been excellent. It's just ramping up as the series went on, and he honestly started on top. Is Com there? Doesn't look for a shot. Doesn't find it just quite yet, but then looks for goalies afterwards. AJ, the bump over the top of Gimmick. Torment has to fall back. AJ went for boost and looked for Torment, but he was on the backboard, so he'll dodge the demolitions. Now AJ and Com go neutral, lateral on the field. Lucian has to fall back, and AJ, or a miss there from the third man of FaZe.
See that right there? That one I don't understand. Com just, I think, autopilot launched that towards the corner. Maybe looking for his teammate, but I think his teammate was going for the boost steal, so little breakdown in communication, and Torment trying to double tap it, and oh my gosh, it's gonna go off the defender and in. Wow.
The forced own goal from Torment to take the lead. Gimmick sets him up, and then watch Torment put it off of Gyro to go into the goal. What a way to open up game 5.
You know what's even more unlucky for Gyro? He's defending that as if Torment's first touch off the backboard is going to be on target. And so he's coming out of net to try and meet it and push it out. And that's the reason that it goes off the inside of Gyro's car and into the net. Oh, man.
Ooh. AJ putting the brakes on one. He didn't get a corner boost, though, and he'll be out. It's a nice setup, though, to give them this opportunity. Gyro going to look for a teammate, doesn't find the bump, though. It might be enough, though. AJ manages to reach for the shot, and they tie the game.
The almost instant equalizer. Gyro again working some magic out of the corner. Pretty similar to a goal earlier in the series. Wins a couple of challenges, bumps the last guy, and opens the door for his teammate.
Yeah, Gyro there on the wall. He didn't touch the ball, but I think everyone on version 1 was expecting him to, so they were preparing for that. And then when he didn't touch it, they suddenly had to adjust expectations and realize he's now coming for demolitions. And at that point, nobody is paying attention to Illusion, who's reaching across the field. He gets up and makes the unlikely shot to tie the game right here at halftime. Here's Gyro on the outfield pass. Well placed, AJ will get it around a defender who's probably going to cover it up, but they're going to have to do more work to put it between the posts again. AJ again onto the backboard. Torment to the empty corner. Gyro finds a bump on the Gimmick, but he still manages to get his bumper onto the ball. They get it to midfield. Gimmick. Well played.
One-on-one.
Oh, Gyro bumped off the ball. Calm will have plenty of space. Plays it to his corner.
Nice play from version 1, but Illusion. Support from Calm on the back corner to make the save. We're still tied at ones. And FaZe just push and push.
Gimmick was slow to that save, but Calm bails him out behind him. And FaZe continuing with the pressure. Torment makes a save, and Gyro has to hit reverse to try and find the shot. Torment save was just good enough to put it over the rebound.
Hello, AJ.
Now here's AJ onto the backboard. Calm away. Dumps it back to the box again. Gyro continuing with this pressure, and FaZe more and more in control of the game. But Gimmick's gonna try and put the brakes on AJ and tucks it in after off the crossbar bounce. They'll take the lead back.
Gimmick just destroyed AJ. The fake pop into the instant re-land, and that's like the greatest double clutch you're ever gonna see. And Gimmick just tied him up in knots.
Put him in the 1v1 and watch him shine. Gimmick gives the lead back for version 1. 125, plenty of time for FaZe. The games like this have been going to overtime in this series, though. AJ's got other ideas. Oh my goodness, the carry off the wall, past every defender, tie game.
AJ gets posterized and decides to do some posterizing. Again, defeats all of the version 1 defenders and ties it up. What an air dribble.
They are not going away. We are tied with 1 minute left to go. We have gone to overtime twice in this series, both times version 1 has come away with the victory. We might be in a situation where FaZe have to defeat their villain to take home the series. A nice dodges from Illusion there to get around the demolitions. Gyro demolished on the front lines, though. AJ picks up control. Tries to go for a flick, and Calm matches him bumper to bumper. Here come FaZe again. Calm high on the wall, gets demolished. Gimmick out of net, though, will meet AJ, and it bounces into the corner again. Key boost grab from Torment to keep AJ out of his half, force him to roll all the way back to the FaZe back third. Gyro pinches in the midfield. AJ's looking at it, and Illusion's actually there first to the goal. Bumps on the goalies. Off the corner, and a nice one. Here's AJ shooting for the win. Illusion looks for the bump on Torment, but he dodges it and makes the save. Out to the edge. Calm now on the transition game. 18 seconds left. Past another. It's overtime once again. Glimmers on the horizon. Off the edge, 6 seconds left. Here's Gimmick looking for the win. Gyro through another midfield. Torment to Gimmick. He's hounded off the ball. He crosses the net dangerously, but touches the ground. Overtime in Game 5. FaZe yet to win in overtime in this series.
This has been a fight in this 5-game set, and both teams have made outstanding defensive plays, phenomenal offensive setups and capitalizations.
Ooh. Back past Gyro to AJ. The drop down, and Gimmick makes the save. Illusion now on the follow-up. Torment gets away. He gets away from the demolition. Calm has an open net. Can he put the brakes on AJ? AJ gets the block. We keep going. Oh my goodness. Gyro blocks Gimmick. And now AJ looking for the transition on a Torment. Calm getting bumped a little bit on his transition back down. And FaZe, what a way to stay alive.
Ooh, and Illusion misses that touch, but he gets a little misdirection and interference. Calm is floating. AJ's there, and that's gonna do it. FaZe Clan are gonna win their first game.
How about it? They lost 2 overtimes getting here, but they win the one that matters. Gyro, an absolute thorn in their side on the backboard, and AJ scores the easiest goal of the series to take the win and improve to 3-0.
Oh, frustration for version 1. They really did play so well throughout that whole series. Both teams, honestly, playing immaculately on both sides of the ball, but ultimately, it comes down to those bumps out of the corner again. I mean, somebody on FaZe Clan was getting physical and opening doors, and that's what ultimately leads them to victory.
Oh, so there's such aggressive play from this FaZe roster the entire time, constantly in their face. And that wherewithal of not keeping just the one-track mind of, okay, I'm moving up, I'm looking for passes. Oh, I didn't find the pass, I should probably fall back. Constantly being, okay, I'm already up here, I've missed a pass, what can I do now? Well, let's go bump some version 1 players constantly over and over again, and it finally pays off here. You know, heart goes out to Torment. I think Torment had 4 saves every game this series, still wasn't able to come up with a win.
Yeah, a lot of version 1 playing excellent defense throughout the whole thing. Calm in the middle of the games, and Torment, of course, always solid on the back line. And Gimmick was really putting a lot of pressure out at that midfield. It was just, they couldn't consistently stop FaZe from setting up chances later on in the series. They couldn't recapture that pressure that they had from game 1. So let's go ahead. Well, what's next, Wave? You tell me.
Well, we're going to do something we've been doing all day, and it's been a lot of fun. We got the Verizon 5G Speed Shot Challenge. We've seen some crazy shots up until this point. Let's see 3 more. Chat, you're going to get to vote on which shot you think is the best. Let's take a look at some of the shots from the community. This one coming from Solo Player for shot number 1. Let's see what Solo Player's got for us. So he will start with the air carry here. Okay, nice use of the flip. Okay, you know, the flip stall in the mid. I like it.
Very nice, Solo Player. This was a scary one. It looked a little scary considering how hard you hit it off the wall, but it's the backflip that keeps that forward momentum going. Well done.
Yeah, and the boost afterwards as well. This one coming from Sharky here. Looks like happening in maybe an actual game. What does he do? Yeah. 3 players here in the corner. Set up from the teammate. Reaches for it, flips it. The pre-flip into multiple defenders.
That's the question. Did he misread it or did he nail it? I like for nailed it.
Get your votes in. Here's from Pembleton. All of his teammates upfield. He's the only one in the back. Can he get past all the defenders?
Ooh.
Play off the ceiling. Nice shot there. Well done. Upper 90. Good placement.
Talk about a speedy counterattack. I mean, up the wall, and how about we pinch it off the ceiling?
Yeah.
Into the top right corner, too. That's money.
Not often you have the ceiling pinch there. So go get your votes in for the Verizon 5G Ultra Cup Speed Shot Challenge. Use numbers 1 through 3 there in chat. You guys already know how to do it there. But some fun shots here from these team guys. And I love seeing the community's highlights featured here on the main broadcast.
It is a lot of fun. I'm glad we get to do it. And the best part is there's a bunch more, so we can see more.
There are absolutely more. Okay, so that concludes our action here for the group we were watching there. But now it's time to go over to Envy versus Alpine. That'll be the next series. Envy currently 3-0. Can they stay 4-0? We'll find out after the break.
Verizon knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35. The network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right. Only on Verizon.
Well, hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series Season X. You're watching the Verizon 5G Ultra Cup. I'm Leaf, alongside me Gibbs and Turtle. And before we get talking about that last match and the announcements and everything, we got to talk about who you guys voted for that last round of the Speed Shop. Moving on to the top 10, it's Pembleton. Pembleton gets that last one there. I think he definitely stepped it up with that third one there, Turtle, with that ceiling pinch.
Oh, yeah. This is incredible, and it's in the top right corner as well. What more can you ask for when you're going up for that ceiling shot?
Oh, yeah.
And it's on the Dominus. The Dominus can pull off those pinches all the time. I love to see it.
It's called the Speed Shot Challenge. I want to see fast shots, that one.
That's right.
That's true. And now, though, it's time to vote for something else. Your match MVP. The poll is up now in the Twitch chat. Make sure you guys are voting on that. We'll give you some time here while we talk about the match, and then we'll see who you guys picked right after. So let's talk about that match. We have a new team coming in. It's FaZe versus V1 here, and that was a match to watch for sure.
So I was a little bit worried because version 1, like 0-9 versus the Peeps, but they were 0-0 versus FaZe. I thought this might backfire. Version 1 played very well, but AJ with the miracle double save with 10 seconds left, then making some mechanical plays. Then, so this happens every series, I feel like, where like everyone focus on AJ, but then explosive Gyro out of nowhere makes a crazy play. The double bump to seal the win in Game 5. But AJ by himself right there to tie it up. Fantastic play from him. Fantastic play across the board from FaZe, who is now here, which is great to see.
And now we have our MVP. You guys voted. It's AJ. And I feel like, again, what Gibbs was talking about, Turtle, is AJ's an appropriate pick for that. This man is all over the field all the time.
Well, he's the striker. He's coming through after there's all these bumps on the field. It wasn't just Gyro as well. It was Lucian in the corner, getting physical, going for bumps. AJ has to be in the right position. Otherwise, his team's going to flop. And, of course, he's there every single time his team needs an answer. And his striking is the best almost the best in the world. I mean, it's hard to compare him with almost anybody else on the field.
Well, now also to talk from that team, not the MVP, but he did play well. Gyro is joining us to talk everything FaZe Clan now. Gyro, congrats on the win. Congrats on the signing. Welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. I'm so excited.
I can tell that. Yeah, so we got to talk right now. Like, how long was this planned for? Because even going into that series, Wavepunk was talking. You guys joined as the Peeps and then switched after the announcement video afterwards. You guys had all this planned out, didn't you?
Oh, yeah, we have this planned out for I don't even know how long, probably like 3 weeks or something like that. We've been talking with them for a while, and for it to finally happen is actually just insane.
So obviously extremely excited to be part of FaZe Clan, but the Peeps name, that name has to have a special place in your heart for sure.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm forever a Peep, right? If I ever like am not sponsored again, that's gonna be my go-to name. Like, I own that name. That's mine.
You're claiming it. You're claiming it. And now I gotta know. You know, it's an exciting day. And when we watch the face cams after AJ pops off and scores a double tapper, you get these bumps. We barely see any emotion from AJ. How do you hype him up? And what is the key to getting this man popping off?
Honestly, like we have the face cams right next to each other, and I look and I try to hype him up to see if he like gets excited, and nothing happens. I'm like, okay, did I make a joke? And he smiles a little bit, and I think that's enough to get him going.
That's a win.
I don't know.
That's a W.
Yeah, that's a win for me.
That's great. Now I just want to bring it back full circle here one more time, because obviously this is unprecedented announcement, super exciting for you too. I just want to give you a moment, if you want to give another shout out to FaZe here, and what kind of support there is, whether it's behind the org, your family and stuff, for something as large as this.
Thank you for all the fans that supported us. Thank you for FaZe. They've been really helpful throughout like everything. They've already helped us out so much. Thank you, Clover Talent. They were with us for like, I don't know, it's over like a year or something now, and they've been helping us so much with all these org talks and everything. And thanks to my teammates and family for just being really supportive and helping us out.
Well, again, you mentioned the Peeps is always yours, but let's hope that stays dormant for a while. You guys got a good road ahead of you. You started off well with a dub there. Gyro, thanks for joining, and congrats again.
Thank you. FaZe up.
You had to do it. It had to come out.
Now, we're 3 weeks away from Easter. They couldn't wait a little longer for the Peeps name. Easter's coming up. Come on, man. No, but obviously, FaZe, it's great to have him in here. And what a way to start. We were like, uh-oh,
man.
this might turn bad for them, but they pull it out in game 5. What a series.
Yeah, that was it. We're all asking after the announcement, did they get the dub? They did. They got it. And let's take a look at the groups now, see where that put them C and D here as we continue trudging through, give to all of these matches.
Yes, FaZe Clan, they have clinched the top 2 spot. We'll see where they wind up. Version 1, they get to play Pride Stark still, so that is really helpful. They're actually 0-3 on that sheet, but Space Station Gaming lost to Charlotte Phoenix as well. Ooh. So the downhill trend continues while they're at a team house. Very surprising there. Space Station, they're 1-2. They have clinched a top 4 spot, so you don't have to worry about that. They'll make the knockout gauntlet. But now, to make it to top 2, they need version 1 to lose to the last place team, and they need to put in some work as well. So Space Station on the ropes there. Then we talked about Group D, obviously that 3-way tie that was so incredibly close. Rogue barely gets that over there for their top 2 spot.
And we'll take a look at Group A and B because that's where we have to go back to get our next match. Group A is done.
Oh, yeah.
Turtle, they're all finished up here, but Group B is still trying to find out that final result.
Yeah, and it's going to get very, very close. You've got Alpine, E United, 72PC all sitting at around the same spot. However, it's going to come down to these final few matches when Alpine are up against Envy. That's going to decide on if 72PC potentially can crack the code. I'm sure Gibbs has all the mathematical equations figured out, but then it's unreal.
That's the problem there, because Alpine, they have to beat Team Envy or they're out. They will come in last because that their game differential, they won't be able to make it up.
And it's 72
so Alpine,
PC.
I know,
expected that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But they finished 1-3, so they didn't have a great day, but they beat Alpine, the one that matters. But Alpine, again, everything on the line. And the one team you don't want to play when that happens is Team Envy, who are playing for first place. They want to win and just walk away with that number 1 spot in Group B.
Yeah, this is rough right now for Alpine. Everything on the line for their win here. Let's talk about it. Envy versus Alpine is our next matchup to finish off that Group B section of day number 1 here. Turtle, again, Envy is that big team right now. You know, they've been pretty consistent in their wins recently and their placings. Alpine, still one of those teams. We think they can prove it, but they're still trying to prove that they can be one of those top teams.
And Alpine have this weird rhythm and trend where they only can play their best performance, in my opinion, when they're up against a challenge or an obstacle. You know, they struggled against 72PC. They got they did get swept, but I was going to say destroyed, but it was a tough loss against the Sonics. They got swept by them. And then now coming in against Envy, I think they have the best chance in this series because that's what Alpine do. They play up to their opponents. Yeah. They have all the skill. They have all the mechanics, but they get in their own heads if they're up against a team that they should beat. So I feel like this actually has a higher chance of going in Alpine's favor.
It's now time for the Verizon fan vote. One more. Here, guys, get Pine or Envy in chat with those hashtags right now to get another vote. I know we're working you guys hard. We're making you make all these picks and votes across everything, but you're doing a good job so far. I got to let you guys know. Your picks, I like it. Perfect. But now it's time to get these guys' picks. They're usually not so perfect. So let's see what they get here. Envy and Alpine gives, Turtle was just talking about Alpine usually stepping up if there's an obstacle. Envy's an obstacle. The question is, do you think Alpine can overcome that obstacle?
Like, if Envy's an obstacle, they're like a brick wall that is 100 feet tall. Alpine has no chance here. They have never beat Envy, ever, so it's not going to start here. And Envy, they always beat teams below them. When they're playing like top 4 teams, they sometimes can have some troubles. They always beat teams below them. That's why they go so far in all these brackets. Envy easily for me.
This is so difficult, mainly because Envy look unreal again. It seems like they're going back to that top 2, top 3 performance that we've been waiting on. They've had a couple of rough previous events, but now it seems like they're finding their stride yet. Again, if they had taken a loss to any other team, I might be a little bit more leaning towards Alpine, but you got to go with Team Envy. I think Gibbs, you nailed it.
Yeah, I mean, you say it's difficult. I don't think it is at all. I think it's Envy. I mean, I'm watching what these guys are putting down. I think Alpine's a fun team to watch.
He's hoping. Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. Yeah, it's good to have that hope. And Alpine is also hoping right now.
Well, there's just that upset. Right, we haven't really seen anything too crazy. I want to see a little spice get thrown into these games, man. I'm ready for it.
You know what though? That with the red overlay down there with the Alpine logo, it definitely looks like it's out for blood. So maybe
it's spicy.
Maybe this is a premonition to what's about to happen here. But chat doesn't think so at all. 82% in favor. And get on Twitter at RL Esports hashtag RLCS. Let us know your full thoughts. We're gonna head over to the Verizon Skybox for our next match after we listen to what Mist has to say about his team.
During the winning streak we had, the 2 regionals, we were at an all-time high. Honestly, the mood was really good. We felt unstoppable. We felt really good, so really confident during that time period.
Been so good this year, and
We were pretty confident we could sweep the whole split, but unfortunately, Rogue came and they played pretty well, so that couldn't happen.
It's a bump. Gyro doing so much on the field, but that's opened up for Turbo. Finally.
During regional event 3 in the major, I think a lot of teams just played better than us. Simply, I don't think we were hitting our stride as we were in the first 2 events. So we missed out on a few finals because of that. We were lack of confidence and we were simply getting outpaced and stuff by other teams.
Demos have been something else.
Yeah, and I think Gyro at this point is the king of doing things that don't show up.
I think we will get back to our winning ways in the spring split as long as we just stick to ourselves and stick to what we know. Playing our playstyle is pretty good. I think we try to change too much, and I think it's what causes us to lose sometimes.
Turbo with 16, he'll flop it. Is it in?
What?
It is! Turbo! Another floater!
For the new format, I think our preparation's pretty similar. I think we're scrimming a lot more recently just because of the regional, but our scrims are usually the same within the format no matter what.
Going for the backward pass. Gyro's up. He misses. AJ got the touch, but it wasn't enough to keep it out of net.
To our top teams in the region, just want to say look out for us. I think we're coming back stronger than ever.
Ball to Mist to Turbo. Up to Mist. It's a high pass. He lets it float. The floater yet again.
Envy says, or Mist says that Envy's coming back stronger than ever here in this split, and their record would show it right now. There is currently a team with undefeated in every single group right now. Envy on the top of Group B, 3-0.
Perhaps unsurprisingly, Envy is definitely that team that we have slept on a couple of times before while doing some of these regional events. And what is even going on right now? What is this check mark?
Flying Verizon check mark.
This is amazing.
That was beautiful. Get your endos out and chat. It's been a lot of fun. The 5G Cup's been pretty cool so far. But yes, Envy in the blue with Alpine in the orange. Alpine having a bit of a rough go here in the group stage, currently 1-2. Looking to get to 2-2 and make sure they can secure that 3rd spot. A loss here with a could put them at risk of being knocked out, especially if they were to lose 3-0 or 3-1. I believe they would lose that spot to United. So to United and 72 PC maybe.
Well, if they want their first win against Envy to come, it's going to have to come through Percy and Magic Bear. Those two always deliver on offense. And to be fair, Atomic pokes one off the crossbar. Envy did say they were suffering from a little bit of a lack of confidence. And if Alpine's got something to prove here and they're not able to activate the unstoppable Mist Atomic combo, things could go Alpine's way.
We'll see. Things very much on the line for them. That early loss to 72PC yesterday gonna haunt them here. They can't get the win against Envy. Mist now off the backboard. The double tap is wide. Percy will find a clear, but now the pass back to Mist. Jordan will cover it up on the side, and he's got Magic Bear on the backboard for support. Atomic now. Through, no. Jordan will win the challenge. And here's Turbo with Atomic in support. Mist over the top of one. Jordan now. Oh, a miss there. Turbo will come on in. Set up Atomic. Percy that wins the challenge. Missed out of the backfield. Looking for the long carry. Gets it to Atomic on the backboard. The drop. Oh, covered up by Magic Bear.
Man, Magic Bear, that is a huge save, and Envy really putting that Alpine defense through its paces here to start off the series. Feels like they're throwing everything in the book at him.
Oh, here comes a shot. This one placed between the posts. Magic Bear with the obscene angle out of the corner.
Everything in the book at him except the shot to the back post, as that's what gets the job done for Magic Bear. And wow, that's one that you should go and redo over and over and over again to nail it as consistently as Magic Bear did right there. That was perfect.
Atomic winning the midfield challenge on kickoff. The ball will go to the Alpine half. And Atomic, no way, gets the double tap off the backboard to tie the game.
And this one was looking like it was going to get saved. Jordan having to make the late jump up because didn't think Atomic was going to have the free look, but mistimed his approach, only had so much boost in the tank, and Atomic right over the top, and then at the end, right under it.
Barely misses that touch, and it results in a NV goal. Alpine's lead suddenly gone. Magic Bear across to Percy on the outfield pass there, just wide of the net. Mistle chases this one down with Jordan trying to stop him. He'll stall out, but Atomic's there to pick up control. Magic Bear covers it up, and now Percy trying to get set up on the goal line. Here's Turbo in, and that'll be Envy making quick work of the Alpine defense.
And there's that Turbo pulse of value out of the midfield. He just recognizes now is the time. Generally, he will stay out of the way of Atomic and Mist, but he sees that one touch come out of the corner, and he knows that's his time to get in there, make his presence felt. He delivers a goal.
His people needed him. He heard their call, and he went. That's how Turbo Pulsa does. Now up on the wall here, Mist gonna win another challenge. Magic Bear through another Atomic with a miss, and Magic Bear will close on this one, beats Turbo Pulsa. Now he's gonna have one defender left in the back corner. Can he find the angle? Gonna roll up the wall, and Atomic will chase it around. Percy taking boost, Atomic out in the tanks. Just trying to find any semblance of a meaningful touch. And he'll get it to his teammates. He'll get it back to midfield with Percy, the counter touch. Atomic to the wall. Magic Bear, quick adjustments there. Take it to the sky over the top of one. Can't get it past Atomic though, and it'll go laterally to the side for Percy, who places upper 90, blocked by Mist high in the sky. Follow up from Alpine as they're putting the pressure on.
I'm liking Alpine's approach. You're right, putting the pressure on it. It's because, as a point you often raise, really just put everything on target and force Envy to make a save. As Percy again on the counterattack.
Here comes Turbo, a nice touch pass to the front line defense, but Magic Bear quickly closes on it and then gets a soft touch in the corner to keep it competitive. Mist, though, has other ideas off the wall. He's got it past two players and onto the backboard. Nobody's home. Magic Bear's got to reach for it, and it's not in time. Atomic scores another one.
Look at how good Mist does taking this ball out of his half. You missed the real impressive stuff right before that replay starts, and how about the quickness of Atomic's read? He doesn't even give the defense time to think about where it's going to bounce. He's already jumped. He'll adjust on the fly. He nails it.
And despite Alpine having a wonderful approach on offense, the breakaway opportunities from Envy have them with a 2-goal advantage here in game number one. It's Turbo. Patiently waits out Percy. Sets up Mist. He's got Atomic in tow. Mist goes for the soft plays, but Turbo's just there, just lurking for the opportunity. Percy has to dive to make the save in the corner. Atomic trying to set up Mist. There's the pass. Shot. Gonna be to the wide. Magic Bear covered up most of the goal. And then opted to just keep control in enemy territory. Final minute of game number one. Alpine with a 2-goal. No, let's make it 3-goal deficit here. They got a lot of work cut out for them.
Thought Alpine was going to be able to find their way out of this jam here, but when you realize Jordan has no boost and elects to go for the pad because he can't reach the ball, you knew something bad was going to happen, and Atomic was all over it. And I think you can call game one done and dusted. 3 in a minute, not unheard of, just very unlikely, especially considering that Envy not willing to concede too much, and the only goal that Alpine has scored has required a phenomenal shot from Magic Bear.
It has been. It was a good start. We thought Alpine maybe was going to set us up for a crazy series, but Envy just a little bit slow to get rolling. Once they were in second gear, the turbo kicks in, and they're just off to the races. Magic Bear here setting up one. Percy gonna try, but missed. Able to get the block. 20 seconds left. Every second that goes by makes this categorically less possible. A nice
this
try.
One's wild too.
Yeah.
I mean, due to math on the shot differential here, what it's 12 plus 6
18 to 3.
Yeah, 18. Jeez.
18 to 3, and what is this? 13 saves to 2. Very one-sided series there. It didn't feel that one-sided, but most of the play happening here in the Alpine half.
It really didn't feel that off until you realize that more of those shots start dropping, and at that point it kind of took on a life of its own. But Envy, you talk about getting in the driver's seat and driving off before the other person got in the car. That's game one.
Yeah, it felt like Alpine. And the thing that's most surprising about the stat line is how much we were talking about in the middle there. Alpine just peppering the net of Envy, just saying like, let's just put it on target, just force them to make saves. That'll make them make worse clears, and we'll be able to stay on offense more. And they only registered 3 shots out of that. But the more important thing is they only got 1 goal out of it, despite their best efforts. Envy only having to register 2 saves here to get the very clean 3-goal win in game number 1.
And a lot of these goals from Envy in that series really were kind of just Alpine not really being in position to make the clear that needed to happen. Like the one that sticks in your mind, obviously, was that first one, where Jordan starts moving forward and then has to make that quick reaction, jump onto the backboard. And then later on, when he just doesn't have any boost, to stop another double tap from Atomic. And then the pinch happens out of the corner, and Turbo's just there to win the fight. And Percy wants to start off game 2, and he's turned to the side of the goal line by Atomic. Mist gonna find the second clear. Turbo gonna make sure the ball gets to the other half with Atomic's help, because he's just been turned into ash.
Yeah, well done on the save. I don't know if the Alpine offender had actually a better chance to score there. He had to really manage his boost to even make that shot possible, following the kickoff there. But well done on both sides. Start off with a nice clenching of a moment. Turbo to Atomic here as he looks for Turbo on the outside. Turbo's up for it, and they'll put it onto the backboard. Got 2 defenders to bite. Here's Mist to the upper 90, and he puts it in. 1-0 Envy.
And if there's one reason you could always say Mist is a phenomenal striker, look at how consistently he is able to place the ball up high in the net with the ball coming towards the ground at him. I mean, it's a question of timing and your approach angle and the speed. And Mist, I don't think I've ever seen him miss-hit a ball like that when he's got that type of look.
It's unfortunate that his name is a homonym with the past tense of to miss. Because it's not something he does very often here. And I love this setup from Atomic and Turbo there. The dual threat, difficult to read play that looks like it's inevitably going to be a pinch to the goal. Actually puts it off the backboard. They bait out 2 defenders and make it to where the last man has to react to Mist's shot. Mist's accuracy gets the job done. Envy up by 1. Atomic and Mist on the corner.
That's a nice little fake from Atomic, driving up that wall to make it look like he was going to take that pass from Mist. It forced Jordan to go back into the defensive half, and it's let Envy get a big chunk of this midfield control. They've got a lot of boost sitting on here. They may not have the ball, but they're ready to go on the counterattack.
We've always talked in Rocket League about the mind games, but for many, many seasons, it was just the mind game of hitting the brakes and just having people with as they were trying to get your read. There's a lot more mind games happening now with fake passes and fake setups and fake shots. Players looking like they're going to take a shot and then a teammate moving in to take it. Here comes the infield pass. Magic Bear just barely misses into a very well-covered goal. Mist will now try to get this one away. He does. Caddy corner. Jordan has to fall back here as Turbo's putting pressure on him.
It's just the evolution of Rocket League is the phenomena that you and I have been very fortunate to get to witness firsthand, as Turbo going to float one out towards the backboard, and Mist going to cut him off, actually. Envy might have to give up a little ground here. Atomic's just going to keep the pressure on to buy a little extra time, but this communication from Envy going to cost him what could have been a solid chance to put a second one in the net.
Yeah, there was a few openings given by Alpine. But here comes Turbo. Similar situation to the first time, passes to Mist in the midfield, but Percy covers it up well. He's got Magic Bear right behind him. Atomic, excellent win. Gets us all the way to midfield. And here's Turbo off the wall. I'm going to try and chase it down himself, but he's going to be behind the ball, and there's the nice reads from Alpine getting their team advanced onto offense. Percy demolished, though. Space created, space taken. Envy back into the orange half. And past 1, Atomic doesn't have the boost to get back to that ball. Magic Bear will get it away and out of his goal.
Magic Bear, great job working out. Now they got Atomic in a 1-on-2, and look at him just cut in. He says, I don't care if I'm outnumbered. I'm going to take the fight on my own terms, and he gets him out of a jam.
Yeah, brilliant confidence there. And he defines the situation himself. He doesn't wait for it to develop. Takes away the advantage the 2v1 creates. 1:33 on the clock. Envy, the lead, the win in game 1 and the lead here in game 2. Looking to get a match point early, but here comes Alpine. The shot just barely high and missed to carry it away, so Percy can't come in on the follow-up. Atomic wants to reach for this, but he's got Mist right underneath him. They couldn't set up Turbo either. Turbo just comes in to win the challenge, just
keep his team on offense a little bit longer, but a neutral 50-50 Turbo with the clear to the side. Much needed for the MV defense.
Can always count on him coming back. Magic Bear, oh no, he was going for the pinch. Hit the dead center of the ball. Jordan floats one off the wall, and Alpine gonna have to give a little ground here, take a demo, but of course Turbo, like you said, right when you need him, there he is to get him out of an awkward position on defense. And how about this attempt at a redirect? Gives it for Atomic. And, okay, we got to see Turbo's perspective. Did he let it go or did he miss? I don't know.
It's hard to know. Honestly, I don't think he's intentionally aware that Atomic's careening into that corner, or that with both defenders, it's going to go into the corner there. I think Turbo's doing his best, and Atomic hits a crazy shot. Looked simple enough, but from his perspective, that angle, hard to hit. And now a 2-goal lead with 30 seconds left. It's been a 6-1 affair so far in this series. Envy across both games, dramatically outscoring Alpine. Has missed onto the backboard, looking for goal number 3, drops it all the way to the ground, and he's put it on him.
And the important touch right here is this first hit from Mist. It's all about setting your trajectory to follow the ball to the backboard. And the way he orients his car to hit that one pretty much dead center with his line is masterful. What an approach.
And Alpine really, this is a team-defining series at this point. If you're able to bounce back and beat Envy in this situation, in a reverse sweep to stay alive in the group stage, that is quite what a way to make a story around yourself and redeem an early loss. But at this point, quite the uphill battle as Envy has 2 games straight.
Quite the uphill battle is right, and I don't even necessarily think Alpine is playing like particularly bad, right?
No.
Sure, they're giving up a little bit of space. Maybe Envy is a little bit quicker in a couple scenarios, or they're picking off a little bit more boost. But I mean, Alpine's not out here, just getting destroyed left, right, and center. It's really Envy. They take just what's given to them, and they always turn it into something that's tough to deal with for the defense. Like that double tap from Mist, that's not a guaranteed goal. Mist has to nail that. And that like weird fake attempted redirect from Turbo. I mean, Alpine plays the defense properly. It's just they hit it just right.
They do. They've hit it so the accuracy, I think, the name of the game here, both from Atomic and Mist on their 2 goals here. And you're right. We saw Alpine even up the standings, or even up the stats a little bit more here, actually leading in shots 6-4 after the, 18-3 situation we saw in game number 1.
Nightmare.
So I agree. Alpine's not playing poorly, but I think it is the actual quality of touch. Just the moments where Atomic just doesn't. Oh, he barely missed in that one. I was so excited for him to just completely back up what I was saying there to show that like they never make mistakes. But yeah, just barely off on that shot here at the beginning of game 3.
1 pixel off of getting that crossbar and in. But Envy, I mean, they've got 4.5 minutes now to close this one out in short order. But I would totally believe in Alpine not giving an inch. There's a reason that you would like to refer to them as the Dark Goats. They do not give up, and they are easy to underestimate.
Oh, ooh. Missed an Atomic. Trying to tag team on the very tight pass. As Mist now off the ceiling, reaching for this. He gains control, now looking for bumps. He'll lose the ball, and Percy well away from bumping zone. Be able to get it, but Atomic puts it back into the box again, and Magic Bear not going to gain full control on this, and Atomic gets it off him. 1v1 against Percy. Turbo comes in to make it a 1v2, and it's to the corner. Jordan now, past 1. Didn't he challenge by Mist off the ceiling, and he'll bump the ball off of Jordan's hood. He regains it, though, before Atomic can get it away from him. And, of course, it's Turbo and the 3rd man who really breaks up the play.
Ooh. But Envy, I don't think they really have good control of the ball, but neither does Jordan. Alpine had a chance to really put Envy on the back foot there and force him onto defense, but for some reason, either they just don't have the boost or not understanding what the plan is. Alpine just let Envy right back in.
A lot of space, and Atomic's got a full tank, but actually thinks he respected Jordan. Miscalled him off, and now he takes the shot. This one high, and Magic Bear off the backboard will catch it and go for the dribble, but demolish in the process. Turbo will pick it up and look to advance again, and right now Envy sort of just outclassing Alpine in the 1v1 department, which is
very bad news for Alpine, who has been struggling to gain an edge in any area of the field right now.
But they do keep it even. It's still 0-0, coming up on halftime, and sure, a couple of weird happenstances where they've kind of given up the pressure to Envy, but at the same time, they haven't conceded yet.
They have not. Envy has had a few opportunities. They've just barely missed the shot. The ball spending so much time in the orange half. It does feel inevitable. We're going to need to see some breakaway opportunities from Alpine to keep this series going. Route 2, Atomic back down. Gives a pass to his teammate, missed it, trying to connect with Turbo. Turbo just completely airballs, but now with an open net, no! He gets it off the backboard and missed. And Atomic going to be far enough back. I believe Atomic demolished.
Turbo
Had a long rotation back in.
it. Mist took it away. Mist got an extra touch that Turbo didn't think was needed.
Either way, the miscommunication.
Yeah.
It's matched to the outside, and miscommunication like that at a moment where Envy is just trying to put the series away. Alpine happy to see those small weaknesses. As Jordan and Magic Bear nearly connect on the aerial 1-2-1. Percy will keep this one trapped in the blue, but missed. He doesn't have enough boost to reach this one. He's got a teammate upfield. He's got to be careful here as they get tangled up on the back line. It's all up to Atomic now in the third man. He'll stall it out to give time for Mist and Turbo to get back to this ball. But 1:29 to the clock. Atomic reaching for it. Doesn't make contact. And the slowest and most even game of the series. Here's Jordan versus Mist. Pops it to the top. It's off the crossbar and out. Turbo will get the clear.
Man, Jordan, you feel bad for him. That was the opportunity, and you smacked it off the bar. But they're not done yet. That was a great flick.
Crossbar pivotal role here in game 3. Atomic now. Down past 1, up against Percy. Percy slowing this down. Envy struggling to gain a full clear. Atomic will finally find it. And Magic Bear puts it high. Atomic with a great read. He's out of boost, but was where the ball needed to be. Where he needed to be for the ball. Now, here's Mist and Turbo trying to tag team this one. The aggression from Envy, constantly putting pressure on the Alpine backline.
Yeah, every time I go to an Envy player's perspective and I see them up for some of those challenges in the air, I'm trying to figure out why they twist their car the way they do. But it always somehow works out. They understand how this play is going to go on such a strange, intuitive level that I will never comprehend, and it is amazing to watch.
The air roll cancels can, like canceling out momentum is a high-level aerial mechanic that I think that everyone in this pitch understands better than you or I. But here comes Magic Bear looking to finish it off in regulation. Turbo gets it away. Clock is expired. Can Alpine keep it up and win game 3? That'll go to the outside. Magic Bear still got enough boost, though. Can he carry it? Pops it high, and Atomic's up for it onto the backboard. Percy's there, but cleared the edge by Turbo, and we will go to overtime in game 3. Envy 1 goal away from the sweep.
That's the third or fourth time Turbo has come through and just ruined an opportunity for Alpine on the defensive side. But they're not done. Percy, that's a good push on the kickoff. And how about that clear for Mist? Wow.
Atomic with the effort. There's Magic Bear on the outside. Dumped into the box. Percy out to Magic Bear. He's low on boost, but he'll try to pick up the midfield. Turbo over the top of him. It'll be up to Percy and Jordan here on the back line. Percy taking at least 3 touches to gain control of the ball there. But Turbo and Mist both go. Atomic's got to make this stop. What a dismount over the top of 2. And now up against Jordan. Jordan will win the challenge. It's to Magic Bear in the corner, but Turbo will cover him up. And now Atomic just trying to hound him off of it. Percy through 1. Magic Bear for the shot and for the win. Straight it to Atomic on the goal line. He'll make the save. We'll keep going in overtime.
That's a scary opportunity there for Alpine. Yes, they had one good look. Didn't really have the ability to square it up anywhere else in the net, though. And now they're having to fight off the Envy counterattack. Look at Percy playing it all the way from the ceiling just to reset things.
The Turbo with the loft. Magic Bear and Jordan both kind of bite on this. Jordan will ground himself quickly. An Atomic shot is just wide. The follow-up from Turbo. Going to create misdirection and then pass it again, but it's still not quite in front of the box. There's the pass, but blocked in the air. An excellent challenge. Alpine's defense is breaking up the pass plays over and over again. And Envy not able to connect with each other.
Man, you got to give a lot of credit to Alpine's defense fighting off some of these approaches from Envy. But now's the question when you don't really have any outlet options. It's actually a 2-on-1, though, and Percy is forced to jump to dodge a demo, and fight it out in the midfield for the ball one more time.
Atomic and missed. Shot is just off the post. Inaccuracy again. The defining story from game 3. Neither team able to find the shot when they have the opportunity. Mist will go to the corner. This almost feels like a game that's going to end in an own goal, Achieves. As much as I would hate to put that bad juju on these teams.
You believe it at this point, though. That feels like that might be what it takes.
Turbo. Flip reset. No, he didn't gain it. Missed onto the backboard, and Jordan down to Magic Bear. Atomic to the outside. He's got Turbo on the wall. But can't really gain enough control to get it to him. Missed now. He'll try on the far side, but Jordan's got other ideas. Onto the backboard and Turbo Pulsa. Will find a clear and another catch. Percy has to fall back. Here's Mist. Up against Jordan. Behind 2. Atomic on the third man will have control. He just punts it to the corner. Maybe looking for Mist, who gives it back to Turbo. Excellent pass play, but again, wide and slow as well. Jordan would have covered it even if it was between the posts. And we'll keep playing with 2:44 in overtime.
I love Envy willing to use that man on the wall. And Mist trying to exercise the dribble game, but Alpine slowly but surely in this overtime pushing that ball further and further towards the blue half. It's not staying anywhere near as long in this Alpine defense as it was in regulation.
Magic Bear trying to give the ball back to his teammate. Turbo Pulse doesn't make much of anything. He's out of boost now. Boost for his corner. There's Mist. This one looks good, and Magic Bear has to make the save. Diving shot from Atomic. Covered up by Percy and Jordan in the midfield, but Turbo's there. Keeps the ball in the orange. Looks for the block and finds it. And an insane block there on Magic Bear in the corner. And now the ball with all the momentum killed, but Percy gets it past 2. So the block won't matter. Mist just trying to stall him out in the midfield. He gives the ball to Atomic. He takes to the air. He's up against Magic Bear. Get it over the top of him. Magic Bear with a stop on 1, and Percy gets the carry away. We keep going.
Magic Bear, huge play. Not easy to defend a player like Atomic, and Mist calls Percy's bluff, sets up Atomic pass to Turbo, and he's too far. Still gonna reach it and drill it into the middle. Look at Envy on the counterattack. Oh, what a touch, Atomic.
Oh, well done. Well done indeed. And that will be the sweep of Envy to go 4-0. And I believe, I'm going to double check this before I say it, but in our group stage, we have currently one team 4-0 at the top of every group, with the exception of Group C, where FaZe Clan sits waiting their match against Space Station to end off the day. But Envy will improve again, and Alpine will be knocked out at the group stage.
Well, the desk felt confident in this one going Envy's way, and they were right. And I'm be honest, I'm just waiting to watch that Atomic assist at the end there. I know he doesn't actually get it, but coming at that ball from the opposite angle to rotate it and hit the wheels straight off the wall is pretty great. That's quality.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful plays there. But that will be Envy with the sweep. Well done to them. Let's take now some looks at some Verizon 5G speed shot challenges. This will be the last ones for the day, so be sure you get ready to vote in chat. We'll start things off here with Particle Beams. Particle Beams, let's see what he's got for us. As play number 1, driving the Octane, the Titanium White Octane with Cristianos. You know this is going to be a hardcore shot. Off the ceiling, onto the backboard, and what the tap? That was beautiful.
How do you even squeeze that in? Just looking at it from his perspective, how do you turn that car to the left and kick it off the wheel?
I don't understand how the physics puts that in either, but we got to move on to goal number 2, Mr. Singham here. Nice plays on the ground. Okay.
Respectable follow-up.
All right. Well,
the whoops, nice one in the chat. No one believes he meant to do it.
Who plays with chat that big? That's enormous. But hey, you know what?
Question.
Wonderful play there. Let's go on to number 3. This one happening in Snow Day. Oh, I'm so here for this. Okay, the ceiling. Oh, and the pitch on the ground to finish it off. I like that.
Joe Voss. That's the best part about Snow Day is you really get into some wild situations with challenges on the wall because the ball doesn't bounce like the puck, and you can really get on top of someone. And Joe Voss getting the double dunk.
Yeah, vote for your favorite in Twitch chat now for the Verizon 5G Ultra Cup Speed Shot Challenge. Yeah, the way he bounced off the wall. He like pogos off the wall to make sure he's still in position to be able to pinch that into the goal instead of landing with all four wheels as your muscle memory would usually dictate you to do. He wouldn't have been able to make the shot if he did. So what a play there. I think I like the Snow Day one. But chat, make sure you get your votes in so we can give a winner there on the next day. So that does it for today, and that does it for me and Achieves in the casting booth. Moving on, we got some more matches, and we talked about it just a second ago. FaZe Clan versus Space Station Gaming. This match has never mattered more. FaZe Clan trying to be undefeated, and Space Station trying to dodge group stage elimination. It's going to have that and more after the break.
Verizon knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35, the network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
And welcome back to the Verizon 5G Ultra Cup. I'm Leaf, and alongside me is Gibbs and Turtle. And once again, you guys have been voting on some super sick plays, but only one can make it into that top 10, into that next group to show on Sunday. And of course, it was Particle Beams. Particle Beams takes this one, the first clip of this group of 3, Turtle. And this was a pretty gnarly play, to be honest.
Ooh, yeah, and the arrow use, and then at the end, you can see him actually tilt his car all the way down to barely get that angle on the top of his car. That was lovely. I love seeing plays like that, and probably one of the best shots we've seen all day.
That's another shot I can't hit. So, yep.
I was.
Yeah. There we go.
You
There we
made
go.
the joke because I was about to. Now it's time to vote for the match MVP, though, guys. These are some of the players you just saw play, and you get to vote on them. There's a Twitch poll happening right now, so make sure to click on that. You only got a few moments here while we do the recap. Then we'll come back and see who you guys picked on. So get to that Twitch poll. Start voting for that MVP. Now let's start talking about this match. We talked, Gibbs, about Alpine needing this win, and they were not able to get it.
Yeah, and like honestly, it wasn't even close. The games 1 and 2, at least Team Envy are just so dominant. Team Envy looks so good. When they play lesser opponents, they just swarm you, and there's nothing that you can do. But on top of that, the quality of goals were still very high for Team Envy. So Alpine had to play good defense. The problem is when goals like this are going in, like it's very hard to defend. And with all that pressure, it was so difficult.
Well, we got to game 3, and it was so close. You could see the defense of Alpine struggling, trying to keep themselves alive. It wasn't enough, and Jordan seemed to have a rough day as well. A couple of double commits all over the place on defense. Things not clicking for Alpine, but Envy, they worked for it. They got the double taps, and they secured the win.
They did, and to get that securing shot to get the win, Turbo Pulse scored it, and he's also going to be Chat's MVP here for that match MVP. I see some nods here, Gibbs. Yeah?
But this is why BDS is #1 in the world, because Europe is taking over NA as well. Turbo Pulse is just going to win every MVP. It doesn't really matter. Europe, superior region.
He's been in NA for a long time, though. At what point do we stop, considering that? I feel like
Turbo
eventually
is
Turbo
everyone.
just becomes one of us.
He's the world's Turbo Pulse. That's what it is.
And when we start playing all the aliens that are chilling on Mars right now, we're sending Turbo.
Oh, yeah.
That's for sure. Turbo's our representative. I hope you're up to it, Turbo. But let's take a look at the groups now as we slowly get through these groups. We're almost to the end of it, guys. Take a look back at Group A and B now that they're completed here. And I would say, Turtle, in my mind, this is relatively what I'd thought.
Yeah.
I mean, we talked about Group B having really that potential for any of those teams under Envy to be anywhere.
I think the biggest surprise is that Alpine lost, that we just saw them not making it to the knockout gauntlet. That is surprising to me. 72 PC, they've got a chance now to make a name and finally get a run going, Gibbs.
The Sonics, though, look at that. #2, and that's with their coach, Roldiz. They've had to bring him in to be on the starting roster. Roldiz is playing great. 3-1 for them is huge.
He stays popping off. Every time Roldiz subs in or I see his name on the starting roster, I'm like, okay, something's about to happen. I'm not sure everybody's going to underestimate him, and they're going to pop off.
It's so incredibly hard to do that as well. And then we look over to Group C and D, because we're going to finish off Group C here in a little bit. Group D finished, again, with that 3-way tie where we had to go down the tiebreaker list, down like 4 levels to figure out who was 3rd and 4th between Ghost and Xed. It came down to 2 goals between those 3 series, between Ghost, Rogue, and Xed. That's how close it can be, and it happened there. And now we move on to Group C, where we thought that this match would be a battle for first place. FaZe Clan versus Space Station. Space Station, that was 1 and 2. They need a win to get 3rd place. That is as best as they can possibly do, while FaZe Clan, obviously brand new here, sitting in 1st, sitting pretty. All they need is 1 game win to clinch #1.
Now, the important thing about this match is that, they know at least they're making it to the next thing. At least that's not on the line here. But, yeah, getting that better seed is important. And let's talk about this last one here because, Turtle, who would have thought that Space Station would be fighting for a 3rd seed? The best they get is a 3rd seed.
What is this? This is unreal. It's the game 5s. For SSG that they've been struggling in. They went to game 5 against version 1. They lost by 1 goal. They went to game 5 against Charlotte Phoenix, and they lost by 2 goals. They're inconsistent. Meanwhile, the exact game that just happened before, in game number 4 in that same series, they beat them 3-0, but then they flipped the script. They don't know what's happening. The defense was all over the place. So if this goes to game 5, you just automatically want to give the win to FaZe Clan.
Yeah, but this is it should be a good one regardless. I think, this matchup is one that we've definitely seen before, and I feel like Space Station's had trouble with it sometimes, but they've also had trouble apparently gives with a lot of these other ones now, these other teams. So,
yeah,
you know,
like I think Space Station is one of those teams for like number 3, number 4 seed. I don't think they care that much, but they care about the win because they're not looking good right now. They need to take down FaZe Clan. So then in the team house, when they have dinner tonight, they'll be happy about it because otherwise it's going to be a very awkward dinner.
That's true. Well, it's now time for the Verizon fan vote. Guys, one more time today, you get to vote for who you think is going to win this one. It's 4 seeding at this point, SSG or FaZe. I feel like FaZe is going to take this one. People just want to use the new hashtag here. That's what's going to happen here for sure. But do we think SSG can step it up and grab that seed there? FaZe going to crush through their group stage here. Let's get our votes out while you guys do that. Gibbs, you get to start us off.
Don't be lazy on the FaZe. It's not going to stick, but I'm going to go with FaZe Clan. Sorry, I had to.
You guys didn't hear the rest of production. The crew, the room we're in right now is groaning. Just so you all know.
That might be my number one dad joke now at this point. I am very proud. I'm very proud.
You could have said something like, don't laze on FaZe.
Okay.
I feel like there were other
That's just as bad. No.
Okay, Turtle, save us.
We got to stop this. I'm not going to even try because it's just going to be probably worse, okay? I'm still going FaZe Clan, though. FaZe up, just like Gyro said. All right, maybe we should just go with that. But I think that with the support and the confidence that they're coming out with against version 1, FaZe, they look clean. SSG are on the downward trend. They've got to pick it up. I want to see SSG get back to the top, but I don't think it's going to happen in this series.
I tried for this pick. I tried to figure out their hand symbols, but I just looked like I was doing Naruto.
Yeah,
spells.
No, I don't.
It didn't work out, but I'm going FaZe Clan. Again, I think we've seen this matchup. We know that they can do it. FaZe is hot today, and I think they run out the rest of this group just looking super, super good. Although chat is still, I'm legitimately surprised.
Wow.
Chat, you've been good all day, and I'm wondering if you're going to call this one right too. So we'll find out, though. Get online. Let us know how excited you are for the rest of this weekend and this last match here at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS. But why don't we head over to the Verizon Skybox for our last match of groups.
Reminded that we're not good at jokes, just talking about Rocket League. And Corelli, we'll see if Space Station can get back to form here against FaZe, who didn't really have the best go of it in their last match.
And I think for both teams, I would say for Space Station in particular, it's been a rough tournament so far. When you look at who they've had to play, you would expect that Space Station would come out on top. For FaZe, they have been able to squeak by a Game 5 victory in their last matchup here. I think the desk is absolutely right about one thing, aside from the cringe, is mostly for Space Station. This is kind of a pick-me-up, kind of morale type of win that they would need here. When you talk about living in a team house together, I think Gibbs is absolutely right. There's a lot of expectations that come with that. And for Space Station, the performance they put on so far, that expectation has certainly not been met. Taking down a team like FaZe, well, that could help things out.
Also fortunate for Space Station that they aren't in a position where they could be eliminated, because they're in that 4th spot. And like I said, fortunate that the team below them didn't really have a performance to make that a threat. But I absolutely agree. They need this to get back into form. Sipical's flip reset taken away by AJ. And going into tomorrow, because it's not the Space Station that you or I expect. It might be difficult, though, against FaZe.
Well, yeah, I mean, when you talk about what Space Station has done as of late in versus what they've done previously here in RLCSX in the previous splits, it's a far cry. And the talent's still there. It's been a rough go for them here. And again, I think this is a great matchup for them to start to bounce back and trend upwards.
FaZe, another push forward. Illusion shots clean, and that one is in. FaZe get the first goal.
Yeah, almost casual here for FaZe. Sipical out of the play. Reynolds goes to a hard tackle, but that ball bounces straight back out. Sipical on the recovery just can't get up, and Arsenal as well trying to jump after it. It was an easy shot for Illusion all the way, and a 1-0 lead for FaZe.
Well, Space Station, still some work to get started, but Illusion has 2 in the tank. Oh, what a save from Reynolds. AJ also blocked by Arsenal. And that save, see if they can turn that into something offensive here with Arsenal. Illusion, cutting Arsenal off there. Couldn't stay on the ball. Now Illusion has AJ, but it's met again by Sipical. Space Station again, facing early pressure. from FaZe, but Arsenal finds Reddles downfield, and AJ gets a nice block. FaZe had some crazy defensive stands in the last match, and I expect more of that. From the last few tournaments we've seen, it feels like more times than not they have some crazy defensive stands.
Oh, absolutely, especially when you have a player like AJ to pull off those opportunities. And speaking of them, talk about the offense for a second, Sharpie, as he puts away his first goal.
Yeah, AJ, the star, gets another nice one. It's simple, off the ceiling. He's got the space. He beats the first man on the side wall, and there's nobody in a position to challenge him. All he has to do is put it up top, and that's exactly what he did. AJ in that position, high threat. He nailed it.
For FaZe, this is a fantastic start. When you talk about the history between these two teams, I mean, it is in favor of Space Station Gaming. They've won they've won 8 of the last 10 matchups between these two teams in various tournaments. So for Space Station, this is a series and this is a matchup that they win pretty hard, at least history tells us. And right now, it's been all FaZe.
And it's funny too, because I do remember a couple of those matches when you'd end up talking to Reddles in a post-game interview, and you'd ask him like, what team is he really afraid of? And he'd always say the Peeps. He's like, he never feels comfortable against now FaZe. But they end up winning those matches like you were talking about, and it never really seems to affect them that much. But FaZe take an inch, they might take a mile. Gyro bangs it off the post. AJ racing back towards the ball. Typical gets there first.
AJ has just been zipping around the field for FaZe. He is everywhere. He is feeling it today. Feels like every decision that he's making is the right one, and here he wants to take it by himself. Does get over Sypical looking for help. The ball still comes out to him, and with no boost, he can't really do much else with it. Big miss. It allows Lucian to maybe have an opportunity, but here comes Sypical back the other way. Reynolds has an opportunity himself. Is shut down by AJ on the big clear. Arsenal racing back, does get there.
Massive clear from AJ. Space Station can turn it around quickly, but they can't. You saw him get tied up, trying to move down the field again, allow Gyro to come in and break it up. FaZe continue to drive game one. AJ especially has been a nuisance. Lucian got a bump as well. Gyro waiting on the wing, and he just missed off the crossbar. Arsenal has the clear out, but AJ stole the boost. Gyro comes in to take the ball. AJ coming back down again, and this is a tough ball in the corner that Space Station have to handle. They finally get a gift here from Lucian. Sypical forcing the ball out, but Gyro is right there, and another save. FaZe don't even blink.
Yeah, the defense has been extremely strong for FaZe, even though they've let up quite a few shots. I mean, Space Station do have 7 shots here in this game, but FaZe, nothing seems to get in the way of their defense in the transition game. Space Station really haven't been able to slow them down too much. This is an opportunity now for Space Station. They put something together before time runs out. That could be it. Sypical does get the touch off the bump from Reynolds, and Space Station get one back.
This is vintage Space Station right here. Reddles whipping around, setting up a play, getting the bump, and then Sypical, recognizing where AJ's approaching, puts it under him, and an easy goal for Space Station, where they weren't really able to get anything going. Like the start of the game, you had Sypical's flip reset. They ended up getting no power on it. It wasn't even on target. And then the chances that they got were, I wouldn't say scarce, just disjointed. They were never able to generate real pressure against FaZe, but now they might have the chance here off this kickoff. Lucian can't get the clear. Sypical pops over Gyro. He's still in front, but it's taken away by Lucian. Next up, Arsenal, and he find a way through. He waits for Lucian, gifted with the ball. Can't get the power he wants, and Sypical played it close, though, gets the pinch. Space Station looking for a way in against FaZe at the end of regulation. Hit off the side wall. Here they come. Reynolds, one touch up. Arsenal tried to bump AJ, but it's an open net downfield. They just got to get it on the ground to end game one, and we'll see if they can do so. FaZe keeping it away. Excellent job from Gyro. FaZe take game one.
Yeah, that was a phenomenal game from FaZe. I felt like they were in control for the majority of that game. And again, off the back of a lot of great work from AJ, keeping things dangerous. But I want to say and point out the goal that Space Station had, the one that Sypical put away, a great work from Reynolds individually to not only put that ball across the box, but also remove the first defender in Gyro. That's the type of offense that I think I would expect from Space Station, to be a little bit more clever on the ball. And I think that's really what's been missing with Space Station. They're a lot more direct with the ball as of late, whereas these goals where they're able to find the ball across the box with all defenders looking at it and being able to eliminate defender just mixes things up for Space Station. They're able to find those small holes, the small gaps in the defense where they're able to put the ball away. That's where I think Space Station are the strongest.
Well, FaZe certainly looked strong against Space Station on defense, especially. Space Station were just unable to hang on to the ball. There really weren't any gaps for them to exploit, simply because FaZe did such a good job on offense of keeping the ball away for so long, something we see Space Station do to so many teams. And so I think, especially AJ looks really solid. I know Lucian started off with that first goal, but AJ stole so many plays away. He had a couple of nice saves as well. He's having a really nice performance so far against Space Station.
I'm glad
Gyro
you
might start
mentioned
too. Yeah,
I'm glad you mentioned Illusion too, because I think when people think of this FaZe Clan team, they think of AJ, right, and his mechanical prowess. But there's a lot that allows him to do that here. Space Station look to actually get their first one in the second game, right off the crossbar. It'll go straight in for Arsenal.
Yeah, you take it however you get it, and Sipical delivers it on a silver platter for Arsenal. 2 FaZe cars in not the spot they want to be in for a drop down like that from Sipical. They both commit, but it's not even close. And Space Station get a long shot for their first goal.
The point I was trying to make, Jordan, with Illusion is that he does fill in those gaps and allows his teammates to have the success that they have. Gyro, especially being that first man, bumping players out of the way like Sipical there, and of course AJ in his attempts. Now another breakaway and a demo from Reynolds makes it wide open for Sipical 2-0.
It might even been wide open before then. Not the touch you want if you're Illusion. Gyro wasn't ready for it. AJ was already behind the ball, and it was too late. The demo was really just salt in the wound for AJ, as they take a 2-goal deficit now. A complete flip from how FaZe started game number 1.
And a complete flip from the point I was making as well. There is no cohesion right now from FaZe. We'll have to clean things up here. First 45 seconds come and gone. Space Station starting off, I think, the way they would want to in a series like this, in a much more commanding fashion as well. I know they've been kind of 2 breakaway goals, but they've been able to capitalize on those big mistakes from FaZe. Here comes Sipical as he tries to set something up, and Space Station unable to.
Ooh, Reynolds happy to take that ball back to the corner. Almost faced a dangerous situation, and they still might not be out of it. Gyro forces the ball in the defensive third, and then Reynolds wins a massive ball in midfield. AJ doesn't get a solid clear. Arsenal tries to punish. Gyro picked up the next save. Bumped off the play, and Sipical's given a little bit of space. Dump back to Reynolds. One touch, but he's not going to go for it. He lets it drop for Sipical. Gets a demo on the back line, but another demo was given by Gyro, so that killed Space Station's attack. AJ gets a flip over 1. Sipical pulls off on the challenge. AJ lets it rip, and Sipical takes the save. Shot from Illusion is good. FaZe split the lead.
Look at that shot from AJ. Buys a lot of space behind the first defender and then just hooks it on target. Sipical, got to give him some credit. Great save to at least keep that one out, but that's all he gets as Illusion cleans everything up for FaZe Clan and they get on the board.
We'll see if FaZe Clan can repeat that one in quick fashion. With the kickoff looking like it's going to Space Station, or really just neutralized, and these things flip on a hat on a challenge. AJ pumped one up there for Illusion, and now FaZe are getting set up. Gyro wins another touch. Illusion close by Arsenal. It's a solid challenge, but this is the problem that Space Station had in game 1. They got constantly locked down in these defensive corners. They had to wait for FaZe to deliver the ball to their backboard to get better clears. They get them here, but they don't want to play that game too long with FaZe. They move down the field here. AJ blocks Sipical out. Now Gyro taking point for FaZe. Reynolds takes the ball away, and Space Station are able to keep FaZe off the ball for a little while, but for how long?
And it does feel like the pendulum is slowly starting to swing in favor of FaZe. I think it's that urgency that's picked up. After that first goal, all of a sudden FaZe, they are clicking. Here's AJ on the ball with boost to work with, trying to go straight at the net. Couldn't get the ball on top of his car, I think, as much as he wanted, and allowed Sipical to come through on the challenge.
Oh, a lot of tight challenges right now, all along the thirds and in midfield. But the positioning has been solid on the back end from both teams. They've been able to get to any dangerous balls where a challenge went where you might not have expected it. Here's another one off the backboard. Gyro was expecting a quicker return. He didn't get it, and Reynolds gets the demo on AJ, but not before he could get the save. Still, this is a good look for Space Station. Sipical up high, low boost. Now nothing as he drops it down, but Arsenal can't commit. Instead, plays it back to the side. FaZe hanging on defense. AJ kicked out of the way. Illusion can't win the challenge. Another one high off the backboard. Gyro got bumped by Arsenal, and somehow FaZe just come away clean. Space Station couldn't commit, and they're back on the orange half.
both sides. Very disciplined there on that attack from Space Station. Arsenal not diving into the play, especially with that ball coming across the box. Knew it wasn't scoreable, and the defense holding strong from FaZe, even in the chaos that Space Station were able to create. Space Station much stronger on offense here in game 2.
Illusion picks up another one, too. Here comes a push from FaZe. AJ flips it over. Typical gets bumped out of the way.
Oh,
AJ
my.
mid-air demo, and FaZe tie the game!
That was a great dribble from AJ, but look at Illusion. Look how he just dumps it off to AJ, gives it away, completely confuses the defense, and then AJ takes it himself, works his magic on the defensive side of Space Station Gaming to tie up the game.
Now, that was a special one for FaZe. You talk about Space Station trying to get creative in the middle of the field with the physical plays and the dump off. But look at FaZe right now! Gyro sets up AJ for payday!
Look at what Gyro does. Slows the play down with the backflip, then just dishes it off to AJ to put it top shelf. In the lead, go FaZe.
Well then, that has flipped on its head twice now. FaZe, 3 quick goals here against Space Station. But Reddles get a full tank of boost, and you get a setup. There haven't been many for Space Station, and Illusion squeezes the ball in in between Arsenal and the wall, but Space Station will get another look at it. Still, I might have been expecting an overtime after FaZe had tied the game, but they weren't even done off that kickoff. This might be a dangerous spot. Reddles kicks it high. Sipical has to cut across laterally. Now in front, gets the dunk. Arsenal comes across wide, but AJ plays it out. FaZe cover every gap on defense, and Space Station have to break their way through with a battering ram with hopes to score.
That defense is sealed right now. Now Sipical has opportunity here to take it up and over. AJ does get the touch.
Wow.
Still, Space Station struggling to break through. Illusion gets the demo on Arsenal, which allows that ball to roll to the other side, and Arsenal gets it on the respawn.
Nice touch on the wheel from Sipical, but Illusion gets there this time. AJ can't kill the ball. Last push for Space Station. Sipical, pre-flip in front, gets the challenge win. No shot comes.
Reynolds.
Here's Reynolds underneath, and it's a goal with 1 second left. Space Station tie it up.
Just when you think the game slipped from their hands, Space Station pull it out. AJ's touches straight at Reynolds, who's waiting to see where this play ends, and it rolls right out to him for him to put it away with 1 second to spare.
And AJ's last 10 clears, Corelli, were perfect. But all it takes is one to send Space Station to overtime, and here we are in game 2. What a match so far.
Well, you thought it'd go to overtime, Jorby, and you got it. Not maybe the way you think, and for FaZe, what a comeback in for Space Station. Good on them to stay in it. They might be able to take the game away now. This one's quite dangerous for FaZe. AJ having to deal with it now. Gyro to pick it up on the flick, still with it, and with no boost, we'll pop it up for Illusion. This is dangerous now. Didn't get the flip that he wanted, and that will fizzle out the attack.
Arsenal gets the next catch, forces the challenge against Gyro, but Gyro did not quit on the play. AJ gets right at the point with Sipical. Space Station, it's still their ball, and FaZe have to play laterally on their own back wall. Gyro next up for a clear. He's able to get it a little far, but not too far. Illusion gets the clear that FaZe actually want. Now it's about winning this next challenge, but Arsenal difficult to get by. Bumps AJ off the play. Sipical, full tank by Gyro. One more for Sipical with 9 boost. Touches it down, and Arsenal was in the air with him, but missed the touch, and Reynolds has to sit back. Would have been pretty if he would have hit it.
And they're lucky Reynolds is so good to be able to bring this one out by himself. He was in a tough situation. Now Arsenal gets a piece of Illusion, takes him out of the play. Space Station, opportunity, but unfortunately no follow-up off the back wall, and a big clear from Gyro. AJ trying to meet it. He does get a piece of it. Gyro went for it and turned away by Arsenal.
I tried to read that touch, the clear out to the side. Space Station get another look, and FaZe again. Wait, Arsenal got the demo. Sipical slowing it down, pops it over Illusion. They got Reynolds and Arsenal now as backup, and FaZe slow coming out the blue gates. Challenge, that'll be for AJ. But there isn't a clear path forward for FaZe as they move back to the Space Station corner. AJ does what he can to just make things confusing in the corner, and Gyro, well, he's going to have to wait for Space Station's touch. FaZe struggling to regain control, but the more challenges go their way, the more likely they get a shot, and Sipical takes it back to the corner. Illusion just kind of pinched it on the top of the opponent's car, and it forces FaZe back to the blue half.
AJ's done a great job here of shadowing that entire play, waiting for that ball to come back to his corner. Illusion here to clear it away for FaZe. Has Gyro on the back wall, but met by Sipical instead. Sipkle, he wants more. Down the sideline he goes to the FaZe side. This one bouncing off the back wall. AJ very patiently waiting to play this one over one. Can't get by Reynolds. It goes out to the midfield. Sipkle met by Aleutian. Aleutian does a great job to at least push that one away and stop the Space Station attack.
Well, the transitions from FaZe are looking less threatening, and Space Station, the more times they find their way into the FaZe net, the more dangerous it looks, and the more likely it looks like they're going to score. They're able to send FaZe back to the blue half again, but man, this has been tough to crack. AJ again just splits the gap. Space Station forced to their own wall again. Aleutian gets a massive dunk, and Arsenal has to try again from his own corner.
Coming up now on 3 minutes of overtime. AJ takes to the sky as he's trying to carry it over, runs out of boost, but there's 11 shots on Space Station sides to the FaZe 10. It has been back and forth. Now Aleutian, he's going to have a shot on target, but it's weak. Typical big clear, and Gyro there to clean it off the back line.
Sipkle taking that boost away off of his clear effort. Now has to wait for Gyro. Gyro's over him. Arsenal in a bad spot, but he makes the touch and has enough boost to fall right back down on top of it. That was a precarious situation, and it's not over. Aleutian sends it across. Arsenal able to dump it back down to Sipkle. Quick transition for Space Station. Sipkle tried to muscle his way through. He'll take another boost for his efforts.
And we're
approaching. Yeah, 4 minutes of overtime. I see that on the back. We'll see who
AJ is reversing.
One.
He's reversing into Reynolds off the midfield boost here. And
it doesn't have to be your front bumpers, Corelli.
Hey, I didn't know. Wow.
Any bumper. Yeah.
Well, I don't think this benefits FaZe. You take out AJ, and I feel like that was most of your offense. So an interesting decision from AJ as Aleutian here has to play a little bit of defense. Reynolds is the other one locked in for Space Station with AJ on the midfield line. So a 2v2, I suppose, will decide this game, Jorby.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I would want to be in a 2v2 against Sipkle and Arsenal.
Yeah, I don't know why you take this 2v2 if you're FaZe.
Hey, it's a tough one. It's game 2. Why not? We can throw that one in. Yeah. Space Station take the win. Sipkle get the goal. After 4 minutes and 24 seconds of overtime, we get a roll 1 into a Space Station victory.
Yeah, and you know what? I feel like FaZe, you're the one to blame for that one. You take away a lot of the offense, and then you put yourself in a 2v2 against Arsenal and Sipkle. Not what I would advise most of the time, and for Space Station to do come out with a win.
Look, Corelli, if there's anything you can say about it, at least you know that there's mutual respect. And sometimes respect is the only thing that matters. But, this is a competition. Respect matters a little bit, but you also like to win. And look, here's the thing. FaZe, will that one hurt them too badly? Probably not. This is a play for seeding for tomorrow into the rest of the tournament. So is it that big of a deal? No, but at the same time, beating Space Station here and keeping them as low as possible is certainly something that is in your best interest, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for Space Station, they're happy to come out with this win, and a much-needed win, too, and especially in a game where I felt like they played pretty well. I mean, this was a complete reversal from what we saw in the first game, where it felt like Space Station couldn't get anything going, and you do have to give a lot of credit to FaZe. It's really not that Space Station were playing poorly. It was more that FaZe was doing such a great job of locking down their defense and transitioning so fluidly downfield. It was a beauty to watch in that first game for FaZe, and they did it here in the second game as well. But I think Space Station picked up the pace a little bit. They were able to find their offense a lot more.
Well, Space Station certainly need to keep their cameras on a swivel, because FaZe are whipping out every trick they have in the book to get by the Space Station defense. Saw some really nice progressions, especially with Gyro as first man. He's really come into that role on this team, hasn't he? Like you were talking about it earlier, AJ's got 2 players on his team that help facilitate his pop-off potential. I feel like Gyro's the real centerpiece behind that. He creates so many opportunities that way for his team, and AJ might set this one up himself, pushing it towards, but Reynolds gets the pick.
Still the attack on here for FaZe. Space Station trying to find a way out as they register their first save off the first 2 shots from FaZe. No boost here for Arsenal in the midfield. Sipkle has to pick it up. He's also low on boost, so Space Station's attack quite slow. Reynolds finally with some boost comes through to maybe push it through the corner, and they're not able to. Sipkle on the challenge in the midfield. FaZe took such a good job in that challenge game as well, Jorby. It's, again, another reason why Space Station has had troubles on offense. It's not only just the defensive stance that they're having on their goal line, but the challenge game has been so strong. And you see Aleutian and Gyro This one comes right down to Gyro, and look how much space he has. Flicks it over one, can he pop it up and over? Coast to coast for Gyro as he puts FaZe Clan up by 1.
Oh, and he's sailing high. Easy, 25 boost in a dream. Pop it once, pop it twice. Oh, that's money. 1-0 for FaZe. Excellent progression from Gyro. As I was just talking about him, he ends up just putting it in himself. No AJ required.
It's a crime that he had that much space in the midfield, too, for Space Station. Everyone was around him. They just couldn't get to him fast enough. It was clever from Gyro to pick that ball up and go straight through the middle of the field. FaZe almost gets their second as AJ threatening the net. Reynolds has to clear it away, and now on the dribble. Tried to go by Illusion, not going to happen.
Still some space here for Sypical. And they got FaZe in a staggered boost game, but AJ grabbed that full tank. Oh, sails over one defender. Sypical pops it high. And Gyro is definitely playing a lower touch, but he able to get another touch out. And Illusion, nice challenge in midfield. AJ takes another shot. Here's FaZe again. Not even just the challenge game, but they are very resistant to relinquishing midfield. The Space Station really got to think about how they can break by this FaZe team, because FaZe just seem to have the pulse on how Space Station want to clear the ball. And it's been difficult to find the gaps. They find this one here, and it's going to have to continue dangerously against the post. Illusion happy to let that one go.
Yeah, you know, Gyro's a tricky player to play against. He is not one to give up the ball quite easy. He's a player that stays behind the ball when he's in the air and on the ground. He does a great job of making sure that any time the opposition is going to have a touch on it, he's there to at least make sure you don't get to do exactly what you wanted.
You know, it kind of feels like an NA virtuoso. You know, Illusion just pops that in. He was waiting downfield for it. AJ launched it to him, and that's an easy goal for FaZe.
Wow, Arsenal and Sypical pushing up here. This is, again, a casual goal. We said it in the first game. Quite casual here for Illusion. And again, Space Station overcommitting, moving downfield, a little too quick to transition from defense into that midfield. And the ball comes straight back to bite him as Illusion. An easy tap-in for him.
Oh, Gyro in a tough spot as Sypical wins the challenge, and Sypical will get the goal. Gyro did what he could to make that save, but too strong shot from Sypical.
Yeah, nice little touch there from Sypical to get by AJ, and then enough boost and momentum to get power behind that ball to push it past Gyro. That's what happens when you get that quick shot off a kickoff. And for Sypical and Space Station, they'll be happy as they cut the lead in half.
And Gyro again going underneath. Gets the bump on Reynolds, but Sypical was playing him close. So Space Station can at least contend for midfield. Uh-oh. Arsenal lets that one go, and that's not the clear you want if you're Reynolds. Low boost situation, and you pretty much just have to wait for FaZe to play it back from midfield. Here's Illusion again. 23 at the start of his approach, but can't get by Arsenal on the flip reset. Finally, Reynolds gets a look at it, able to get by Gyro. AJ tried to stop him. Sypical takes another shot, and AJ plays it back over to the corner. Illusion to play it out again. FaZe stop the Space Station attack.
Illusion doing his best to squeak by the Space Station defense. Not going to happen. AJ still staying on this ball. He actually baited Gyro into the challenge. Now Reynolds has his opportunity as Illusion tries to slow it down. Space Station looking to threaten here to tie up the game, and they're getting a couple demos. Sypical takes out Gyro in the net, and he spawns right in front of the ball as the shot takes off from Arsenal. Still the attack on here for Reynolds as he pops that one up. Nobody has boost on the Space Station side. They all rotated back.
No, man, Sypical had stayed inside FaZe's net, waited for somebody to rotate back in so he could bump them out of the way again, and it was Illusion who came back in on the spot. That was another dangerous one that FaZe throw away, but a little bit of time left for Space Station. Reynolds demos Illusion midair, ball sailing towards the net, but AJ again on the backboard, trying to get there quickly against Sypical. Gyro, bouncer, but Space Station have been able to hold FaZe at the gates on the orange half, looking for a way to burst through the blue gates of their own. Back wall, back to Sypical, taken away by Gyro. Arsenal has the first look at the ball, and Gyro will pop it up again, but this is a loose ball in front of the box. Illusion gonna kick it far, and that's a lot of time chewed off the clock. Space Station have another chance for a push.
And these are great attacks for Space Station. This can't break the defense. Here's Reynolds looking for two as it's turned away by Illusion. Space Station, one last attack here, Jorby.
Sypico back over to Reynolds, hits it up high, time expires, Illusion takes the clear, Arsenal gets the catch, handles it carefully, but AJ got the clear, Reynolds pumps it back towards the net, Gyro trying to put it back onto the ground, Illusion kicks it by the Space Station defense, Arsenal got the catch, Illusion can't stay on top of it, and Space Station doing what they can to keep the ball in the air. Successful as they've been, they gotta get it downfield, they can't. FaZe taking the match point.
The game expired there right at the end. Going into the point, though, these were really good attacks from Space Station. You have to, again, give a lot of credit to FaZe. They have done well on defense to turn away the opportunity that Space Station, they themselves have created, and that's a big difference here from maybe earlier games from Space Station. They have done a great job of showing themselves, again, kind of that Space Station that we would expect. The demo plays are there, especially from Arsenal and Reynolds, really mixing up the defense, churning that FaZe Clan defense to find some sort of gap. And they have been, but man, oh man, FaZe Clan have just been locked down on defense. There have been some close games, Jorby, but you got to give credit to that FaZe defense right now.
I mean, absolutely. AJ especially, he had 5 saves in that last game alone. And that goal that Sypico scored that we saw, only reason that happens is because Sypico won the ball cleanly in midfield. Gyro was at least expecting some sort of contest, and he still almost made a perfect recovery on his half flip to make the save. That's how tight it's been for FaZe's defense. So we'll see what happens. But for me right now, Corelli, Space Station are doing exactly what you want them to do. You don't want them to play too high risk. Don't take too many chances. Take what FaZe give you, and likely you'll find success. It's worked for them so far, but they have to be careful of this FaZe transition. Gyro's already burned them by himself. AJ has already burned them by himself, and when they string some nice plays together as a unit, well, they're real dangerous. Man. AJ puts the first shot in for FaZe, and they'll start with a bang.
Poor Arsenal, watching this one from his POV. There were so many players that jumped after this ball that just didn't hit it. Illusion had the opportunity to flick it on. There was 2 players earlier that jumped after it. So it's very tough for Arsenal to read who's actually going to take the shot. You're kind of having to decide earlier than when the play happens to predict where this ball is going to go, and eventually AJ comes through and just smashes it home.
Good start on the kickoff, though. Reynolds gets a demo on Gyro on the backside. Arsenal just let that ball dump in front, and man, other teams will usually flub in that spot. A double commit, they run into each other, or they hit it on their teammate's car and it bounces weird and the ball's in your net. But for some reason, FaZe can sit 2 inches away from each other on defense, not bump into each other, and somehow come away with the clear. Here's another one AJ has to handle, and Arsenal knew he didn't have the angle. He didn't want to try to force it. FaZe, outstanding on the goal line. They're going to have to do it again. Reynolds wins over 1, but AJ on the back wall has been clutch for the most part. He loses that touch. Gyro to tough spot, and Reynolds punches it in. Space Station tie it.
There you go, Space Station. And that's the type of goals that they're going to have to score here against FaZe, is breaking down the defense, chance after chance, shot after shot, and spending a lot of time in that FaZe Clan defensive zone. And they can finally find that shot right in front of the net. And for Space Station, again, it's strong offense from them. We've been giving a lot of credit to the defensive phase, and for good reason. But again, I want to make sure everyone knows that Space Station's offense have been pretty strong here, just as strong. And it's just that clash of 2 big titans on both sides of the field.
Ooh, oh, what a save off the crossbar. AJ scores anyway, and FaZe somehow punched through Space Station after that Herculean effort from Sypico.
Oh, man. That massive effort from Sypico. And then Reynolds, he was going to get there for the save, but he got bumped out of the way at the last second by a FaZe player to let AJ come through and score it. Reynolds could have bailed out Sypico after making that crazy save. But FaZe once again on offense, proving to have everything locked down. And they're back up by 1.
Arsenal trying to force something against the corner. Space Station have been, I feel like they've been in that right corner very often on FaZe's half. And Reynolds will actually force the ball in and tie it right back up. So no harm, no foul for Space Station.
And this is an incredibly smart challenge from Reynolds. The way he positions his car to make sure that AJ does not win that challenge is so crucial. And I mean, he got the icing on the cake scoring the goal as well. I don't think that last man in net expected that challenge to go so far against AJ. So for Space Station, answers back after a big challenge. We're all tied up.
You can understand FaZe's mindset. They've lost few challenges in their own half. And Gyro forces the ball out. Now Reynolds is starting to lay his finger on the pulse of this FaZe defense. He's shot the gap a couple of times now to break up these short, these small ball passes, if you will. And Lucian, a demo on the back end. AJ getting bumped. Reynolds stealing the ball away. I think Reynolds has got a little bit of fury in him right now. He's starting to take a permanent residence midfield and beyond. Typical taking a shot downfield.
He's a little bit slimy right now, just getting inside between the FaZe players. And he's doing a good job too, taking that ball away, making things tough. And, you know, keeping his presence on the minds of FaZe is so important here. He's chasing after AJ on their near post as well. I mean, that's just knowing that, oh yeah, I got to keep in mind that Reynolds could be behind me, bumping me, or Reynolds could be here to intercept this midfield pass is a very scary thing. And Gyro with the big time dunk for the go-ahead goal.
Yeah, big time dunk for Gyro, and this is on brand for Gyro. I've watched him score so many goals like that. He just gets in front. It's a perfect angle on the challenge, and that's all. That's all it takes for Gyro.
Anytime you watch the tape on this FaZe team, it's always Gyro with these big challenges through players. It really is, and he's done that for years. And you can see what it gets for his team, having those big-time challenges. He's always able to stay behind the ball and at least get another touch.
And there was another one there in midfield. He even tried to keep the play alive, staying right with the Space Station player. He picked up another save. Lucian, nice touch to set up AJ, but Space Station are throwing a flurry of shots at the net. Typical, a lot of space to think about this approach. He'll take it fast and high. Up high there against AJ, but no real touch. Reynolds tried to get the bump and the touch, it looked like. Didn't go to plan. And FaZe will get another look at it, Lucian, but no boost for him. FaZe are still locked in the blue half.
Great work here from Gyro to at least slow down the first attack. Space Station, though, they've been getting better and better of controlling their offensive third. FaZe got a little mixed up here in the midfield, but they do good by Reynolds. Lucian trying to get to the challenge, and Typical there to push it away. AJ to respond back and forth. Lucian to pop it up. AJ with no boost. Has to take away the Space Station's corner, and Reynolds here to try and push it downfield.
Now that's been the struggle for possession in midfield. Reynolds tried to find a shot, but Gyro cut off the angle. But as soon as FaZe get downfield or Space Station get downfield, neither team is fully controlling the boost game. And so you don't get to stay on offense long if you're either team. AJ, pop high up downfield, gets underneath it. I thought he was about to go underneath Typical. Lucian jumps in front to get the ball to Gyro.
Yeah, that's such a scary spot for any team, seeing AJ full boost into the air with that type of space to get back to the ball. But here's Reynolds. That shot was just a bit high, but it's turned away by Lucian.
Good challenge from Lucian. That shot was certainly coming right back to Gyro. Now, with no boost, he does what he can to keep it locked. Arsenal pulls off the play. It slips under him and right back to Reynolds. But Gyro cuts off the approach. Gyro cuts off the entire Space Station roster. Typical gets another catch, but now he's got to stay in the air, and Lucian won't let him. FaZe, what a performance against Space Station. They took him down today, and that may bode well heading into tomorrow.
Oh, it absolutely should. FaZe looking very, very strong here in this series. Impressive. You know, we talk about the offense, we talk about AJ, we talk about Gyro, and what they bring. The defense for FaZe was so strong, and not so much in the sense of, because I think a lot of times, Jordan, we talk about defense and teams playing a lot of defense, it usually means that they're getting beat pretty badly, you know, where they're locked into their own end. That was not the case with FaZe. They played against a strong offense here, and they locked it down. 10 saves in this game alone to make sure that Space Station couldn't tie this one up.
I mean, their follow-ups were just, it felt like their follow-ups 9 times out of 10 was perfect. Into a space where Space Station had to use more of their boost just to retrace their own steps, to retreat in the rotation, and they could never really take control of the match. FaZe played an excellent game on defense, had some great transitions, and we'll see how far this FaZe team can go throughout this regional, but we're going to throw it back to Leaf and the guys to close out the day. We'll see you guys on Saturday.
Yes, you will, but we got some business to get to first. That was a good match, but I want to know who you thought was the MVP of that match. Time to get the votes in one last time, guys. For the day, we got more of it over the weekend, but for today, if you want to be active, do it right here. Vote for us. There's a Twitch poll going on right now. Let us know who you think that MVP is. Now let's talk about that match. This was a really exciting match to jump in here, Turtle, and watch, because again, the question was, is Space Station in a real troubled spot right now? And it really is starting to seem like that.
This solidifies that argument for sure, because Space Station, you've got to start picking things up. They were double committing. They were over aggressive. A lot of these goals you can see are simple dribbles out of the defensive end from FaZe, where they have a 2-on-1 situation. You get somebody to go for a bump, and if Gyro's on the ball, you know he's going to flick it into the perfect spot. Even the rule 1 that SSG tried to implement to take out AJ was not enough.
Yeah, and Space Station, they're no longer in a team house. I thought they were going to be there for a little bit longer, but they were there for only Winter Major, I suppose. So they're back home, and they're trying to work out their issues. There's definitely still a lot. 1-3 in a group is not acceptable for a Space Station team, but they're still alive for the knockout gauntlet, but they have to win 2 in a row to stay alive.
Well, now it's time to find out who you guys picked, and it is drum roll, please. Gyro taking it this time. AJ got the last one. Okay, chat, you know what? I'm going to call. Why couldn't you have done Gyro last time? Because I could have transitioned into the interview live, but you're not helping me out here, guys. But
we have to tell them there's an interview coming, and then
okay, we should have told them. Yeah, that's all right. That's my bad, chat. But Gyro takes this one, and honestly, again, I feel like at any point you could pick any of those three players, just how well they sync together, Turtle.
Even though Lucian had a couple of great plays there whenever he was being physical, he's the reason why they won towards the later end of that series. And all 3 of them, I mean, we've seen them excel. They're finding their play style, and I love to see it.
That's for sure. But let's take a look now at the groups. Let's wrap it up. We're done. Our day number 1 here for the Verizon 5G Ultra Cup. We have a lot more Rocket League to go, but we started off with a lot with day 0 Gibbs into day 1. We had group matches all over the place.
Yeah, it's absolutely huge for 2 bubble teams for a world championship spot. FaZe Clan and G2 are those 2 last spots that are really up for grabs right now. Both teams came out huge, 4-0 days. Even though Rizzo says he's retiring, you might have to second guess that if he winds up winning this whole thing. But both those teams look great. Version 1, huge surprise with the 3-1 result on the other side. And then the 3-way tie where 2 goals were the difference between Ghost and Xset. But Rogue, they survived just barely for a top 2 spot.
It's funny because you mentioned G2, and with Rizzo there, he had one of those games where he had, I think, 65 points, ended up whiffing the ball, but it still rolled in. That's the magic power that Rizzo has on the field. And I think the biggest shock, at least for me, is that SSG showing today, Leaf.
Oh, yeah.
That's for sure. But let's take a look over at groups A and B here, as we did have some more matches what were going on. NRG, of course, trumped out all of the other teams here, 4-0. 4-0 Turtle against everybody here. And so did Envy in their Group B.
Which is a good sign, because that means we are going to get crazy games whenever we go forward, because Envy have not been at the top of the competition the past few events. It's good to see them on track and hopefully bringing some energy to that NRG matchup. And Alpine, again, dropping down. That's a surprise. 72 PC have a chance. And I'm looking over. I want to see more from KCP. I loved how they played today. I think they're back on track.
But this is so nice for the top 2 seeds, Energy and Team Envy. They did what they needed to do, while the 3rd and 4th seeds, Space Station and Rogue, did not do that. So they're looking fantastic. But the Sonics with Rolled is, he has to play, because they can't make any more roster moves because they'll lose their points. Comes in, it's like, don't worry about it, guys. I got you. A top 2 finish for them. But again, Alpine, very disappointed. 1-3 result from them being out.
Well, I talked about the rest of Rocket League we have. That's because we have 2 more days. Tomorrow is our knockout gauntlet. Let's take a look at how that goes. We have an upper of that knockout gauntlet and a lower. This upper, Gibbs, is where these first 2 seeds dropped into. All those teams did good during the groups. They get a nice spot here. They can move in with 1 win. They do have a second life, though, if they do lose that one down to the lower.
And the one nice thing is they're guaranteed at least 9th place, which means they've guaranteed them spot for Regional 2. So very big for all of these teams here. Yeah. But when we look at it, Energy Rogue is going to be an amazing series. Rogue did not have a good day today, but you know Rogue is going to bring it to NRG. That is a rematch of 2 grand finals back-to-back in a row, Regional 3 and the Winter Major. Then you got G2, a little bit surprised that they're picking it up versus Kansas City Pioneers. Another surprise that they're staying in that top 2 race. And then Team Envy versus Version 1. Version 1, watch out for them. They've been very, very good. And finally, you got FaZe Clan and the Sonics. Again, I'm rooting for Roldiz the whole way, man. I want to see them go the distance.
That's for sure. And then down to that lower part of the knockout gauntlet, Turtle, is where things get hairy. These teams only have 1 life, and they have to win 2 matches to get through. Man. That includes the match that you see here and a match against one of those teams that came from that upper part of the gauntlet.
I love this new format because these matches, especially the ones on the lower side of the knockout gauntlet, are going to be nail biters. You've got the Knights versus Exit. That, of course, is, in my opinion, probably going to go to game 5. And then I'm also looking at E-United versus SSG. That is a highlight matchup. While I don't want to discredit E-United, they haven't been looking too great, but they do have the new pickup of Dapper. Maybe that could bring something, some kind of special energy, because SSG, they didn't look great today. If they had the same performance tomorrow, I can actually see them dropping to United.
Gibbs, you're all about that, eh? But they're facing SSG, so
all eyes on.
I mean, but does that mean much now after what we've seen? You know?
Yeah, exactly. Space Station not looking great lately.
Hey, that's fair, but that's tomorrow. And then after that, of course, they're playing for that top 8 single elimination bracket where we crown a champion on Sunday for this Verizon 5G Ultra Cup. But we got to get through tomorrow first. So before we get there, let's get some final thoughts on our first couple days here for this cup and thoughts going forward here. Turtle, I'll let you start. Gibbs, you can follow.
I just want to ask Gibbs to give me that FaZe quote again. What was the saying that you invented? I want to hear it one more time.
No, don't let him say it again.
Please.
FaZe, I think FaZe has told me legally never to say it again. So
okay.
So I'm not going to.
I was going to say, I thought we were going to get new merch. That's so funny. Anyways, Gibbs, I guess if you want
go ahead, leave.
Something else?
Throw it out.
We're good.
Throw the show.
All right.
Throw it away.
We don't let Gibbs talk anymore. Day 1 is done. We got day 2 coming at you guys tomorrow, same time. Of course, you got 12:30 for Eastern for that pre-show, 1 o'clock for kickoff. Knockout Gauntlet. That's exactly what it is. It is a lot of teams being sad if they're in that lower bracket there. So you don't want to miss it. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Bye.